Registration is open. If you needed to get that new entry for today.
Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jags.
Good morning. It is sunny. It is nice. It's going to be another great day. I'm still waking up. I'll have to finish my second cup of coffee and maybe I'll feel more alive. That would be awesome. Okay, let's see what we have in store today. Today is the Wright Trailers Saturday 25K. Okay. We started out this week, Wednesday, with the Kick Booty 15K. Mikey Bloomfield was the victor in that one. We finished it on Thursday morning. Then Thursday, we did the Fuel Tech 50K. Our victor in that was Stephen Champ McCrory. McCrory. I can't speak today. Okay. And we finished that one on Friday. Okay, then yesterday we had the FTI 50K, and the victor on that one was Mark Kelly. Okay, it was the final there was a all ATCO final, so that was kind of cool. But they came all the way down from New Jersey just to race each other, but it was for 50K, and that's pretty impressive. Let's see what we have here. Okay, here's our Kick Booty 15K final, right, with Mikey Bloomfield and McKenna Brown. McKenna was on fire all week. But Mikey Bloomfield pulled that one off. Good racing there. Alrighty, let's see what this is. Oh, this was a something. Thursday in the Fuel Tech 50K round 4. What have we got? I should have previewed this, but that's okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was that fire. Okay, I had done that twice. I did that twice so that I could get more of him coming out. He's fine. He's fine. And I believe I saw, didn't we see that that roadster that had caught fire? Didn't we see that again? I don't know. There's 400 and some cars here. Who knows? Okay, then on the Fuel Tech 50K, this was the final with Gage Birch and Stephen Champs McCrory. And Gage Redlit. You know, if you're a racer, red lighting, that's just trying. That's just trying. So Steve McCrory got to do kind of a parade lap on that. Okay. And then last night, or this morning, we had the FTI 50K with Marilyn Laster and Mark Kelly. And this was a good race. This is one of those races that you don't know who's got it. You know, they were neck and neck all the way down. That was just a good race. And of course, Mark Kelly was victorious on that one, but that was close. Anyway, yeah, so get your coffee. Thank you to Jegs for bringing Motor Mania in and keeping us free to the viewer. I know that our viewers appreciate that each and every time you do that. Okay, let's see. I'm going to stop talking. Y'all can do what you got to do before, let me see where I'm at here. Before we get going, we're supposed to have new entry time runs beginning at 9. So in 6 minutes, they're supposed to be on track with the new entry time runs. We'll see. Okay. I have so much faith in these racers. It's day last. Oh my gosh. And if anybody is as tired as I am, then it could be kind of a slow start. So, yeah, here we go.
Time runs. Staging lanes are closing in about 8 minutes. Roll them up to get your new entry time run now, please. Once again, red run sticker door cars. We would like you to come to staging lanes 1 and 2. For box door cars, red run stickers, lanes 1 and 2. No box, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. New entry time runs, you've got 10 minutes to get to staging, and then we close the lanes. We run you out, and we're going to start with today's program. The right trailers, $50,000 to win race here on day last at the SFG Hansen Global Incorporated Christmas Bracket Bash. In case you've run out of food, concession stand is open. They got breakfast till 10 o'clock. They have a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, $4. Cinnamon roll, $3. You can get 2 hash browns for $5. For lunch today, in case you missed breakfast, the cheap date specials today, cheeseburger, fries, and a drink. I'll go back over this, start over. Breakfast will be served until 10 o'clock today at the concession stand. They have a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich for $4. You can get a cinnamon roll for $3. And they got 2 hash browns for $5. For lunch, the cheap date specials, cheeseburger, fries, and a drink. They have hot and pulled pork, grilled chicken, bacon, and cheese sandwich, $7. Buffalo chicken, $7. So some discounted prices on some food for you at the concession stand going on right now. Hop on the scooter, head on down, get yourself something breakfasty to eat to start your day. I always say it's better to eat than not eat. Keep your energy level up for racing all day long. We're down to a 5-minute warning for new entry time trials. If you have a new entry time trial and you want to make a pass today, you should be making your way to the staging lanes immediately. Once again, we know it's early, but we're going to start today's festivities early so we can get done, hopefully early. Red run sticker door cars red run sticker box door cars, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. We got about a half dozen of you. I know there's a bunch more out there. On the track right now is our new entry time runs. We only got a handful. Final call for new entry time runs. Final call, new entry time runs. Final call for our no box competitors today. And we would like red run sticker box door cars to staging lanes 1 and 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please.
All right, staging lanes are closed for new entry time runs. Once again, if you're a no box competitor for round 1 of our Right Trailers 50K, put them over in 5 and 6. Red run sticker door cars, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Red run stickers only to lanes 1 and 2. Marilyn Laster, you are the DragRaceSolutions.com potential buy run. Tim Butler, we need you just outside of lane 6 for your DragRaceSolutions.com potential buy run for no box round number 1.
Red and white box door cars, red and white box door cars, staging lanes 1 and 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 1 of today's Right Trailers $50,000 to win race. here on day number last. Bradenton Motorsports Park, beautiful Bradenton, Florida. Woke up this morning to a brisk 65-degree low, on its way up to another mid-80s high today. Tim Butler, it's not going to be long before we send no box cars down the track. You are the DragRaceSolutions.com potential buy. We would like to have you staging lanes when we start running the no box cars. We would like you to show up on the outside of lane 6. So we know coming, we're going to start running pretty darn quick. No boxers are getting ready and saddling up as we speak. So Tim Butler, we need you up here. We don't want you to miss your potential buy run. We would like to say welcome, racers and race fans, to day 4, the SFG Hansen Global Incorporated Christmas Bracket Bash. Welcome. Right now we're going to have Russ Elzy do our invocation, followed by our national anthem. Russ Elzy.
Thank you. Our Lord God, we thank you so much for your love, your grace, and your mercy in our lives. As we think of Christmas, we are so grateful that you came for us. Lord, we pray today for your safety over the track, Lord, for the drivers, the crew members, the spectators, the staff and administration as well. Lord, we thank you for your provision for this already through this time. Lord, we come to you now and lift this up to you for your guidance. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Russ. And now, everyone, if you would rise and remove your hats, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Jags.
Now, let's go racing. Racing action coming at you right now. No box out of the lanes into the water box. As we start our quest to crown another $50,000 champion today here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. The call has gone out for red and white box door car entries. To the staging lanes, please. Red and white box door cars to the staging lanes, please. And here we go. Carly Holbrook left side, Nikki Thomas right side. Carly Holbrook dialed in 696, Nikki Thomas 618 right side. Nikki Thomas has won this class earlier in the week. Kaylee Holbrook, always a contender. Carly Holbrook putting the smackdown round one. She's 007, 1 over 4, 21 total. Nikki Thomas, 21 on the tree. Had to go dead zero to make it even a chance. She's 2 over 4 to be 24th out behind. Janine Pickett in the Pinto now left side, 653 the dial. Tucker Creech, 596 the dial. In the right-hand lane. Janine Pickett a little anxious, but she needed to be. She's 13 red. Tucker Creech, 3 green, runs it out the back door to be 25 over, 28 total. Creech moving on to round 2. Two Camaros on the line now, left side. That's Kevin Pollard, dialed 550. Going to be chasing down Brian Cerruti. Cerruti, 637 in the right lane. Separated by only 6,000, Cerruti has the advantage, turns it into a win. He's 18, 3 over 1, gets there 2 thou over Kevin Pollard. Bug McCarty in the Camaro Roadster left side. Been a handful all weekend, running no box. This ought to be interesting. He's dialed 532. Going to be chasing down Robert Hyclack. Hyclack in the 87 Corvette on the right side. Bug having some issues. Hyclack goes 18. He did. Bug having trouble getting down the track. Doesn't look like anything got on the track, and he's making his way off the track right now. Last no box car staging up right now. Tim Butler taking the DragRaceSolutions.com buy run by virtue of winning last night in the no box class. He's 17 on the tree, and on his 605 dial he goes 606. He's set up for round 2. Just because you didn't win first round doesn't mean you have to go home. Buybacks available today. $250,000 to get you back in to a $50,000 race if you've been knocked out. First pair of box door cars on the starting line. Garrett Browning made a bunch of laps last night, went deep into the eliminations, I think 7th round, maybe 8th round. He's dialed 622 on the left side, getting chased by Bill Fordyce. Fordyce dialed 579 in the Camaro, gets the job done, runs dead on with a 2. He's 45 on the tree. Garrett Browning 12 on the tree, breaks it out 8 thou, getting there first by 43. Needed to take 36 or less. Isaac Wild up next in the left lane, 599 the dial. Mike Mills, 67 Barracuda, right side, dialed 611. Tree comes down and away they go. Mike Mills crushes the tree. He goes Bond and turns it into a win. 7 down low, 2 over 2 up high, 29 total. Gets there first by 6 thou. Mills moving on in the Barracuda. Ryan Harrim up next, left side. 548 the dial. Jason McCandless, right side in the Roadster. Mopar powered, I may add, dialed 570. Small block Mopar in that Roadster. Reaction time advantage this time going to the door car. Ryan Harrim goes 4 on the tree. Runs at 3 over to be in front by 14 thou. McCandless, 34 on the tree, 1 over and change. No good. Left side, Josh Gannett, 603 the dial in the Nova. Tyler McMillan, right side, 589. His dial. Careful to stage or slow to stage, but they're in. And away we go. Gannett, 7 on the tree. 1 over 5, 22 total. Tyler McMillan, 1 stinking thou red. Also breaks it out, 1 stinking thou. He'll buy back and give it another shot. Pete DeNovo, 68 Chevelle left side, 590 the dial. Ryan Barnes, 511 the dial, in the racy looking Camaro on the right side. Big reaction time advantage going to the Camaro of Barnes. He's 16 on the tree, 3 over 2, gets there by 17 thou. DeNovo tardy on the tree and breaks it out, trying to make up for it. No good. Barnes moving on. AJ Ash right side dials up 575. Dave Connolly left side dials 566. AJ made it to the final of Dorcar last night. Starting his day over today. He's 15 on the tree. Goes 1 over 6, gets there first by 6 thou. Connolly was 11 on the tree and didn't get there, 26 over, 6 thou behind. Doug Milner left side, 543 the dial. Dale Thaxton right side in the Mustang, 532. Vega takes the reaction time advantage, turns it into a win. He's 7 on the tree, dead 3, 10 total. Thaxton 20 on the tree. Breaks it out 2 thou, no good. John Bodie up next, left side, 581. He's going to be chasing down Manny Sosa. Sosa dialed 634, right side. Double O. 5, 2, and 8. The 5 on Manny Sosa's side of the tree, but he doesn't get the job done. Gets behind as Bodie, 8 on the tree, dead 2, 10 total. Moving on. Sosa 5, 1 over 3, 8 thou behind. Mark Talmadge, 605 his dial left side. Taylor Boldry, 596 right side. Another 00 light. This time Mark Talmadge goes 007, 1 over 0, 17 total. Taylor Boldry, 62 on the tree, breaks it out trying to catch up, can't get there still, 38 thou behind. Howard Westbury in the Kick Booty Motorsports Chevy 2 left side, 556 on the window. Jerry Norton driving the Roadster, right side, 538. Norton goes 6 on the tree. Runs it out the back door, 1 over 2, 18 total. As Howard Westbury lights it up 14 red, goes 1 under. Norton moving on. Elected best appearing car here this week, Tommy Orr out of Ontario, Canada, in his 19 Corvette Roadster. Dials up a 530. We'll be chasing down Garrett Griffith. Griffith out of Kentucky, dialed 624 left side. same light. They both go 11 on the tree. Tommy Orr pulls it out, going 11 over, 22 total. Puts him 27th thou ahead. Garrett Griffith bails out, gets behind. Tommy Orr moving on. Michael Pinder now left side in the GTO, dials up 495, one of our faster door cars here with us this week. Certainly not a slow door car in the other lane. Sean Lingerfelt, 519, the dial on his Beretta, right side. Pinder gonna get the win. He lines it up crooked, but he straightens it out as he goes down the track. He's 42 on the tree, 35 thou under. Lingerfelt, 9 thou red, dead on. Good for a trip to the buyback window.
Got a white Toyota Tundra blocking part of the stage and the road getting into staging lane, sitting there with the four ways on.
We got a white Toyota Tundra blocking the road to the staging lanes. We need that moved ASAP. You got your four ways on, but that doesn't help us drive around you. White Toyota Tacoma pickup, we need you to move that at the back of staging. Todd Burks, left side, 642 the dial. 614 the dial in the right lane. Reaction time advantage going to Burks, and he turns it into a win on the double breakout. He will take the victory. Jay White dials up 641 left side. Glenn Dilday, 544 in the right. Another good wheelie out of Glenn Dilday's car, but he's 5 thou behind at the hit. And he's 9 thou behind at the finish line. No, check that. He's 9 thou ahead, going 4 thou under. Sorry about that. Jay White moving on, 16, 1 over 0, your winner, left lane. Jay Wilson in the Camaro left side, dial 622, going to get chased by Rick Eaton. Rick Eaton on the motor scooter, right lane, dials up 573. 81 Suzuki vintage. And Rick Eaton goes 00 on the tree, turns it into a win. He's 009, 1 over 7 for a 26 total, puts him 43 thou ahead. Jason Wilson, slightly tardy on the tree and a little bit off on the dial, puts him behind. Eaton moving on in the motorbike. Robbie Joins, left side, 529 the dial. Jarrett Nauman, 558 the dial in the pretty Chevy 2 right side. Separated by only 7 thou. Nauman had the better of the two lights, parlays it into a win. He's 15, 4 over, getting 58,000, or I should say getting 51 thousandths behind. Left lane breaks it out on his way to the buyback window. Mike Moore Jr. on the motorcycle, left side, 561 the dial. John Schaefer in the Mustang, right lane, 665, his dial. Reaction time advantage going to the door car, but can't get it done. He's 009 on the tree, but he can't run the number. Puts him 11th thou behind. Mike Moore, 40 on the tree. Dead 6, your winner. Edwin Giovanni, 683, left side. Dallas Cherry, 588, right lane. Giovanni lights it up 15 red. Dallas Cherry gets a break. He's 62 on the tree, 42 under. But he's not going to the buyback window. Dallas Cherry moving on. Gage Birch left side in the red Sonoma. Overkill Motorsports, 569 the dial. Scott Stillings, 516. In his gorgeous Corvette Roadster, right lane. Time advantage going to Gage. He turns it into a win. He's 12, dead 8 for 20 total. Scott Stillings, 25 on the tree, dead 5. Not a bad run, but not good enough to get by Gage Birch in round 1. John Joins, 588. The dial for the Chevelle, left side. David Peterson in the S10. 554 the dial, right side. John Joins goes 4 thou red. David Peterson was also red, but doesn't matter. Joins did it first. Joins runs 1/1. Peterson breaks it out 13, but Peterson is moving on in the S10 pickup. Joins headed to the buyback window. Walter Brown in the S10 left side, dial 739. Chad Duke, right side, 542. Chad Duke with the first 000 of the day, turns it into a win. He's trip zip 2/6, taking the 78. As Walter Brown was 31, had trouble running the number. Renee Meyerhofer in the 69 Dart, left side, 578 the dial. Morgan Larkin in the Black Magic Chevy 2, right side, dialed 595. Both away with green lights. Meyerhofer in control. He goes 7 on the tree, 13 over, 20 total. Larkin 42 on the tree, not in this one. 58 thou behind. Mike Ledford out of Greenville, Michigan. Recent address has been Bradenton Motorsports Park for the last month. He's dialed in at 614 in his S10. Left lane, Randy Ring dials 629, right side in the 79 Camaro. Mike Ledford starting his day off well. He goes 11 on the tree. Runs dead 6, 17 total. Randy Ring goes 25 red, runs dead on 1. Mike Ledford moving on. Manuel Soleil, 643 the dial left side. Larry Hamby, 576 the dial right side in the 55 Chev. Green, he'll be your winner. Runs dead on with a 5. Hamby goes 9 red, also dead on. But he'll be buying back. Randy Folk left side, 588 the dial. Stanley Crosby right side, 633. Separated by only 1 thou. Brake lights on the Corvette. He's 12, dead 9. To be 3 thou behind. Stanley Crosby, 13, dead 5. Your winner. Jonathan McCandless, in the 78 Volare, dials up 703. He's going to be taking on Aaron Milton. Milton in the 68 Firebird right side, dialed 585. Reaction time advantage favoring the Volare. He turns it into a win. He's 16 dead 1, 17 total. Locking out Aaron Milton. Milton was 26, 2 over 4, trying to get behind. Stanley Albritton Jr., you have won a $250 gift certificate from Drag Race Solutions, Collector Tethers, and Just in Time. These are random drawings for being in the run for the buys or receiving a buy from dragracesolutions.com. Matt Brewer, you also receive a gift certificate of the same value from the same people. Travis Logan, left side, 618 is dial. He's behind at the hit. Donald Wiggins, 542 the dial. In the right lane, gets it done. 11, 2 over 2, puts him 4 thou ahead at the finish line. Antonio Santiago, left side, 691 the dial. Terrell Biddle in the wheel standing Camaro, dial 623 right side. Nice wheelie out of the Camaro, but not good on his reaction time. Santiago 006, 1 over 4. He's 34 thou ahead. Your winner, Santiago, left side. Tim Martin, dial 633, left side. Mike White, 480 in the right, in the 63 Corvette. Tim Martin crushes the tree. He's 2. Runs it out the back door to be 1 over 3. Doesn't matter as Mike White sadly goes 1 red, runs 4 over with an 8. Up now, Dan Ferraro in the Mighty Mons. He dials 646 left side. Raphael Mamie 610 right lane. So Stanley Albritton Jr. and Matt Brewer, you have winning gift certificates up here in the tower. You want to stop up, we'll get those to you. Separated by 8 thou, starting line advantage going to the Mighty Mons, and he converts on it. 17 dead 4, 21 total, locking out Mamie 25 on the tree. Goes a bunch under to get there first by 9 thou, no good. Cameron Fredrickson up next left side, 603 the dial. John Hudson in the 56 right side, 573 his dial. Wheelie wagon on the line. If you're watching, should be a good one. And 25 feet, I'm going to say, by Cameron Fredrickson. Goes 20 on the tree, 1 over 8. Gets there first by 3 thou. John Hudson puts up a good run, 19, 2 over 2, but again, 3 thou behind on his way to the buyback window in the 56. Bob Walsh, 605 the dial, left side. John Tolasano, right side, 549 the dial, in the sometimes ill-handling Corvette Roadster. We'll see what happens in just a few seconds. Corvette is now straight and true, 003 on the tree, and converts, runs 2 over 1 for a 24 pack. Bob Walsh was 001 on the tree and can't convert, can't run the number. John Tolasano moving on. Scott Richardson, Scotty in the pickup, left side, dialed 641. Going to get chased by Corey Kramer. Kramer in the Cavalier right side, dialed 544. And Corey Kramer having trouble. He's 1 bulb red. Must have had something wrong in the delay box. Scotty Richardson, 25 on the tree, good enough for the win. He runs it out the back door, breaks it out, 35. Moving on. Champ McCrory in Kenny Underwood's car. Or maybe Kenny, well, Kenny's down there, giving him a hand. Apparently Champ's car now. Champ just wins races and buys cars now. That's his job. He's dialed 603, going to get chased by Fred Anger. And that beautiful Chevy 2, right lane, dialed 572. Champ can drive anything. 005 on the tree. 3 over 4, taking 12 thou. Gets the job done. Fred Angers, not bad, 13 on the tree. Slows to a 3 over 8 and behind 12 thou at the finish line. Champ, all he does is win. Janine Pickett now in the Pinto, dials 653 left side. Neon Leon Robertson, 631 the dial in the S10 pickup on the right. I don't know, maybe it was a card game last night. Maybe Steven won that in a card game. We're not sure. Neon Leon goes 17 on the tree, runs 2 over with a 9. That's good enough to be 4 thou ahead. Janine Pickett late on the tree, breaks it out. On her way back, or on her way to the buyback window. Jay Adams, 658 the dial in his 69 Firebird in the left lane. Dan Corbasiero, 586 the dial for the motorcycle, right side. Couple of good reaction times. 005 for the motorcycle, turns it into a win, runs dead 0. 5 total. Jay Adams, not bad, 13 on the tree, 1 over 1, but he's 19 thou behind. Can be a brutal sport sometimes. Doug Browning, 651 the dial in the S10, left side. Darwin Garcia, 614 the dial, right side. Again, thank you to the Garcia crew, family, racing family for dropping off a nice dinner for us last night here in the tower. Garcia 12 red, Doug Browning 32 green, 1 thou under, but he's moving on. Up next, left side, Matt Brewer, 586 the dial. Right side, Steve Witherow in the S10, 589. Time advantage favoring Witherow. He turns it into a win. 13 dead, 3, 16 total, puts him 41 thou ahead. Matt Brewer, 20 on the tree, gets behind for second place. Mikey Bloomfield Jr., left side, 619 the dial, always good for a wheel stand. Bill Powell, 546 in the Mustang, right side. Separated by only 3 thou, anybody's race. Okay, 3 thou is enough. It's not anybody's race. Mikey Bloomfield Jr., 12, dead 7, 19 total, puts him 23 thou ahead. Bill Powell, 15 in the tree, can't run the number, second place. Max Brewer was doing some big wheelies last night. 596 the dial right now, left side. Roy Hagedorn, right side, 567. Behind a big wheelie with a red light, Max Brewer 28 red, 1 over 7. Roy Hagedorn 37 on the tree, 18 under, but he moves on. Bubba Browning in the S10. 627 the dial, left side. Vinny Guido. .627 the dial, right lane. Redemption Day here at Bradenton Motorsports Park for the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash. A lot of drivers haven't had the results they want, and today is the day they're going to put it all together and save their week. Pay their tab and put some cash in the bank. 50 grand on the line. Reaction time advantage goes to Bubba Browning. 13-14 over, gets there by 1 thou. Good run by Guido, but one leaves him 1 thou behind. Mark Talmadge, 603, left side. Alfredo Ortiz Colon, 614, right side. Separated by only 1 thou. Talmadge goes 11 on the tree, breaks it out, 100th. Colon, 12 on the tree, dead 7. Your winner. Todd Burks, 642, the dial for the Malibu, left side. The Malibu on the right side. Rob Hall, dial 628. Todd Burks on the left side goes trip, zip, runs it on down, dead 2. 2 total, gets there 17. 2 total. Wow. Rob Hall, not bad. 19, dead 0. Thanks for playing. $250 to buy back to win 50 grand. Worth the shot. Brandon Jarrell. Left side, dial 604. Rick McDonough in the Camaro, dials 528. Right lane. Separated by only 2 thou. Reaction time advantage going to the pickup truck, and he gets it done. Runs 3 over 1, gets there 1 thou. Rick McDonough 29, 3 over again, 1 thou behind in the Camaro. Left side, Kevin Pollard dials 551. Right side, Wayne Roberts, 605 the dial. Reaction time advantage favoring the Chevy 2 in the right lane by 9 thou, but can't get the job done. Kevin Pollard goes 22, 1 over 2. Takes 15 thou stripe. Moving on. Red, white, and blue door cars. Red, white, and blue door cars. We need you to staging. All color door cars. We could use you in the staging lanes as soon as you can get there. Carly Holbrook, 697, left side. Jeff Turner, 589. Right side. $5 thou, the reaction time advantage for the Corvette. Can't get the job done. Carly Holbrook, 21 on the tree, 1 over 2. is behind as the Corvette breaks it out by 300ths. Up next, Caroline McCarty, left side, 605 the dial. Gus Mascarenas, 522, right side. Caroline likes a win lap. She's 21 on the tree, runs dead 6. Gus Mascarenas, 5 red, dead 0. Ouch. BJ McClintock, left side, 637 the dial. John Laster in the Malibu, right lane, 576 the dial. Reaction time advantage goes to John Laster. He turns it into a win, 19-2 over 7. Whoops. Laster turns it into a loss. Check that. He gets 2 thou behind. BJ McClintock, 26, 1 over 8, 2 thou, the margin of victory in the left lane. Carlos Arroyo Jr., part of the crew that brought us dinner last night. Again, thank you. Left side, Arroyo Jr. dialed 591 in that beautiful Camaro. Oscar Colon, right side, 645 the dial in the green S10 pickup. Tree comes down momentarily. Carlos having trouble. He's so crooked, it's hard to stage. But he goes 21 on the tree and has a starting line. But breaks it out 8 thou. I don't know how that works. Oscar Colon, 40 on the tree, 1 over 0, moving on in the S10 pickup. Dave Triplett up now. 577 his dial. Left side, Dave Schluto, 651 the dial in the convertible Mustang, right side. Identical 15 reaction time. Getting there first, not breaking out. Dave Triplett runs 2 over with a 7. Schluto runs a 4 over with an 8 and is behind. Triplett moving on. Onyx Gonzalez, left side, 684. Stevie Dustin, right side, 616 the dial. Dustin moving on as Gonzalez, 56 red. He runs dead on, of course. Dustin, 13 green, 3 thou under. Mark Mullen, left side, 549 the dial. I'll go with it. Tom Heath, right side, 542 the dial, moving on. He's 13 green. Mark Mullen, left side, 9 thou red. Probably Ben Willis in that Chevy 2 right side. Deuces Wild. It's not our fault. We didn't fill out these tech cards. Nick Ferraro left side in the S10, 618 the dial. Ed Nunez in his S10 moving on down the track, dialed 760. Has a reaction time deficit to make up and can't do it. Ferraro 18, 2 over 1, gets there first by 29 thou. Isaac Wild in the Roadster left side. 598, his dial. Matt Daddis. .621 in the Olds Starfire, right lane. Daddis gave an inventory of stuff that he has for race cars, and it rivals some of the bigger parts houses. Isaac Wild has trouble. Car won't hold the beams. Probably had her in high gear. He gets an LB3A, and Matt Daddis moves on. Dave Connolly up for his second entry. 570 the dial, left side. James Bunner Jr., 569 the dial, right lane. Probably Trey Bunner driving that Camaro in the right side. He goes 2 red, Connolly 2 green. 13 under, moving on. I think Dave went 1-1 for his 2 entries that round. Lindsey back in the wheel standing Blazer, left side. 616 the dial. Glenn Skaggs in the Purple Haze Roadster, right side, dial 541. But the reaction time suffers. Glenn Skaggs goes 2 on the tree, 8 over, and still gets 13 thou ahead. Lindsey back, 67 on the tree, 28 over. Good for a trip to the buyback window. Jason Wilson, 624 left side in the Camaro. Jeff Underwood, 531 in the Chevy Roadster 34 vintage, right lane. Huge reaction time. He's going to the Camaro. He's 12, dead 5, taking all of it, 270 thou at the finish line as Jeff Underwood runs dead on. That's a good one. Well, you got the win. And you're trying to go dead on, so there you are. Austin Logan in the Vega Wagon. Aerodynamic advantage not having a roof rack. Dial 646. Right side, Carrie Bradley, 695 the dial. Reaction time advantage favoring the wagon. Austin turns it into a win. He's 6, dead 9. Taken 18 thou only because Carrie Bradley had to break it out to do it. Ryan Harem left side, 548 the dial. And in a different card game, or maybe it was at the church meeting in the bleachers last night, somehow Gene Milton acquires the white Ford Ranger of Bo Butner. Maybe it was a coin toss. New owner of the white Ford Ranger, Gene Milton, on the starting line, dial 638, right side. First lap in a trans brake vehicle. She goes 38 on the tree, unfortunately breaks it out. Gene Milton making the transition out of the Demon into the pickup. Not a bad first lap for her, but Ryan Harem moving on. Congratulations, Gene, on the new acquisition. Also, congratulations, Aaron. Hashtag happy wife, happy life. Jason Folk now left side, 621 the dial. Scott Popple right side, 532. Jason Folk goes 10 on the tree, breaks it out 1 thou, and on the double breakout he'll advance. Popple was 52, 16 under, no good. Chris Knapp now in his Vega wagon, 643 the dial left side. Todd Pritchard, 571 the dial in that super clean 68 Camaro right lane. Pritchard with the reaction time advantage turns it into a win. He's 22 over 5. We're 1 over 5. 25 total. Chris Knapp, 45 on the tree, no good. Carl Baker up next, left lane, 508 the dial. Jerry Norton back for his second entry, 541 the dial, right side in the Roadster. Separated by 9 thou, Jerry Norton goes 1 on the tree. 1 over 2 to get 3 thou behind. Carl Baker, 10 on the tree, dead 0. Dead 0 for Baker, moving on. Left side, Michael Yarnell, 656 in the S10 pickup. Dallas Cherry right side, 584 in the Camaro. By only 2 thou, a couple of great lights. Dallas Cherry goes 10 on the tree, 1 over 8 for the win as Michael Yarnell, 8 on the tree, breaks it out 9 thou. Cherry moving on. Farrell Biddle back with his second entry, left lane. 623 the dial. Kelly Smith right side in another clean Camaro, dial 6 flat. thou red. Smith, 9 thou green, runs it through, 31 under. Kelly Smith moving on. Left side, Josh Gannett, 604 the dial. Carlos Diaz, 542. Right side. Josh Gannett crushes the tree. He's 1-2 over 3, and he's 36 thou ahead. Carlos Diaz ran 1 over 6, and that was the best part of his run, other than the wheel stand. Logan back, left side, 617 the dial. Bill Fordyce in the Camaro right side, 579. Fordyce has trouble. Gets it crossed up off the line after he goes red. Lifts out of it. Logan back, 22 on the tree, 1 over 6. Not looking back, but getting the win. John Bodie, 581 on the left. Perk Perkins, 571 on the right. Significant reaction time advantage going to John Bodie. Turns it into a win. He's 9, 1 over 7. 26 total. Perk Perkins, 57 on the tree, a bunch over. Moving on to the buyback window. Scotty Richardson back with his second entry. 641 the dial. Right side, AJ Ash, 575. Feeling under the weather. Get well soon, Hank. Hopefully things turn around better for you if you're watching. If you're not watching, I'm sure you're getting some good, needed rest. Separated by only 3 thou. The advantage going to Scotty Richardson, 13 on the tree, but AJ Ash gets the victory. 16, dead 3. Gets there first as Scotty drops him off to put AJ Ash 24 to the good side. Jeremy West left side in his S10. Dialed 746. Mike Moore Jr., 561. The motorcycle right side. Mike Moore Jr. goes 6 thou red. Hands the win over to Jerry West. West goes 21 on the tree, 9 thou under. Not a bad run. He'll be moving on. Well, looks like Champ hasn't sold this one yet. He's made 1 pass in at this round. He's back for his second entry. 605 the dial in the former Kenny Underwood-owned Firebird. Left side, Brian Cerruti. Right side, 638 the dial. Separated by only 3 thou. The champ just keeps winning. 15 on the tree, 1 over 0. Gets there by 5 thou. Cerruti, a decent run. 18 on the tree, 1 over 2. Again, 5 thou behind. Antonio Santiago, 692 the dial. Left side. Gary Williams, right side, 526.
Got his gear on.
And away they go. Gary Williams, 1 red. Ouch. He runs it out the back door to go dead 7. Antonio Santiago was there though. He's 006, 1 over 2, 18 total. Moving on. Matt Brewer, left side, dialed 587. We got an open cockpit driver with no gloves. Our starter JT sent him off. Matt Brewer with the win, 26 on the tree. 2 thou under. Pants, jacket, gloves for open cockpit cars. Amazingly, that driver in the Roadster was on fire 2 days ago and decided to still not wear his gloves. He was warned prior to this round, so I don't know what he's thinking, but Travis Logan dials up a 620. Left side. He's squaring off against Aaron Milton. Milton dialed 588 in the Firebird, right lane.
Oh, 32 to 12. Aaron's got 20 up front. Oh, and he gets it done taking 8 thou, 1 above. 589, 3, 116. Travis Logan, 32, dead 1. Nowhere to go except the buyback window.
Thanks, Dylan. Tim Martin up left side, 634 the dial. Dylan Mudd stepping in as he's crew chiefing for Jean Milton in her new Ford Ranger. James Biddle, right side, 652 the dial. Only separated by 8 thou, but both in the 60s. James Biddle gets it done. He's 63 over 8 to be 5 thou ahead. Doesn't matter how you do it. No matter how, if the wind light comes on, you're the best driver of that pair. Renee Meyerhofer from Switzerland. Left side, 69 Dart. 578 the dial. Tyler McMillan in the S10 right side, 589. Reaction time advantage going to the S10. He's two 2 over 2, 24 total. Meyer offers 17. 1 over 0, 27. 3 thou or 13 thou behind. Yeah, open cockpit cars. I shouldn't have to say helmet, but helmet, pants, jacket, gloves. Door cars, you got to have long pants on. We had a driver with shorts on. If you come up and we catch you guys not wearing this stuff, you'll be turned around and sent back, and then there's no refunds. You've been warned about this individually, and you've been warned about it as a group. So put the stuff on, keep racing, have a good day. Don't wear it, get turned around, and then be mad. Daniel Soleil goes 14 in the tree. Dead 2 for the win. Jeremy Popple was 10 on the tree, but 12 thou under for the loss on the right lane. Darren Roten, left side, 590, the dial. Tucker Creech, 597 in the right. Darren Roten, 54 red, hands the win over to Tucker Creech. Creech is 26, 5 thou under. Moving on. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. back for his second pass. Round 1. 619 the dial. Tom Orr. Once again, best appearing vehicle here. 530 the dial, right lane. Separated by only 1 thou. Reaction time advantage goes to Bloomfield, turns it into a win. He's 20, 1 over 6. We'll call that 36 total. Tom Orr was 21, but for some reason runs 4 off and is behind. Bloomfield Jr. moving on, I believe, with both entries. Troy Williams Jr. now in the red Sonoma. 573 the dial. Getting chased by Scott Stillings, right side, 515 the dial. Stillings goes 2 thou red. Williams 35 green and a bunch under. Michael Pinder left side, 493 the dial. Kylie Thaxton, 531 the dial, right side. Kylie goes 1 thou red. Lets out. Pinder, 7 thou red behind her, but gets the win. Nikki Thomas, right side in the S10, dials up 619. Jerry Van Houen, 617 in the Malibu, left side. Gage Birch left side, 586 the dial in the Withrow S10. Colby Walker, 659 the dial in the Mustang right side. Gage Birch, your winner. He goes 28 on the tree, 22 under. Colby Walker, 39 red, 2,000 under. Gage Birch moving on. Robert Joyner, left side, 578 the dial. Bobby Ely, right side, 542. Robert Joyner goes 11 green. That's good enough to win. Bobby Ely, 8 red. No good. Darwin Garcia, right side, 615 the dial. Cameron Fredrickson back for his second pass, also 606 the dial, left lane. Okay. That's right. You will. You will. I'm gonna break in. I don't care. I'm getting it in. 700s under. Come on, man. We got to do some better math. Fredrickson takes the win. He's 22 and 28 over. Gets there by 1,000 over Garcia. Interviewing Dylan Mudd up here, wondering why Gene Milton went 700s under when he's the crew chief. We're trying to sort this out. We haven't figured it out yet. Dylan is now saying he just set her up to get there first because that's how you win in pro stock since they're making the changeover. Dustin Long goes 009 and he's going to win. Runs it out, breaks it out by 15. Ryan Barnes goes 10 red. I want to say he went a little red his first round, so we'll see what happens. Anyways, there'll be somebody's buying back, somebody's moving on. Dustin Long, your winner that round. He's got that Corvette Roadster tamed down now where it is going straight. Sean Serra up next in the Kick Booty Chevy 2. Left side, 557 the dial. Jerry Sims, right side in the 69 Camaro, dial 6 flat. Significant reaction time advantage going to Sean Serra. Doesn't put it on the bumper, doesn't have the hood blow off. Sean Serra, your winner. He goes 4 on the tree, 4 over, gets there 33. Jeremy Sims, 29 on the tree and almost 5 over, no good. This was Trip. Says Bug. It's one of the McCartys. Left side. 606 the dial. I'm going to say it's still Trip at that number. Okay. Lisa Hutchins, right side, gets the win. She's 30 on the tree. As the McCarty entry goes red. We'll just leave it at that. McCarty's run it out the back door to be dead on, of course, after going red. Lisa Hutchins, 3 over after 30 on the tree. Good enough for a win. John Joyner left side, 540, the dial. John Tolasano gets a little crossed up in the Corvette Roadster. He goes 009 but has to let out. John Joyner, 12 on the tree, has a lot of room. Runs a 10th over, taking the win. Final call, all door cars. Final call, door cars. If you are negotiating a purchase of a different door car and you haven't made your round run yet, get to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Otherwise, the rest of you who still own the car you got here with, you have not made a run. You need to get to staging. All door cars, final call. Robbie joins, 526 the dial left side, goes 12 thou red. Vince Costa in the Nova right side, 28 green. 1 over 0, moving on. Roy Hagedorn. Oh, we got 2 bikes squaring off. Roy Hagedorn, left lane, 567 the dial. Dan Corbasiero out of Bradenton, right lane, dialed 586. Bike on Bike Prime happening right now. Separated by only 5 thou. These guys have raced each other many times. Corbasiero, 13, 2 thou under for the loss. Roy Hagedorn, 8 green, 2 over 0 for the win. Well, we know this is Caroline anyways, left side. Caroline McCarty, 606 the dial. Sean Lingerfeld in his Beretta, 519 the dial. Right lane. McCarty starting to feel it. She's 007 on the tree, 1 over 3, giving it a rip. Moving on. 33 thou ahead at the finish line. Sean Lingerfeld, 32 on the tree, not in the race. Dwayne Roberts left side, 598 the dial. Chad Duke right side, 542. On the bottom, 16 by Dwayne Roberts turns it into a win, running 2 over 9. Gets there first by 11 thou. Carlos Arroyo putting it down in the burn box, and halfway down the track, here he comes back. Dials up 590 left lane in his 70 Camaro. John Laster, right side, 623 the dial. Carlos Arroyo gets timed out right after your announcer called, "Get it in," and he didn't. John Laster, horrible reaction time because Arroyo got timed out. He's taking a parade lap down. Laster does run it out, goes 1 over 6, so at least he gets a time trial out of it. Pete DeNovo, right lane. 501 the dial. Austin Logan coming up in the Vega wagon, 643 left side. Corvette blows the tires off. Kind of a weird staging procedure he had going there too. He's 8 red anyways. Austin Logan, 12 green, runs it out, 25 under. Moving on. David Braskett borrowing somebody's Vega wagon. Oh, that's Chris Knapp's wagon. Okay. Nice enough for Chris Knapp to borrow that wagon to David Braskett. Yeah, the Opal died last night. Took a tranny out. Braskett goes 5 on the tree. Scott Bender in the Mercury Cyclone goes 5 red, handing the win over to Braskett. Braskett 1 under. Not a bad lap. First time in that car. Garrett Griffith. Left side, 624 the dial. Mike Mills, right side, 613 the dial. Mike Mills, 2 thou red, hands the win over to Garrett Griffith. Griffith goes 21 on the tree, 200ths under. John joins, 589 to dial left side. Jason McCandless, 571, the 33 Dodge Roadster, right side. Separated by 7 thou. Roadster has the advantage, turns it into a win. He's 16, 2 over 4, gets there first by 2 thou, regulates the finish line perfectly. Bobby Keown left side now in the S10, 679 the dial. Bill Groten makes the move from left lane to right lane in the 66 GTO, dialed 595. Reaction time advantage favors the S10 pickup of Keown. He turns it into a win. He's 16, dead 7, 23 total. Bill Groten, 23 on the tree, had to go dead 0, doesn't, gets 4 hundredths behind to start his trip to the buyback window. If you didn't light a win light round 1, you don't have to go home. Buybacks available, $250. Get over to Racers Registration. I see no line going on right now. You can get back in this race and win yourself 50 grand, but you can't do it sitting on the sidelines. You got to throw 250 bucks at it and get back in line, grit your teeth, and get it done. James Harris Jr., left side, 505. Rob Peterson, right side, 549. Double red. Rob Peterson goes 6 thou red first, though, handing the win over to James Harris, who was 48 red and a bunch over. Raymond Keown, left side in the Cougar, dials up 580, going to get chased by Doug Milner. Milner, 543 the dial. The 73 Pontiac Astra, right side. Time advantage going to Milner. He's 21 on the tree, 2 over 4 for the win. Raymond Keown was having trouble yesterday. I think he stuck a new tranny in it. Well, it worked. He was light on the tree, 3 hundredths under. He'll be buying back. He'll be buying back and getting back into it. Jonathan McCandless, 703 the dial. Left side. Stacy Carpenter, 623, right side. Huge wheel stand out of the Camaro. But if you had your choice, he'd have taken the trip zip in the other lane. McCandless goes trip zip dead 3 at 94 miles an hour. That's tough to beat. McCandless moving on with a 3-pack. Richard Price now left side, 549 the dial for the time to move Beretta. Glenn Dilday back for his second run. Right side, 544 remains his dial. Dragsters, red and red only run stickers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. dragsters, red run stickers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Another nice wheelie by Glenn Dilday. He goes 10 on the tree, has a huge advantage, turns it into a win. Running 2 over, taking 13, locks out Rich Price, who was 51 on the tree, even though he goes a thou under. Couple Malibus up now. Left side, Ray Mamie, 608. Right side, Jason Kimbrell, 612. Separated by only 8 thou. The win going to Raphael Mamie. He runs 6 over with a 1 and gets there by 14. So Jason Kimbrell having trouble getting down the track after having a slight reaction time advantage at the hit. Alfredo Ortiz, left side, dialed 614. I see a TMC sticker on the back. That's Tony Morris Carburetors. Tony Morris has been on the property this weekend. I've seen him running around helping out his racers running his carburetor products. Fred Anger, right side, 573 the dial. Starting line advantage going to Anger. He looks like he's out front. He's on the brakes. He gets the win. He's 10, 2 over 7, taking 14. Ortiz, 22, 2 over 9. Again, 14 thou behind. Ed Nunez in his S10 dials 762. Left side, Leon Robertson in the Monza. Neon Leon, dial 611. Right lane. $9,000 extra time advantage going to Neon Leon, but he can't get the job done. Ed Nunez, 23, dead 0, does get the job done. Gets there first by 22 thou. Hard to judge a car going 84 miles an hour when you're going 110. Ed Nunez moving on. Jose Colon up next now, left side. 644 the dial. Hank Usselton in the Black Magic Chevy 2 out of Salisbury, Maryland, dialed 598 right side. Scott Crosby left side as Usselton gets the win. Sorry about that. Scott Crosby, 633 left side. Shane Nauman, 565 right lane. To a 3, 10 gets the job done. Stanley Crosby, 3 over 5, 45 total, gets there 2 thou ahead of Shane Nauman. Nauman 3 on the tree, but 2 thou behind at the finish line. Matt Daddis in the left lane, I believe, for the first time this weekend. Dial 618. Tom Heath in the Deuces Wild Chevy 2, right side, dialed 643. He's 2 on the tree, 1 over 5, locks out Matt Daddis. Daddis 21 on the tree, dead 6, no good. 10 thou behind. Gus Mascarenas, 523 the dial, left side. Stevie Dustin, 618 the dial, right side. Stevie, 1 thou red. Mascarenas, 28 green, good enough for the win. 2 over 7. Stevie goes 1 over 0. He'll be kicking himself all the way to the pits once he gets his time slip. David Bird Jones, right side, dials 493. Vinny Guido, left side, 624 the dial. Both cars in and staged. Here we go. Guido with a nice wheel stand has a reaction time advantage. And he gets it done. He's 10, dead 2, 12 total. David Bird Jones was 15, locked out. Got there first, but broke it out to do so. Rick Schaefer, left side. 539 the dial. James Bunner Jr., right side, 570. Schaefer has a reaction time advantage, but has trouble getting down the track. Can't run the number. James Bunner does. Takes the win. He's 22, a 10th over. Bunner Jr. for the win. Carlos Diaz now left lane. 543. Chuck Melnick, right side, 697. Separate him, a couple of good lights. Diaz goes 7 on the tree, but wiggles his way down the track to be 26 over, gets himself 13 thou behind. Chuck Melnick, 11 on the tree, dead 9, 20 total. Your winner in the Plymouth Arrow. Is this the last pair or just one? Marilyn Laster, right lane. She is sitting on the dragraceresults.com buy run, but she'll be squaring off against Wendell Harrison. Harrison dialed 464 left side. Marilyn Laster, right side, dialed 573. Marilyn, last night's door car winner and runner-up. Runner-up to Mark Kelly in the $50,000 final. Laster lights it up 4th out red, hands the victory over to Wendell Harrison. Harrison also red, but the faster car gets the advantage. Marilyn Laster will be coming back in the buyback round. Wendell Harrison moving on. That wraps it up for our door cars. Round 1. For the Wright trailers, $50,000 to win race today. And that'll end my session for a little bit as I hand it over to James Thompson for the start of round 1.
Santa has a new sleigh this year, trusted by all since 1960.
Jays! 7 here in Eastern Standard Time. Good morning to all the Motormaniacs in the shop bleacher session. Motormania.com and on their YouTube channel. So we're doing a little bit of track prep. Going to run tractors here in just a moment.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
Is that we may need you to move it for whatever reason. So please keep that in mind as you are wrapping up our final day here at the SFG Christmas Bracket Bash. That is, of course, sponsored by Hansen Global and jegs.com. We want to remind everyone throughout the day today as well, if you are in a round that you have money coming back to you, please wait until that round is actually over, about 20 minutes afterwards, so we can look up your names a little bit quicker. So for example, if you lose in fourth round today, wait until 20 minutes after fourth round is completely over, so we can look you up in our paperwork a little bit easier. Please keep that in mind today as you are exiting the premises. We want to try to get all the payouts done as smoothly as possible so that there's no big lines later on tonight. Round number one, Tracksters getting underway. First pair out brings us Robbie Gear, left side, dialed in at 442. And Michael Ruark, right side, dialed in at 458. thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Rourke. Win light Rourke. 005, 2 above. 25 total. As Robbie Gear was 011 on the tree. 1 above 6. Good enough for 2. Thou behind. Michael Rourke. 5, take 2. And we'll go on to round number 2. Robert Gear's day is not done. He has a chance to go to racer registration, where if he spends $250, it'll give him a magic ticket that says you can come back to the re-entry round. Try your hand at $50,000. How about that? Michael Valley and Kyle Cotrera, next pair. Valley left side dialed in at 461. Cotrera right side dialed in at 463. Going to go to Valley left side. Going to turn that to a window as well. 462 on the 1. On the 461 dial in. 6, take 8. Going to take the round win. Cotrera 011 on the tree. 464 with a 4 on the 463 dial in. No good. Michael Valley moving on. Michael Smith and Isaac Harris next pair. Smith left side dialed in at 502. Harris right side dialed in at 459. Going to be sick at this one. Isaac Harris going to be the winner. 525 with an 8 on the 459 dial in. Michael Smith 002 on the red side and breaks out a foul. So behind the sharp objects for this one was Isaac Harris. It was 071 reaction time. Nonetheless, win light to win lights. Patrick Miller and Jake Hodge, our next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 476. And Jake Hodge, right side, dialed in at 482. .21 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Miller. Win light Hodge pulls that one out. 027 on the tree. On the drop, 483 with a 9. On the 482 dial in. Miller had the better 006 reaction time. Goes 483 with a 1. Only 121 miles an hour. Must not have known that he had the reaction time advantage. So Jake Hodge going to be moving on. Brian Gasper here on the right-hand side, dialed in at 489. And Joel LaPierre. Just read on Facebook this morning, it was Joel LaPierre's birthday today, so happy birthday to Mr. LaPierre. Dial in left side, 474. Brian Gasper going to be the winner as LaPierre turns at 041 red. It's Gasper, 023 green. 1 above 0. 33 total. LaPierre, after the red light, 473 with an 8. On to 474 dial in. So Gasper moving on. Ricky Boggs and Tim Crone. But these guys have been going a bunch of rounds all weekend. Boggs left side dialed in at 484. Tim Crone right side dialed in at 499. Crone going to be the winner. It's Boggs for the 008 red. Crone 501 with a 1 on a 499 dial in. Boggs after the red light 488 with a 0 on the 484 dial in. Tim Crone moving on. Elizabeth Keene and BT Brandon Taylor our next pair. Keene left side dialed in at 484. BT right side dialed in at 459. Of a second separates them up front. Advantage Taylor. Win light Taylor. 011 on the tree. 462 with a 6 on the 459 dial in. Keene had a 024 reaction time. Goes 486 with a 5 on the 484 dial in. Good enough. 42 thou behind. BT moving on. Mark Davis and Travis Laster our next pair. Davis left side dialed in at 477. And Laster right side dialed in at 418. One-thousandth of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Davis. Win light, Laster. 025 on the tree, dead 6. 31 total. Mark Davis was 024 on the tree. Cannot run the number. Goes 481 with a 1. On a 477 dial in. Crossed through 140 miles an hour, so don't know if he let Laster back around or not, but Laster nonetheless. Moving on to round number 2. Jonathan DeApril and Will Holloman, next pair. DeApril, left side, dialed in at 457. Will Holloman, right side, dialed in at 452. Identical 0-12 reaction times off the starting line. Down to the stripe, win light, good to go. DeApril. About 12 dead 0 for Jonathan DeApril, gonna take the win. Holloman was 12. And 1 above 9, good enough for 19th out behind at the stripe. Jonathan DeApril moving on. Next pair, Brandon Bachmeyer and Carla Pontillo. Bachmeyer left side dialed in at 467. And Carla Pontillo, right side, dialed in at 475. Once again, red run sticker dragsters, red run sticker dragsters. Lead in the lanes at this time. Red and only red. Run sticker dragsters lead in the lanes at this time. 26 thousandths of a second separates these two up front. Advantage Buckmeyer. Gonna take the win as well. 010. 2 above 8. Gonna get the round win. This Pontillo was 036 on the tree. Dead 6. Good enough for 4 thou behind. So Buckmeyer moving on. Alan Elliott and William Hamilton. Gonna be our next pair. Elliott left side dialed in at 448. Hamilton right side dialed in at 459. Hamilton turns in 010 red. It's Alan Elliott, 004 on the red side as well for him. But first to worst here. 450 with a 7 on the 448 dial in. Hamilton after the red light, 460 with an 8 on a 459 dial in. So Alan Elliott moving on. Anthony D'Agostino and Joe DeVede, our next pair. D'Agostino, left side dialed in at 475. And Joe DeVede, right side dialed in at 479. Two thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage D'Agostino. Gonna take the win as well. 008. 1 above 4. Good enough for the round win as David was 010 on the tree. Breaks out 4 thou. Gets there at 16 thou. Needed to take 12 or less. Now we've got another win life for him. D'Agostino moving on to round number 2. David moving on to race registration. For $250, we'll get him bought back into the re-entry round. John Sloan and John Siegel, next pair. Sloan left side dialed in at 464. Siegel right side dialed in at 445. Identical 017 reaction time. Win light, Siegel 017, 1 above 7. Going to take the win as Sloan was 017 also and goes 465 with a 7 on the 464 dial in. Good enough for 410 thou behind at the stripe. John Siegel moving on. Kevin Burkett and Tebow, Tyler Bohannon. Burkett left side dialed in at 480. Tyler Bohannon, right side dialed in at 464. .21 thousandths of a second, separates them up front. Advantage Tebow. Win light, Tebow 009, 465 with a 2. On the 464 dial in. Burkett was 030 on the tree. 1 above 0, 40 total. And 19 thou behind at the stripe. Tebow moving on. Georgie Bell and Heavy D, Donovan Williams, right side. Williams dialed in at 471. And Bell dialed in at 452. Ebell's going to be the winner. Williams turns at 005 red. Ebell 449 with a 3 on a 452 dial in. Williams after the red light 467 with a 2 on a 471 dial in. George Ebell moving on. Laurie McGowan and Mike Gentile, our next pair. McGowan left side dialed in at 506 and Gentile dialed in at 502. Gentile going to be the winner. McGowan turns at 031 red. Gentile 5 flat with a 1 on a 502 dial in. This is McGowan. Day 3 of continuing our trend of red and dead. 031 red, dead on with a 0. So Mike Gentile moving on. Gas and Go, Corey Galletti and Kayla Costello, our next pair. Gas and Go dialed in at 454. Kayla Costello dialed in at 467. $14,000 seconds, separates off front. Galletti in control. Going to take the win as well. 004, 1 above 4 for 18 total. Matches Costello's reaction time. She was 018, 2 above 2. Good enough for 22 thou behind at the stripe. It's Corey Galletti moving on. Carl Susie and Kenny Underwood, our next pair. Susie left side dialed in at 469. And Kenny Underwood right side dialed in at 479. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Skinny Kenny. Going to win as well. 013, 482 with a 1 on our 479 dial in. Susie was 030 on the tree, 1 above 4, and 6, 10 at thou behind at the stripe. McKenna Kitterman and Dylan Mudd. Kitterman dialed in at 444. Dylan Mudd dialed in at 450, but I highly doubt 450 is what he can actually run. Going to be your winner as Mudd turns at 004 red. So Kinnerman 015 at 445 with a 4 on the 444 dial in. Mudd after the 004 red light goes 451 with a 6. No good. Eric Mann and Madison McCormick, our next pair. Mann left side dialed in at 463. Madison right side dialed in at 447. 29 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage McCormick. Win light McCormick. 001. 2 above 1. For 22 total. Locks out Eric Mann, who was 030 on the reaction time. Goes dead 9 and 17th out behind at the stripe. Madison McCormick moving on. Katie Sloat and Nick Ferraro, our next pair. Sloat left side dialed in at 488. Nick Ferraro, right side, dialed in at 475. Katie Sloat, winner in that last pair, 038. Good enough for the round win. We're off Chambers and Lou Hawthorne. Chambers left side dialed in at 444. Lou Hawthorne right side dialed in at 443. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Chambers, win light Hawthorne. 445 with a 4 on the 443 dial in, going to take the win. Chambers goes 448 with a 3 on the 444 dial in. Good enough for 15 thou behind at the finish line. Lou Hawthorne moving on. Amy Farrow and Sean Serra next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 465. Sarah right side dialed in at 483. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Farrow. Going to turn that to a win as well. 007, 2 above 2. Going to take the win, and Sarah with 025 on the tree, 486 with a 4. Michael Scott and McKenna Brown, our next pair. Scott left side dialed in at 459. McKenna Brown right side dialed in at 460. At this time, we will take red and white run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Red and white Run sticker, dragsters. We will take you to the lanes at this time. Advantage on the tree, gonna go to Brown. Wind light, gonna go to Brown. 015, 459 with a 3 on the 460 dial in. Scott was 038 on the tree. Goes 455 with a 6 on the 459 dial in. Keith Russell and Jason Bator, next pair. Russell left side dialed in at 470. Jason Bator right side dialed in at 457. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Russell left side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 009, 469 with a 3 on a 470 dial in. Bator, after his 045 reaction time, goes 453 with an 8 on a 457 dial in. Adam Bitzenis and Derek Hubbard, next pair. Bitzenis left side dialed in at 480. And Derek Hubbard got down to the dragster semis late last night. Down in here at 445. Marshall Grooms and John Brown, our next pair. Something's going on with Grooms' machine. Having some trouble keeping it fired up. Grooms left side dialed in at 471, and John Brown right side dialed in at 453. Grooms having some issues leaving the starting line. 022 on the tree, 457 with a 3 on the 453 dial in. Gonna take the round wins. Got slow roller on the left side, Marshall Grooms. Had a reaction time that started with a 1 and then a decimal. That's never a good thing. But if he can get his issues straightened out, he can go to racer registration. Stephen Farrow and Travis Laster are going to be our next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 454. Travis Laster Jr. right side dialed in at 435. Farrow's going to be the winner as Laster turns at 004 red. Farrow, 452 with an 8 on the 454 dial in. Laster after the red light, 434 with a 5 on the 435 dial in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There's 3 Harley Davidsons that are parked on the other side of the Budweiser Pepsi patio over by the dumpsters, making it a little difficult for our racers to get turned around. So if you would please move those motorcycles, we would appreciate it. Jason Rich going to be the winner. 13 total. Jason Rich 012 dead 1. The right side was 012 dead 3. Good enough for 2 thou behind. Jason Rich moving on. Johnny Brandon and Scott Neal next pair. Brandon left side dialed in at 458. And Scott Neal right side dialed in at 452. Once again, we got some Harley Davidsons that are parked over by the Budweiser Pepsi patio and the dumpsters, making it a little bit difficult for traffic to move around. So if you guys don't mind, we'd appreciate getting those motorcycles moved so you get traffic moving a little bit better. Thank you, sirs. Seven thousandths of a second separation up front. Advantage Brandon. Win light Brandon. 018 dead 6. Going to take the win. Scott Neal 025 on the tree. 1 above 2. 13 thou behind at the stripe. Johnny Brandon moving on. Crusher Brown going to be the winner as Dave Schluto turns it 008 red. So Brown 014 on the green side, 465 with a 2 on the 468 dial in. Schluto after the red light, 480 with a 7. On that 482 dial in. John Yacht, John Brandon. Left side dialed in at 474. And Timmy Miller. Over on the right hand side dialed in at 483. On the starting line, gonna go to Brandon. Went light, Brandon. Had a bunch of room as he was 008 to Timmy Miller's 064 reaction time. Brandon shutting it down, goes 482 with a 9. Little 474 dial in. Miller goes 487 on his 483 dial in. Cole Powell and John Gerber, next pair. Powell, left side, dialed in at 467. John Gerber, right side, dialed in at 501. $17,000 separates them up front. Gerber pulling that one out, 017, dead 6. Cole Powell was perfect 000. Breaks out 16 thou. And gets there 39 thou. Needed to take 23 or less, and that would have gotten the win line on that one. So John Gerber moving on. Steve Dweck and Tom Dauber, next pair. Dweck left side dialed in at 484. And Tom Dauber right side dialed in at 461. Dweck going to be the winner. Tom Dauber turns at 018 red. Dweck 038, dead 5 is going to take the win. Dauber after the red light, 463 with the 5 on the 461 dial in. Terrell Sinkler and Billy Dunn, next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 514. And Billy Dunn right side dialed in at 474. And Ben is on the starting line, gonna go to Dunn. Win light, Dunn, 019, 1 above 0. 29 total. It would take the win as Sinkler was 026 on the tree, 1 above 5, and good enough for 12th out behind at the finish line. It's Billy Dunn moving on. Quan Spain and Trip McCarty, next pair. Spain left side dialed in at 455. Trip Man right side dialed in at 478. Second, separates them up front. Advantage McCarty, win light McCarty. 10, 1 above 8. 028 total. Quan Spain was 032 on the reaction time, dead 8, and 12th out behind at the finish line. Tripman moving on. Jeff Kondratik and Al Capone. Adam Russell, right side, dialed in at 442. And Jeff Kondratik, left side, dialed in at 479. Thousandth of a second separates him up front. Advantage Kondratik. Win like Kondratik. It is a double breakout. Kondratik 018 on the tree. Breaks out 7th thou. Gonna take the win. Adam Russell was 019 on the tree. Breaking out by 7th thou. At the finish line, margin of victory 1,000th of a second to Kondratik left side. Break the tank. And Baby Gap, next pair. Frank Ange, left side dialed in at 460. And Slate Cummings, right side dialed in at 449. Thousandths of a second separates him up front. Advantage the tank. Win light the tank. 011. One above one. 22 total. Slate Cummings was 021 reaction time. On the drop goes 455 on the 449 dial in. So that 59 thousandths margin of victory was not self-induced. Looks like both teams had a hand in that. So Frank the Tank moving on. Paul Skinzer and Scott Sanders. Skinzer left side dialed in at 464. Scott Sanders right side dialed in at 469. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Skinzer, Widlight, Skinzer, 002, one above 7, 19 total. Locks out Scott Sanders, who was 034 on the reaction time. 470 with a 7 on the 469 dial in, good enough for 32 thou behind at the finish line. Left side moving on to that pair. Chris Rowe and Hambone, Larry Hamby. Hamby right side dialed in at 491. Chris Rowe left side dialed in at 457. Hamby going pretty deep in eliminations last night as well, driving David Harbin's dragster. So we'll see what he does here on this beautiful Saturday here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Hamby, right side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 14, 2 above 2. Going to take the win is Chris Rowe. Was 033 on the tree. Breaks out 5 thou, gets there 8 thou. Needs to tighten it up to about 3 thou or less. Now we've gotten him the win light. Larry Hamby moving on. Michael Carpenter and SAJ. Carpenter left side dialed in at 488. And SAJ right side dialed in at 490. We'll go out on a very, very small limb and say this is not the first time Carpenter and Albritton have raced each other. Very, very small limb. 5 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage goes to Albritton, but the win light goes to Carpenter. 011, 491 with a 4 on the 488 dial in. Albritton had the better 006 reaction time, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second, gets fed a whole lot more than that. I know it's around lunchtime, but Albritton is probably pretty full right now. Joel LaPierre and Claude DeBonis. LaPierre, birthday boy. Over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 474. And Claude DeBonis, right side, dialed in at 458. Advantage off the start line. Gonna go to birthday boy. Win light birthday boy. 14, dead 3, 17 total. Locks out Claude DeBonis, who was 039 on the reaction time. Dead 0 and 22 thou behind. Attention in the pits. Got a parts call. A jegs.com parts call. Stephen Farrow is in need of a low car throttle enhancer bracket. Stephen Farrow, once again, is in need of a low car throttle enhancer bracket. So if you have a spare one in your trailer or know of one in the general area, Stephen Farrow is looking for a low car throttle enhancer bracket. So if you know where Steve is parked at, and you have the right part, go see him or come to the 3rd floor of the tower. We'll get you pointed in the right direction. James Kavanaugh and Jeff Serra next pair. Kavanaugh left side dialed in at 470. Serra right side dialed in at 455. 19 thousandths of a second, separation up front. Advantage, Serra. Win light, Serra, 010, one above 6. 26 total. Locks out Kavanaugh, who is 029 on the starting line. Kavanaugh dead 3 and 6 out behind at the finish line. So Jeff Serra moving on. Gerald Thompson and Curtis Allen next pair. Thompson left side dialed in at 469. And Curtis Allen right side dialed in at 5 flat. Going to be the winner as Thompson turns it way on the red side. Curtis Allen 005, one above 3, 18 total. Going to take the win as Thompson was 306 on the red side, so not sure what happened there if he didn't have the crossover set up like he should have. Curtis Allen moving on. It's not Thompson's day's not over yet though. He can go to racer registration. $250, you can get them bought back into the re-entry round. Brian Stevenson, and last night's 50,000 winner, Mark Kelly. Kelly right side dialed in at 471. Brian Stevenson left side dialed in at 472. 42 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Stevenson. Win light Stevenson. 475 with a 2 on the 472 dial in. 010 on the tree. Mark Kelly missing the tree right there. Goes 052 on the tree, 472 with a 2 on the 471 dial in. So last night's winner in one of his entries. Gonna have to buy back. Gary Sturgeon and T-Rock, Troy Williams Jr. Sturgeon left side dialed in at 505. Williams dialed in at 470. Defended on the short line. Gonna go to Sturgeon left side. Gonna turn that to a win as well. How about 9 dead 2 for Gary Sturgeon? 11 total. Locks out Troy Williams, who was 026 on the starting line. Goes 468 with a 4 on the 470 dial in. Getting there by a thou. We're breaking out a lot more than that. Gary Sturgeon, moving on. Brendan Jones, Scotty Gibson Jr. Jones left side dialed in at 517. And Scotty Gibson, right side dialed in at 457. Thousandths of a second, separation up front. Advantage Gibson. Win light Gibson. 011. One above 2, 23 total. It was Brandon Jones. It was 014 on the tree. 2 above 5. And 16th out behind at the stripe. Scotty Gibson Jr. moving on. Aaron Williams and Barry Brown our next pair. Williams left side dialed in at 507. And Barry Brown right side dialed in at 444. Williams going to do the winner. Brown turns at 017 red. So Williams, 029, 503 with a 1 on the 507 dial in. Brown after the red light breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Red and dead. Red and dead, red and dead. Tim Butler and Aaron McCullough next pair. McCullough right side dialed in at 477. And Tim Butler left side dialed in at 488. Butler going to be the winner. McCullough turns at 010 on the red side. So Butler, 19, 1 above 0, 29 total. Going to take the win is McCullough. After the red light, breaking out by a thou, and turning it 10 thou red. Elizabeth Keene and Kevin Abbott next pair. Keene left side dialed in at 484. And Abbott, right side dialed in at 464. Abbott going to be the winner as Elizabeth Keene turns at 024 red. Abbott 002 red right behind her. Goes 467 with a 3 on a 464 dial in. Keene after the red light breaks out 7 thou. No good. Kevin Abbott, winner in that pair. Left side dialed in at 443. And Jake Hodge, right side, dialed in at 479. Says Glenn Dilday on my screen here. But that is Robbie Gear's dragster. Don't know if Robbie is doubled or if that's... It is Glenn Dilday driving Robbie's dragster. All right. 0.02 of a second separates him up front. Glenn Dilday has the advantage, going to take the win as well. How about 001? One above 2. 13 total. Locks out Jake Hodge, who was 021 reaction time, and goes 480 with a 7 on a 479 dial in. So Glenn Dilday moving on. P, yes. Thomson, yes sir. Tony Pontillo and Brian Gasper, next pair. Pontillo left side dialed in at 470, and Brian Gasper right side dialed in at 489. McGowan and BT next pair. 4,000 separate them. Advantage McGowan. Advantage Taylor, Winlight McGowan. 15 at dead zero. There's BT on the drop. 011 on the tree. 63 with a 9. Good enough for 35. Thou behind at the stripe. So McGowan moving on. Patrick Miller and Kelly Smith next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 476. Smith driving Tim Cron's dragster right side, dialed in at 499. Miller's going to be the winner. Smith turns the 011 red. So Miller 007, 473 with a 0 on the 476. Smith after the red light, 498 with a 0 on a 499. Next pair, Gary Carbone and Jeremy Popple. Carbone left side dialed in at 441. And Jeremy Popple right side dialed in at 476. So once again, red and white run sticker dragsters you have been called. Red and white run sticker dragsters you have been called at this time. $25,000 of a second, separates them up front. Advantage Popple, Winlight, Popple, 005, 2 above 9. Going to take the win. This Carbone was 030 reaction time, 1 above 7. Good enough for 13, down behind at the stripe. So Jeremy Popple moving on. Michael Smith and Bruce Lieberman next pair. Smith left side dialed in at 502. Lieberman right side dialed in at 454. $22,000 of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Lieberman. Wind light, Lieberman, 455 with a 0. On the 454 dial in, 008 light. 18 total, locks out Michael Smith, who was 030 on the reaction time. Breaks out and still behind at the stripe. It's Lieberman moving on. Michael Yarnall and Mike Larkin going to be our next pair. Got a piece of debris on the track that's around 300 feet or so on the left side. Starter JT on the ball. Gonna go retrieve that piece of debris. Get back to racing here in just a few seconds.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
Separate these two up front. Advantage, Yarnall. Wind light, Larkin, 025. One above 4, going to take the win. Is Yarnall. Left side was 023 on the tree. 2 above 3 and 7 thou behind at the stripe. Left side. I'm sorry, right side moving on. George E. Bell and Bubba Hawthorne, next pair. E. Bell left side dialed in at 452. Hawthorne right side dialed in at 482. Ebell going to be the winner as Hawthorne turns at 022 on the red side. Ebell showing his hand, 449 with a 0 on the 452 dial in. It's Hawthorne after the red light, 481 with a 5 on that 482 dial in. Corey Galletti and Terry Hutchins, next pair. Galletti, pit stop. Over on the left side, dialed in at 453. And Hutchins, right side, dialed in at 503. Four thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Galletti. Wind light Galletti, 015. One above 0, 25 total. Going to take the win as Hutchins was 019 on the tree. One above 1, 30 total. Good enough for 5 thou behind. Gas and go, moving on. Howard Westbury and Todd Osteen, next pair. Westbury over on the left side, dialed in at 451. And Todd Osteen, right side, dialed in at 481. Randy Krause and Kevin Burkett, next pair. Burkett left side dialed in at 481. Krause right side dialed in at 482. Burkett going to be the winner. Krause turned to 005 red. So Burkett making a time ride out of it. Goes 479 with a 6. On the 481 dial in. Krause after the red light, 483 with a 1. On the 482 dial in. Burkett moving on. Eric Mann and Justin Fordyce, next pair. Mann left side dialed in at 465. And Justin Fordyce, right side, dialed in at 472. Seconds separates them up front. Advantage man, win light man. 27, dead 3, 30 total. Locks out Justin Fordyce, who was 035 reaction time. Goes 1 above 4 and 19th out behind at the stripe. So Eric Mann moving on to round number 2. Michael Valley and Mike Gentile, next pair. Valley left side dialed in at 462. And Gentile right side dialed in at 501. Valley going to be the winner. Gentile turns in 026 red. Michael Valley 5 total. 004 dead 1. Going to take the win. Gentile after the red light goes 5 flat with a 9. Breaking out a foul. Michael Valley 5 total and moving on. McKenna Kitterman and Ray Connolly, next pair. Kitterman left side dialed in at 444. And Ray Connolly right side dialed in at 454. And that is on starting line. Going to go Kitterman. Win like Kitterman. 013, 1 above 5. Going to get the win. It's Connolly was 062 on the tree, dead 5. And 39th out behind at the finish line. McKenna Kitterman moving on. John Sloan and Kenny Underwood. Sloan left side dialed in at 464. Underwood right side dialed in at 480. We have called at this time red and white run sticker dragsters. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We haven't called at this time. Seconds, that brings them up front. Advantage Sloan. One light Sloan. 17 dead 5. 22 total. Locks out Kenny Underwood, who was 025 on the reaction time. Breaks out 6 thousandths. Gets there 3 thousandths. Has absolutely 0 to work with. John Sloan moving on. Alan Glatt and Mike Stazuski. Gonna be our next pair. Glatt left side dialed in at 455. Mike Stazuski over on the right hand side dialed in at 506. One. Mike Stazuski, winner with a 050 reaction time. 507 with a 2 on the 506 dial in. Glatt 006 red and 452 with a 9 on the 455 dial in. So Mike Stazuski moving on. Ricky Boggs and Brett Sloat next pair. Boggs left side dialed in at 487. And Brett Sloat right side dialed in at 494. Thousandths of a second, separates him up front. Advantage, Sloat. Win light, Sloat, 015. 497 with a 7 on the 494 dial in. Gonna take the win is Boggs. It was 019 on the tree. Breaks out a thou. And gets there a whole lot more than a thou. You need to give it just one little extra kick or brake drag or cough. Wiggle the roll cage a little bit. Brett Sloat moving on that pair. Carl Susie and Michael Rourke. Susie left side dialed in at 469. And Michael Rourke right side dialed in at 455. Going to be the winner. Susie turned the 015 red. The Rourke 012. 2 above 2. 34 total. Moving on as Susie dead on with a 3. Red and dead. Michael Rourke moving on. Adam Benzenis and Melissa Kelly. Benzenis left side dialed in at 480. And Melissa Kelly right side dialed in at 461. Thousandth of a second separates them up front. Advantage Kelly. One light Benzenis, however, 015, dead 5, 20 total. Going to take the win is Melissa Kelly. Had the better 009 reaction time. Goes 463 with a 1 on the 461 dial in. Behind at the stripe, Benzenis. Moving on to that pair. Corey LeClaire and Zach Cook. LeClaire left side dialed in at 491. Zach Cook right side dialed in at 462. Crushed it, but Zach Cook will be the advantage on the tree. Going to take the win as well. 467 with a 2 on the 462, dial in. Leclerc, 492 with an 8 on the 491, dial in. Good enough. But 32th out behind at the stripe. Zach Cook moving on. Amy Farrow and Kayla Costello, next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 465. And Kayla Costello right side dialed in at 467. Sparrow going to be the winner. Costello turns at 705 red. Sparrow 012. 2 above 5. Going to take the win. CJ Keene and Trey Bunner next pair. Advantage off the starting line. Go to Bunner. Win light Bunner 016, 486 with a 5 on the 484 dial in. Keene after the 048 reaction time goes 450 with a 1 on the 448 dial in. Michael Scott and Travis Laster Jr. next pair. Scott left side dialed in at 456. Laster right side dialed in at 416. Right side, going to take the win as well. 046, 2 above 9. Going to take the win is Michael Scott. 093 on the tree, missed it right there. It goes 457 with a 1 on the 456 dial in. Laster moving on to round number next. Marshall Grooms and Derek Hubbard next pair. Grooms left side dialed in at 471. Hubbard right side dialed in at 446. Hubbard getting down to the Dragster finals last night. Just brings him up front, and then it's Hubbard. Win light Grooms, 008, dead 08 total. Going to take the win is Hubbard. Had the better 005 reaction time. Goes 1 above 4. And 11th out behind at the stripe. So Marshall Grooms moving on. Katie Sloat and Timmy Miller next pair. Sloat left side dialed in at 489. And Timmy Miller, right side, dialed in at 486. Going to be disappointed in this one. Float 060 on the 3, 487 with a 6 on the 489 dial in. Timmy Miller 484 with a 6 on the 486 dial in. Katie Sloat moving on. Frank the Tank and Isaac Harris next pair. Frank Ange left side dialed in at 460 and Isaac Harris right side also dialed in at 460. Will not get the win light. Isaac Harris 022, 461 with a 2 on the 460 dial in. Andre had a 001 reaction time getting there 34. Needed to get there by 33. Jake the Snake Hodge is not impressed with that one. Next pair, Jay Adams and Carson Brown. Adams left side dialed in at 490. Carson Brown right side dialed in at 468. Carson Brown going to be the winner. Jay Adams turns at 007 red. Brown 005, 466 with a 7 on the 468 dial in. Jay Adams 491 with a 4 on the 490 dial in after the 007 red light. Leighton Sumter and Kyle Cotrera next pair. Sumter left side dialed in at 461. Kyle Cotrera right side dialed in at 447. Foul separates them up front, and they are 3 total, leaving the starting line. Win light, Cotrera. 003, 2 above 2. Gonna take the win as Sumter had the perfect 000 reaction time. 37 total, make that 27 total. And 2 thou behind at the finish line. Kyle Cotrera moving on. Jason Rich and McKenna Brown next pair. Rich, left side dialed in at 4:33. McKenna Brown, right side dialed in at 4:59. Identical 008 reaction time down to the stripe. Win light, McKenna Brown. 008, dead 3:11 total. Locks out Jason Rich, who was also 008. One above 4 and 11 thou behind at the finish line. McKenna Brown moving on to that pair. Red, white, blue, run sticker dragsters. Red, white, blue, run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Red, white, and blue run sticker dragsters. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Jeremy West and William Hamilton next pair. West, left side dialed in at 481. Hamilton, right side dialed in at 460. Separates them up front, 00s a pair. Win light gonna go to Hamilton, 9, dead 9, 18 total. Jeremy West had the better 002 reaction time, getting there 20, breaking out 4, needed to take 16 or less. That would have gotten him the win lights. So William Hamilton moving on. Steve Dweck and John Brown next pair. Dweck left side dialed in at 486. And John Brown right side dialed in at 451. Down, separates them up front. John Brown, 001. How about 2 total for John Brown? 1, dead 1. Locks out Steve Dweck, who was 011 on the tree, dead 8, 19 total, and 17 thou behind. To John Brown, 2 total, and moving on. Keith Russell and Jason Bator next pair. Russell left side dialed in at 470. And Jason Bator, right side, dialed in at 454. Separate them up front. Advantage Bator, win light Bator. Make that win light Russell. Dead on with a 6. As Bator was 4 above and 29 thou behind at the stripe. Keith Russell moving on. Michael Carpenter and Will Holloman going to be our next pair. Carpenter left side dialed in at 488. And Will Holloman right side dialed in at 452. foul separates them up front. And Kenny Coleman, Whitlight Carpenter 016, one above 7. Going to take the win as Holloman was better on the tree with an 013 light. Goes 2 above 7. So Carpenter moving on. This ought to be a good matchup. Dave Triplett left side and Jeff Serra right side. Triplett dialed in at 465. Jeff Serra dialed in at 455. Dave Triplett going to be the winner. Serra with a double 04 red. Triplett 014. 464 with a 6 on the 465 dial in. Chris Rowe and Stacy Carpenter next pair. Rowe left side dialed in at 470. Carpenter right side dialed in at 474. Then John front line is going to go to Rowe left side. Going to take the win as well. Rowe going to be the winner. 005, 1 above 9. And Stacy Carpenter was 013 on the tree, 1 above 4. Good enough for 3 foul behind at the finish line. Chris Rowe moving on. Jason Falk and Travis Laster next pair. Falk left side dialed in at 489. And Travis Laster right side dialed in at 436. So once again, all run sticker dragsters you have been called. All run sticker dragsters you have been called for round number 1. Travis Laster, 008 and in control. How about 8-pack for Travis Laster, 008, dead 0. Going to take the win is Jason Falk missing the tree. Goes 483 with a 4 on the 489 dial in. Still 11 foul behind at the finish line. Travis Laster moving on. Doughboy, Gary Williams Jr., left side. And SAJ. Definitely not the first time these two have raced each other. Williams left side dialed in at 479. And SAJ right side dialed in at 454. SAJ going to be the winner as Williams turned to 006 red. Albrecht 453 with a 4 on the 454 dial in. Williams after the red light goes 473 with a 6 on the 479 dial in. So SAJ moving on. Dunn, 005. Going to take the win, 477 with a 3 and the 474 dial in. Mueller was 040 on the tree, goes 477 with a 4 on a 474 dial in. Good enough for a 36 thou behind up the stripe. Billy Dunn moving on. John Douglas and Brandon Bachmeyer. Douglas left side dialed in at 455. And Bachmeyer right side dialed in at 466. Guys on the starting line, we're going to go to Douglas, left side. Winner as well, 038, 456 with a 5 on the 455 dial in. Bachmeyer was 064 on the tree, goes 464 with an 8 on the 466 dial in, getting there in thou, and had nothing to work with at the stripe. Final call for all color dragsters, round number 1. Final call, all color run sticker dragsters for round number 1, please. Stephen Farrow and Claude DeBonis gonna be our next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 453. Claude DeBonis right side dialed in at 457. Brandon Jones, need you to the racer registration, please. Brandon Jones, need you to racer registration, please. Stephen Farrow, winner in that last pair, as Claude DeBonis turns at 004 on the red side. So Steve Farrow moving on. Ralph Chambers and Chad Morrison, next pair. Chambers left side dialed in at 444. Chad Morrison right side dialed in at 453. Thousandths of a second, separates from up front. Advantage Chambers. Win light Chambers 003, one above 6. Good enough for 19 total. Chad Morrison was 18 on the tree, 454 with a 3 on the 453 dial in. Leaves him 12 thou behind. Chambers moving on. Gerald Thompson. No driver information on the right-hand side. 478 going to be the dial in for him. And Gerald Thompson, left side, dialed in at 471. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Right side the advantage, right side going to be the winner. 479 with a 7 on the 478 dial in. Thompson was 047 on the tree, dead 6, and 21 thou behind at the stripe. Right side moving on. Steve Mueller and Tebow in our next pair. Mueller left side dialed in at 461. Tyler Bohannon right side dialed in at 464. Mueller going to be the winner. Eagle for the 004 red. Mueller 041, dead 7, 48 total. Tyler Bohannon, after going red, was 465 with a 1 on the 464 dial in. So Steve Mueller moving on. At this time, no box re-entry round, no box re-entry round. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. No box re-entry round, we will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Terrell Sinkler and Trip McCarty, our next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 477, and Trip McCarty right side dialed in at 478. Thousandths of a second, separates up front. Advantage McCarty. Win light McCarty. 7 total for Tripman. 006 dead 1. 7 total. Locks out Terrell Sinkler, who was 018 reaction time. 1 above 1 and 22 out behind at the stripe. So Tripman McCarty. 7 total and moving on. Tim Miller and Dylan Mudd next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 485. And Dylan Mudd, right side, dialed in at 453. We will see what trick Dylan Mudd has up his sleeve. He said, wait till you see what we do first round here. A significant starting line advantage. Going to take the win as well. 005, 457 with a 6 on the 453 dial in. Miller was 113 on the reaction time. Goes 487 with an 8 on the 485 dial in. So John Yacht and Tom Dauber next pair. John Brandon left side dialed in at 474. Tom Dauber, right side dialed in at 462. Two thousandths of a second, separation up front. Tom Dauber, 001 total. How about that? Tom Dauber, 001, dead 0. Locks out Johnny Brandon, who is 023 on the tree, dead 5, and 27th out behind at the stripe. Tom Dauber, with authority, going to take the round number 1 win. Paul Skinzer and John Siegel next pair. Skinzer left side dialed in at 463. And John Siegel right side dialed in at 446. Second, separates them up front. Advantage Siegel, win light, Siegel 016, 1 above 8, going to take the win. It's Skinzer with 021 on the tree, 2 above 4, good enough for 11 thou behind at the stripe. John Siegel moving on. Jeff Keenan, the Hellcat Dragster, and James Kavanaugh. Keen left side dialed in at 474. James Kavanaugh right side dialed in at 469. Advantage Keene. Win light Kavanaugh. 031, 471 with a 4 on the 469 dial in. Keene had the better 023 reaction time, but cannot run the number. Looks like he could have run the number, but looks like he got behind at the stripe. Margin of victory to Kavanaugh, 0.0004. Jeff Keene double entered. We will see him in a couple of pair as he is coming right back around. As we are wrapping up round number 1 of dragster category. No box re-entry round. We have called you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. So no box re-entry round. These are the lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Anthony D'Agostino and Macarura there. 10,000 separates them up front. Advantage D'Agostino. Going to take the win as well. 7 dead 6, 13 total for D'Agostino. Going to take the win as Ruark with 17 on the tree. Dead 0 and 4 thou behind up the stripe. D'Agostino moving on. Red, run sticker door cars. Red, run sticker door cars. Each to the lanes, please, for your re-entry round. Lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Red, run sticker door car re-entry round. Each of the lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Troy Williams from Virginia and John O'Gerber next pair. Williams, left side dialed in at 464. Right side dialed in at 502. 16,000 seconds separates them up front. Advantage Gerber. Win light Gerber. 503 with a 5 on the 502 dial in. Williams was 026 on the tree. Dead 9 and 10 thou behind at the finish line. John O'Gerber moving on. Matt Ferraro and Baby Gap. Slate Cummings. Cummings right side dialed in at 451. And Matt Ferraro, left side, dialed in at 490. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Ferraro. Win light, going to go to Ferraro. 008. One above 8, 26 total. Almost locks out Slate Cummings from the start, who was 025 on the reaction time. Goes dead 7 and still leaves him 6 thou behind at the finish line. So Matt Ferraro moving on. Brian Stevenson and Aaron McCullough next pair. Stevenson left side dialed in at 471. McCullough right side dialed in at 477. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Stevenson left side. Win light going to go to McCullough right side, however, 026, dead 2, 28 total. Brian Stevenson had the better 009 reaction time, goes 473 with a 5, and 3 thou behind at the finish line. So Aaron McCullough moving on. Lori Shapiro and Jeff Burns. Shapiro left side dialed in at 482. And Jeff Burns, right side, dialed in at 438. Once again, no box, need you to lanes 3 and 4 for your re-entry rounds. And also door car, red run stickers, these are the lanes 5 and 6 for your re-entry round. Jeff Burns does be the winner as Shapiro turns at 002 red. 009, a dead 7. 16 total for Jeff Burns. Going to take the win is Shapiro after the red light. Goes 483 with a 3 on the 482 dial in. Jeff Burns moving on. John Boat, Johnny Brannon, and Donovan Williams. Brannon left side dialed in at 458. And Donovan Williams right side dialed in at 468. For the second, separates them up front. Advantage, Williams. Win light, Williams. Something going on with Brandon's car, could not make the full pull. It's Williams, 005, 480 with a 7, shutting it down early. It was Johnny Brandon shutting it down earlier than that. Had an 011 reaction time. So Donovan Williams moving on. Brianna Costello and Joe DeVete. Costello left side dialed in at 477. And Joe DeVete right side dialed in at 478. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Costello left side. Going to be the winner as well. 012, 3 above. 42 total. Locks out Joe DeVete, who was 056 on the tree. He breaks out by 5 thou. I'm sorry, gets there 5 thou, breaks out a lot more than that. So Costello moving on. Jonathan DiApril and Bruce Lieberman, our next pair. We are slowly but surely winding down round number 1. Here at the SFG Christmas Bracket Bash, presented by Hansen Global and Jegs.com. DiApril left side dialed in at 456. Lieberman right side dialed in at 434. Double 02 red. The DiApril 458 with a 6 on a 456 dial in. He had a 044 light. Lieberman after the red light 433 with a 5 on a 434 dial in. Jeff Keane back around for his second entry. We'll see what happens here as he is dialed in at 467 and draws BT. Brandon Taylor, right side, dialed in at 476. I wonder if they bet a beer at Gecko's for who wins first round. I'm going to go with yes on this one. Jeff's going to be buying, it looks like, as he turns at 003 red. BT, 025 on the tree, 475 with a 7. Good enough for the round number 1 win. Keen after the red light, 468 with an 8 on the 467 dial in. Brianna Costello, left side dialed in at 462. And Al Capone, over on the right-hand side, Adam Russell, dialed in at 441. Advantage on the line, and you got a Costello left side. Going to take the win as well. 006, 4 above 5, going to take the win. Russell was 033 on the tree, and 7 above the dial-in. So Costello moving on to round number 2. Chris Turner, Scott Gibson. Turner left side dialed in at 464. And Scott Gibson right side dialed in at 458. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Gibson right side. Going to turn that into a win. 013, 2 above 3. Locks out Chris Turner, who was 054 on the reaction time. He was 3 above the dial and 49 thou behind at the stripe. Scotty Gibson moving on. Roy McGowan Sr. and Dave Edwards. McGowan left side dialed in at 535. And Dave Edwards over on the right hand side dialed in at 483. Advantage Edwards. Win light Edwards 005, 3 above 7. Going to take the win as McGowan was 025 on the tree, 3 above 2, and 15 thou behind at the stripe. Dave Edwards moving on. Red and white run stickers for door car re-entry round. We'll take you into lanes at this time. Red and white run sticker door cars. We will take you into lanes for your re-entry round at this time. Carla Pontillo and W.R. Ketterman next pair. As we are wrapping up this round of dragsters. 475 the dial in on the left. 462 the dial in on the right. 2/1000ths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Ketterman. Win light Ketterman 004, 1 above 6. Going to take the win as Pontillo was 006, 1 above 9. Good enough for 5 thou behind. W.R. Ketterman moving on. James Hill. And last night's winner, Mark Kelly from Southampton, New Jersey. Over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 472. Going to be moving on to round number 2 as James Hill could not hold it on the starting line. Goes 518 with a 0 in the losing effort. So Mark Kelly, 008, and breaks out 4 thou. Going to move on to round number 2. That's going to do it for round number 1.
James.
center line figured out our engine and ground height, that's when we started making our motor mounts.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags!
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
It is past lunchtime. Concession stand is open. You can run on down there and get yourself lunch. The cheap date specials, I got myself a milkshake down there earlier. Cheeseburger, fries, and a drink, hot dog and fries, pulled pork and fries, grilled chicken, bacon, and cheese sandwich, and buffalo chicken sandwich. Head on down there and get yourself something good to eat. They will be here till right around 5:30. We'll let you know later. Right now on the line, we only have one pair of cars that have re-entered in no box. Kevin Pollard, left lane, 550 the dial. Nikki Thomas, 619 in the S10 in the right. Nice wheel stand by the S10, has the reaction time advantage. Nikki Thompson turns it into a win. She's 7 on the tree, 1 over 3. That makes 20 total. Kevin Pollard, 12 on the tree, but has trouble getting down the track. runs 6 over and is 56 behind. And here we go with the first pair of box door car re-entry round. Hope everybody is enjoying their Saturday. Again, another beautiful day here. Partly cloudy, a little bit more of a breeze than yesterday. Yesterday was about as good as it gets, and every day has been great. Yesterday just kind of stood out as even a more better day. But it has been beautiful every day here in Bradenton, Florida. If you get a chance, put this race on your schedule for next year. Right now, Mark Talmadge, 602 left. Bill Fordyce, 581 right. Talmadge getting his door blowing off right there, kind of opening up halfway down the run. He's 15 on the light, he's 19 over, and he's behind 8th thou. Really not blowing his door off, but Fordyce advances in the Camaro right lane. Edwin Giovanni left, 686 the dial. Rick Schaefer, 539. Schaefer goes 4 on the tree, lights a wind lamp. And makes a clean run. Schaefer, your winner in the Roadster. Raymond Keown, left side, 580 the dial. Finally made a clean pass first round, but a little tardy on the tree. Spent $250 on the re-entry, and now he's racing Sean Ligerfeld, 522 the dial. right side, 93 Beretta. Doesn't want to go home. He lets go 4, runs it on down, breaks it out 3 thou, taken 48. John Lingerfeld, 47 on the tree, dead 2, moving on by virtue of the breakout by Raymond Keown. Howard Westbury in the kick booty Chevy 2. Left side, 555 the dial. Ed Nunez, 763 in the S10 right lane. Separated by only a thou. Nunez with the advantage. Has trouble getting down the track. The truck has been really dependable all weekend long, but he can't run the number. Howard Westbury getting through to the next round. 24 on the tree and a bunch over. Scott Stilling's going to try out the left lane this time. 515 the dial. Chasing down Rafael Mamie, right side dial, 612. Again, separated by only a thou. This time Stillings with the better light goes 13, 2 over 8, gets there by 5 thou. And he's going to round 2. Says Bug McCarty. I'm going to go with Bug McCarty because I saw the Roadster in the trailer while I was out on break. He's dialed 609 in the left, turns it loose and wins. Jerry Sims, right side, goes 1 stinking thou red and breaks out by 1 stinking thou. Bug McCarty goes 23, breaks it out 44. He's going to round 2. Dale Thaxton, right side, 523 the dial. Garrett Browning, 624 left lane. Garrett Browning, 005 on the tree, but can't run the number. Dale Thaxton, 15, 2 over 3. No, he can't run the number. Garrett Browning gets the win. 28 total, 10 thou ahead. S10 left lane, moving on. Travis Logan dials in 621 left side. Tyler McMillan in the S10, 590 right lane. Tree comes down and away we go. Again, another nice wheel stand by Travis Logan. He's got the reaction time advantage. He goes 4, dead 9, 13 total. Locks out Tyler McMillan, who was 16, dead 8. Not a bad run for the S10 in the right lane, but not good enough to get by Travis Logan. He'll move on to round 2. Johnny Tolosano out of Jupiter, Florida, dials up a 550 in the Corvette Roadster, left lane. John Laster, 578 in the Malibu, right side. Johnny Palisano, 14 red, no good. He runs dead on. John Laster goes 2 on the tree, breaks it out 8th thou, moving on to round 2. AA Ron Milton up next, 590 the dial. Right side, Matt Brewer, 588 in the Malibu on the left. Having trouble getting off the button. Leaves the door open for Matt Brewer to walk through, and he does. Brewer 10 on the tree, 31 over, taking 37. Aaron Milton breaks it out, and we'll just leave it at that. Carlos Arroyo Jr., left side, 591 the dial, and that's 70 Camaro. Glenn Dilday, right side, 546. Red, white, and blue door cars. Red, white, and blue re-entry door cars. We need you to staging. Separated by 16 thou. Reaction time advantage going to Glenn Dilday. He's 4 on the tree, and on the double breakout, he'll take the win. He's 6 thou under as Carlos Arroyo Jr. 20 on the tree, 22 under, no good. Carlos Diaz up next, 545 the dial. Dwayne Roberts, right lane, 609 the dial. JT nice enough to walk around the car and roll up the passenger side window for Dwayne Roberts. Separated by only 2 thou. Carlos Diaz with the starting line advantage. 11 dead 1 locks out Dwayne Roberts, who was 13 dead 1. Ouch. 002 margin of victory. Oh my goodness. Scotty Richardson dials up a 642. Left lane. Tom Orr, the Corvette Roadster, dialed a 532. Orr taking a little while to get his burnout done. Now he'll rejoin. Separated by only 3 thou. Tom Orr has the advantage on the starting line. He turns it into a win. He goes 14, dead 9, 23 total. Leaves him 26 ahead as Scotty Richardson drops him off at the start or at the finish line. Richardson 17, 3 over, 26 behind. Jason Wilson, left side, 624 the dial. Scott Popple in the Racy Lumina, right side, 531. Jason Wilson, 008 green. Scott Popple, red. Jason Wilson moving on.
They're good. They're still the end.
Separated by 2 thou. Mike White goes 10, dead 9 in the super fast Corvette. Moving on. Up next, Walter Brown up next. 744 the dial. Matt Daddis, 619 right side. Matt Daddis, 26 on the tree, 1 over 9, leaves him 4 thou behind. Walter Brown moving on, 25, 1 over 6, 4 thou ahead. Mark Mullen, 552 in the Vega, left side. Dan Corbasiero, 586 on the motorcycle, right lane. Going to the Vega, can't get the job done, breaking it out. 22, 9 thou under, no good. Dan Corbasiero on the motorcycle, 37, dead 5, moving on by virtue of the breakout. Tim Martin left side, 636. Manny Sosa right side, 635. Manny Sosa crushes the tree, goes Bond. Runs 4 over with the 1, regulates the finish line, takes 38. Your winner, Renee Meyerhofer in the 69 Dart, left side, 580 the dial. Stevie Dustin, 622, right side. Shout out to DK Corporation for getting the guys in the staging lanes lunch. We appreciate that, or at least they appreciate that. Stevie Dustin goes a million red and then goes 6 under to boot on his way to the end of the track. Renee Meyerhofer, 87 green. Stevie Dustin not going to be happy at all. Max Brewer left side, 6 flat the dial. Big wheel stand about to ensue. John Hudson, 576 right side. Door cars, a final call. All door cars, a final call for your re-entry round. And Max Brewer goes green. He's 16 in the tree, has the advantage, and then breaks out. He's had a tough run these last several rounds he's made from yesterday and today. John Hudson 31 in the tree, dead on 8, your winner in the 56 Chev. Lindsay back, left lane, 618 the dial. About to do another big wheel stand in that Blazer. Left side, Alfredo Ortiz Colon, 614 in the racy Chevy Camaro, right side. This feels so much better. And away they go with identical 21 lights. Getting there first, not breaking out. Lindsay back, 1 over with a 5. Gives her the win light by 6 thou as Alfredo goes 2 over 1. Again, both 21 lights. Jay Adams, 69 Firebird, 661 the dial left side. Morgan Larkin, 597 dial in the Chevy 2. Has the advantage on the starting line. Larkin goes 3, 1 over 8. 21 total. Finishes behind by 2 thou because Jay Adams had to break it out to do that. Larkin moving on in that Black Magic Chevy 2. Nauman left side, 565 the dial. Jason Kimbrell right side, 617 in the Malibu. Double red lights, but Kimbrell goes red first and the worst. Nauman moving on. 006 red, 13 under. Kimbrell 17 red, 12 under. Nauman moving on left lane. Dave Connolly left lane, 571 the dial. In the familiar white Chevy 2 wagon. Bill Powell, 548 in the 90 Mustang right lane. Double O, Dave Connolly's 005. Can't turn it into a win. Bill Powell 008, 2 over with a 5. Ends up ahead 6 thou as Connolly regulates himself out of that race. Powell moving on in the Mustang right side. Bob Walsh 605 left side. Jason McCandless 573 right side in the Roadster. Reaction time favors McCandless in the Roadster. He goes 6. Kicks it a few times on the way down, runs 3 over with a 4, taking 25. McCandless end-to-end winner in that one. Michael Yarnell up next, left lane, 655 the dial. Mike Mills, right side, 615 the dial. Time advantage going to Mike Mills. He's 2 on the tree and gets it done. Dead 6, 8 total. Michael Yarnell, 16 on the tree. Gets behind because he can't get there. Mike Mills moving on in the Barracuda. Jose Colon right side in the S10 pickup, dialed 647. Going to get chased by Randy Folk. Folk dialed 589 in the ever popular wheel standing 64 Corvettes. Reaction time advantage going to Randy by 15 thou. He turns it into a win, running 3 over with a 6, taking 15 thou. Jose Colon 28, 26 over. Ending the day for that entry for Jose Colon. Randy Folk moving on. Russell Duranda, dial 689, left lane. John Schaefer, 668, right side. 82 Capri. Right lane goes red. Left lane 49 green, dead 1. 50 total, moving on. Russell Duranda, your winner in the left lane. Garrett Griffith back. 624 the dial. Trey Bunner, 571 right side. Separated by only 2 thou. Trey Bunner with the advantage turns it into a win. 24 dead 0, locks out Garrett Griffith. Griffith 26 dead 3, 5 thou behind for the loss. Dragster, red run stickers only. Dragsters, red run sticker re-entry only. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Pete DeNovo, dials 580, left side. Rob Hall, 629, in the right lane. Trying to figure out who's in the left lane. We know it's Raymond Keelan's car. Looks like Darren Roten driving it. Driving pretty well. He's got 15 thou to work with. Gets it done. 15 thou, 1 over 5. Locks out Rob Hall. He's 30 on the tree. 9 thou under. Getting there 9 thou. Had to go dead 0 and wish. The 67 Cougar XR7 moving on left lane. Travis Logan up now, 620 the dial. Left lane. Rick McDonough, 532 the dial in the right lane. With the reaction time advantage by 12 thou, he makes it work on the double breakout. He's 16 on the tree, breaks it out 24. Rick McDonough, 28 on the tree, breaks it out 29. That's 5 thou more then Travis Logan. Travis Logan moving on. Sean Lingerfeld, left lane, 522 the dial. Scott Bender, 685 right side. Separated by only a thou. Sean Lingerfelder will take the win. He's 11, 1 over 4. Scott Bender had a chance. He's 12, but breaks it out. 18 thou. Scott Stillings, left lane, 516 the dial. Bill Groton, 598 the dial. Right side. Reaction time advantage favoring the right side. He turns it into a win. He goes 14, 1 over 1. 35 package. That's 9 thou better than Scott Stillings. Bill Groton moving on in the 66 GTO right lane. Carlos Arroyo Jr. left side, dials 589. Going to get chased by Rob Peterson. Peterson in the S10 right lane, 553 the dial. Time advantage favoring the Chevrolet Camaro of Arroyo Jr. He turns it into a win. 18 dead 7, 27 total. Locks out Rob Peterson, 28 on the tree, and then gets behind. Carlos Diaz, left side, 545 the dial in the Vega. Kerry Bradley, 695 the dial, right side in the Chevy S10. Carlos Diaz, 9 green. Kerry Bradley, 1 stinking thou red. Diaz, 9 dead 9. Moving on. Donald Wiggins, left lane, 542 the dial. Vinny Guido, 625 the dial. Right side. Couple of nice wheelies by both cars. Donald Wiggin goes 13 green. He's going to advance. He lets out to go 5 over. Vinny Guido, 1 thou red, 21 thou under. Wiggins, left side, moving on. Leon Robertson, 613 the dial, left side. Chad Duke, 542, right side. thou separate them. The advantage goes to Neon Leon. He gets the job done. 18 1/1. Puts him 18 thou ahead. Chad Duke was 20 on the tree. 27 over. Puts him behind. Ryan Barnes dials 515 left side. Taylor Beaudry 593 right side. Red and white run sticker dragsters. Red and white run sticker re-entry dragsters. Please come to the staging lanes as soon as you can. Taylor Beaudry knocks the tree over as he drives by. He goes 2. Runs 2 over with a 7 for a 29 pack, puts him 26 thou ahead. Ryan Barnes not bad on the tree, 16, but gets behind. Running almost 4 over. Larry Hamby left side, 577 the dial. Fred Anger, 573 right lane. Time advantage going to Fred Anger. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. And he does win. 008. 2 over with a 3. 31 total. Locks out Larry Hamby, who was 42 on the tree. Brian Cerruti left side, 639 the dial. David Bird Jones, 492 the dial. Cerruti away with a 20 light, but tails in comparison to David Bird Jones 004. Jones runs 1 over 1 for 15 total, locking out Cerruti. Gary Williams left side, dials up 530. Rick Schaefer right side, 541 in the Roadster. Schaefer lets go 1, in control the entire way. Runs 3 over with a 7, forces Gary Williams to break it out. Williams 20 on the tree, 4 thou under. Had room, didn't get it done. Darren Roten in the S10 dials 679. Marilyn Laster, hero to a 0. Last night's runner-up in 50 grand. Here she is in the re-entry round. Right side, dial 574. What a humbling sport we participate in. He goes 3, then runs it out by 300ths, breaks it out. Marilyn Laster, 23 on the tree, 2 over with a 9. 79 behind, but gets the win. Dale Thaxton, left side, 535. Gus Mascarenas, 524. JT helping out Gus, who rolled ahead too far and can't back up or something. This ought to be interesting. Away they go. Dale Thaxton, 499 red. Gus Mascarenas, 467 red. I don't know what happened there, but it wasn't pretty. Mascarenas with the win. Jason Kimbrell, 615 left side. Jeremy Popple, 512 right. Reaction time advantage going to Popple. He's 6 on the tree, regulates back, 3.5 over, taking 10 thou. Very tidy lap by Jeremy Popple for the win. Pete DeNovo taking the drag race results, dragracesolutions.com buy run. He goes 2 red, runs 5 over. Dragster reentry round coming at you right now. This is where the rubber meets the road. To continue your quest for 50 grand, it's all or nothing right here. Everybody's laying it out, doing the best they can. Because when you lose now, that entry's done. Mark Davis, left side, 480 the dial. Derek Hubbard, 446, right. Red, Derek Hubbard, 3 green, 1 over 5, 18 total. Hubbard moving on, right side. Patrick Miller, left lane, 476. Barry Brown, 446, right side. Miller, 8 red. Barry Brown, 45 green. Probably not his plan going into that round, but he does run dead zero and he moves on to round 2. Ricky Boggs in the shorty dial, 485 left side. Joe David, 479 in the right. Ricky Boggs goes 6, 3 over with a 1, regulates the finish line expertly, takes 003, moves on. Joe David, 26, 1 over 3, parking that entry. Mike Smith, 5 flat, left side. Donovan Williams, 467, right side. Donovan in total control. He goes 6 and he's ahead 400ths at the hit. Regulates the finish line, takes 30, running 3 over. Donovan Williams, your winner. Elizabeth Keene, 483, left side. Bailey Ferraro, 453, right side. Ending that entry, Bailey Ferraro, 16 green, runs it out, free 37 under. Moving on to round 2. Robbie Gear, 443, left side. Joe David, 468, right side. And away we go. Robbie Gear having trouble right off the hit. Joe DeVete goes 57 and breaks it out 1 thou as Robbie Gear runs 8:54 on his 443 and gets the win at 54 miles an hour. Ow. 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 Red, white, and blue dragsters, re-entry round. Red, white, and blue re-entry dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes. Robbie Gear with the break of the weekend. Carl Susi, 469 left side. Slate Cummings, 451 right side. Slate Cummings with more than a 400th advantage on the starting line. He's 33, regulates back to 457 with a 9 and takes 7 thou. Your winner, Slate Cummings. Carl Susi missed the tree and missed the dial. Lori McGowan Jr. left side, 507 the dial. Jason Bader, 455 the dial, right side. Reaction time advantage going to the right side by 12 thou. Bader 14, 2 over 5, takes 4 thou at the stripe. McGowan 26, 1 over 7, again 4 thou behind, ending that entry's day. Jeff Keen in the Hellcat powered Holly sponsored dragster left side. I think it's 360 some cubic inch. 367, I think is what he told me. Running, he's dialed 467. Will Holloman, 452, right side. Nothing easy for Jeff Keen this weekend. But he's got the starting line advantage. He's had it a lot this weekend, and again, he doesn't convert. He's 12 on the tree, regulates to 4 over to get 8 thou behind. Will Holloman, 24, 2 over with a 1, takes the win, being 8 thousandths ahead. Sean Serra, right side, 485 the dial. Mike Gentile, 501 in the left. Reaction time advantage going to Mike Gentile. He turns it into a win. 10, 1 over 2, 22 total. Sean Serra, 19, had 3 thou to work with. Gets behind 10 thou. Gentile moving on in the left lane. Gerald Thompson now left lane, 472. Heads up with Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly, last night's winner for $50,000 in the FTI Performance, $50K in the re-entry round the next morning. Got his work cut out for him in this round, but he gets it done. He's 59 dead 7, taking a thou. Gerald Thompson was 16, regulates back to 5 over with a 1, needed to go just 5 over. Ouch. Mark Kelly moving on. Brandon Jones, left side, 521. Chad Morrison, 454. Right side. Reaction time advantage going to Chad Morrison by 4th thou. He turns it into a win. He's 8 dead 2, and that locks out Brandon Jones, who was 12 on the tree. He's 1 over, still no good, 12th thou behind. Chad Morrison, right lane, moving on. Brandon Bachmeyer, left side, 465 the dial. Nick Ferraro, right side, 475. Nick Ferraro, 4 on the tree. Brandon Bachmeyer, 43. Nick Ferraro regulates back to take 8 thou, moving on, right side. Eric Mann in the Extreme High 5 Energy entry. I should say supercharged entry. 465 the dial. Timmy Miller, right side, dials 484. Eric Mann, Somerville, Georgia. Timmy Miller, Douglas, Georgia. A huge reaction time advantage. He's 8 to Eric Mann's 47. Timmy Miller goes 3 over with a 5, takes 23, moving on. Timmy Miller, right lane. John Sloan, left side, 464. Kelly Smith, right side, 498. Going to the right side, cuts John Sloan in half with a 17 light. 16 over, locks out John Sloan. 32 total to a 34 light. Quan Spain, left side, 455 the dial. Travis Laster Jr., right side, 436. Junior, red. 12 red, no good. Juan Spain, 52 green. 2 over with a 4. 50 total gets the job done in this pair in the re-entry round for dragsters. Oral Chambers Jr., 445 left side. Troy Williams Jr., maybe. Looks like Kyle Contreras' helmet. Doesn't matter. Somebody's in the FTI dragster making a lap in the re-entry round. Contreras 19 behind at the hit. And 12 thou behind at the finish. Oral Chambers goes 1 on the tree, runs 2 over with an 8. Contreras 20 on the tree, 2 over with a 1, 12 thou behind. Chambers Jr. moving on, left side. Joe LaPierre, left side, 474 the dial. Donovan Williams, 471 the dial, right side. Carboni, let's go 25, has 2 Hun in the bank. Runs 3 over with a 4, and he's 17th thou ahead. Carboni moving on. Randy Kraus closing the book on that entry for the day. Cole Powell left side, 466. Right side dialed, 501. Gene Alvarez, right lane, 501 the dial. Significant reaction time advantage going to Alvarez, turns it into a win. 32 on the tree, 34 over, makes a 66 package. And ahead by 61 thou, your winner. Paul Skinzer, right side, 464. Dave Shalito, 482, left side. Middletown, New York, home for Paul Skinzer. Dave Shalito from Largo, Florida. Separated by only a thou, anyone's race. Skinzer turns it into a win. He's 22, 1 over 5, 1 thou ahead. As Shalito is 21, 1 over 7, killing mile an hour, getting 1 thou behind. Jason Rich, 435 the dial, left side. CJ Keene, 449 right side. Thou on the bank for CJ Keene. He's 10 dead 6. Jason Rich, 14, had 2 thou to work with, couldn't get it done. He runs 14 over, leaves him 12 thou behind. CJ Keene moving on. Jason Folk now right side, dials 483. Corey LeClaire, 492 left side. In control, got 25 in the bank, doesn't get it done. Regulates back to be 4 thou behind. Ouch. Corey LeClaire, 46, dead 6, 52 total. Jason Folk ending his day in that entry. Howard Westbury, 457, left side. Claude Debonis, 458 on the right. Dragsters, this is your final call. Final call, Dragsters. Re-entry round. If you paid your $250 and you want to run again, you should be in the staging lanes as soon as possible. Once again, almost heads up here. 57 left, 58 right. Significant reaction time advantage going to Westbury, but he can't convert. He regulates to get 3 thou behind. Claude Debonis, 24, 1 over 2, 3 thou ahead. He regulated, but too close to call other than his wind lights on. Debonis moving on. Johnny Brandon, 459, left lane. Justin Fordyce, 474, right side. 11th thou, reaction time advantage to the left lane, but doesn't get the job done. Justin Fordyce, 27 on the tree, 2 over with a 0. And in the Battle of Wampum, Justin Fordyce comes out ahead by 2 thou, moving on right lane. Aaron McCullough, right lane, 477 the dial. Terrell Sinkler, 516 the dial. Left lane. Reaction time advantage going to Terrell Sinkler. He turns it into a win. 11 dead 4, locking out Aaron McCullough. McCullough 33 on the tree, 1 over 3. No good. Alan Glad up next, left lane. 454 the dial. Jake Hodge, right lane, 478. Yeah, and his gal Haley. Both drivers in and staged, and away we go. 11th thou on Hodge's side, gets it done. He's 16, 1 over 5, takes 6 thou. As Alan Glatt was 27, 1 over 0. Second place. Hodge moving on. John Brandon left side, 475. Melissa Kelly, 463 on the right. John Brannon won and a lot over, still taking a bunch. Melissa Kelly was 11, but over a 10th off the dial, handing the victory to John Brannon. Steve Dweck, left side, 486. Kenny Underwood brings out the dragster after selling the Firebird. 480, Kenny's dial. Advantage to Dweck by 13 thou, and he gets the job done. He's 6, 13 over, 19 total. Kenny Underwood had to go dead 0. He's 19, but turns him loose to be 20 over and in second place. Dweck moving on. Jeff Keane down to his last bullet, 470 the dial. Left side, Brandon Taylor, 456. Keane in trouble. 16 thou behind at the hit. 6 thou behind at the finish line. Brandon Taylor, 2. 3 over 2 to take 7 thou. Ricky Boggs back, 486 the dial, left side. James Kavanaugh, 470 in the right. Only a 3-thou advantage for Kavanaugh, and he can't get it done. Ricky Boggs, 20 on the tree, 1 over 2, 32 total, 4-thou ahead. James Kavanaugh, 17, 19 over, 5-thou behind. Gerald Thompson, left side, 472. Dylan Mudd, our guest announcer earlier this morning, 453 the dial. He's also was the crew chief for Gene Milton. Did a horrible job at that. I'm sure he's going to do better now driving that dragster. Dylan Mudd, 15 on the tree, dead 9, 24 total, taking 6-thou. He looks like a professional now. Dylan Mudd moving on. Gerald Thompson was 27, dead 3, but again, 6-thou behind. Jeff Serra, left side, 455. I think he's down to his last bullet. Tyler Bohannon, 466, right side. Going to Tybo, turns it into a win. He's 8, dead 8, 2 over 9. Gets 25 behind, feeds a ton to Jeff Serra. Jeff Serra, 14, 2-thou under. Ends that entry's life. Might be ending Jeff Serra's weekend. Brian Stevenson, left side, 473. Terry Hutchins, 504, right side. Green going to make his way to round 2. Terry Hutchins, a lot red. 1 over 5 to end that entry's life. Brian Stevenson, 17, dead 3. Tidy lap. Feeling good, headed for round 2. Here at the Wright Trailers 50K final race of the week for the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash here in Bradenton, Florida. Sunny, beautiful Bradenton, Florida. Jay Adams, 492 in the left. Bruce Lieberman, 433 in the right. Double O, 2-thou advantage going to Bruce Lieberman, but he can't get it done. He's 005, 1 over with a 4, leaves him 11-thou behind as Jay Adams goes 007, dead 1, 8 total. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you Jay Adams crushing it that round. Fred Anger in the left side, 460 the dial. Carla Pontillo, 476, right side. Round 2, no box. Round 2, no box. To lanes 1 and 2, Tucker Creech, you, 5 and 6. Check that, 5 and 6, no box. Round 2 to lanes 5 and 6, Tucker Creech, you are the Drag Race Solutions potential buy. DragRaceSolutions.com, potential buy. Sorry about that one. That one got away from me. I know left side won. So Angers moving on in that entry. Michael Smith, 501 left. Troy Williams, 465 right. Driving Boo Harper's dragster. Reaction time advantage going to Mike Smith, but he can't get it done. He had 9 thou advantage over Troy Williams. Williams goes 33, 1 over 2. 2 over 2, check that, to get there 5 thou. Troy Williams still alive for 50 grand today. And now in the left side, Troy Williams Jr. Yes, you're not hearing things. Troy Williams from Virginia, Troy Williams Jr. from right here in Bradenton. Stacy Carpenter right side, 475 the dial. Reaction time advantage going to Troy Jr. He gets it done, 17, 2 over 6 to be 7 thou ahead. Stacy Carpenter, 32, 1 over 8. No good. Mark Davis next, left side, 480 the dial. Heads up with Joe David. David right side. Going to Mark Davis on the hit. He runs dead on, but can't get it done. Joe David, 24, dead 0 in a heads-up race, taking 3 thou for the win. He's got to feel good right now. Red run sticker door cars, round 2. We need you in staging lanes 1 and 2. Todd Burks, 307 entry. The Drag Race Solutions wait and see by. Elizabeth Keene left, 485 the dial. Timmy Miller right, 485 the dial. Timmy Miller, 17 red. He red lights before Elizabeth Keene. She's 6 thou red, and Elizabeth Keene moving on. Left side, Marie Muller, 478. Right side, Will Holloman, 454. Muller has the advantage by 3 thou, but gets 3 thou behind. Will Holloman, 27, dead 8. Marie Muller, 24, 1 over 4. Again, leaves her 3 thou behind. Will Holloman moving on. Derek Hubbard, 448, left side. Stanley Albritton Jr., 489, right side. So no box round 2. You've been called to staging lanes 5 and 6. Red run sticker door cars. You've been called round 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Derek Hubbard gets it done. He's 18, 1 over 8, finishing 15 thou in front. Jason Bader, 456 left side. Slate Cummings, 450 right side. Slate Cummings going to get a single here. As I think it was Bader has a leak. Cummings going to take a competition single. Won't affect his bye eligibility. He lets it go, bumps it down a couple times to feel it out. Goes 6 red, 22 under. Turns out just water on the starting line. We got it all mopped up. We're ready to go. Kayla Costello coming out next, left side, 467 the dial. Scott Neal right side, 454. Archie 16 on the tree, dead 2. Scott Neal 1 stinking thou, red. Claude Devonis left, 458 the dial. Gary Williams, right side, 479. Carl Susi, not able to use the DragRaceSolutions.com buy. Facing off against Terrell Sinkler. Sinkler dialed 477, right side. Susi 470 in the left. Separated by only a thou. Starting line advantage goes to Susi. He's 12, 1 over 3, 25 total. Terrell Sinkler is 13, 5 thou under, no good. We're going to do a little track prep here before we get going on to round 2 of today's 50K presented by Wright Trailers.
James.
Hi, Hank Mulligan with SFG Promotions, and we're here with Randy Kraus from S&W Race Cars out of Pennsylvania. So I'm going to ask Randy, how old or how long ago did you start at S&W?
I'm there about 15 years.
Okay.
Started out as selling parts, answering the phone. And then we started getting real busy in the shop, and they needed somebody to quote all the shop work, all the new car estimates. So I also do that position today yet, and I also still sell parts.
What would you say the biggest mover is at S&W Race Cars? Or even just tell me kind of what you encompass all. I know there's a lot of kit cars, like you can buy Roadsters and Camaros and things or whatever and assemble them and weld them yourself at home. I have had friends do that. So
yeah, we sell a lot of roll cages and roll bars. We're big into the S10 back half kits. We sell universal back half kits, torque arms, connector kits for the newer style Camaros. Pretty much anything you need, we got.
I like that. Would you say complete cars? Do you build cars as a complete?
Yeah, we just had one that we built for Dave Hebig back in PA. He just took possession of that. We have a new one on a jig right now for Dan Supa. So yeah, we got back half. There's a Nova in the shop that's getting a back half kit. We do it all.
What is the most popular item? Is it a 4-link kit? Is it a, like a Roadster 23 altered key kit that people build? What's the most popular, you think?
It's pretty much what the person wants. We sell a lot of S10 back halves.
That's popular.
Yeah, that's a popular kit. Universal kits are popular. Mainly dragster kits. You get a door car kit once in a while.
I'm going to ask a technical question. So how do you measure a person that wants to order a dragster roll cage kit? What do you tell them to do at home before they call in to get a kit?
You can sit up flat against a wall and have somebody measure your shoulder width.
Okay.
And then we'll determine if your basic car today is a 23-inch car. It's pretty much standard. This car here is a 25-inch car. Actually, I'm a little bit bigger guy, if you didn't notice. My old car was a 24-inch, but we'll build you whatever you want.
Okay. So, but they can call in and say, I need a 23-inch cage. I'm 5'6", and you'll make it happen.
Yep. We can change the kit, whatever you want.
I like it. Thanks for coming out to the SFG races. Thanks for being a supporter of SFG Promotions. We love it. And I see the food, so yeah, I'm out.
Cheers. Trusted by all since 1960. Cheers. Cheers.
So she was Rosie the Riveter for Halloween this year, and it has transpired over into the helmet.
So Jeff Devy, he just repainted my helmet, well, painted my helmet, and he wanted to just do something fun and cool. I just didn't want it to be a plain black helmet. And he texted me one day and said, do you like Rosie the Riveter? I know you're patriotic and all. He's like, I feel like that's a good suit for you. And I said, did you see my Halloween costume? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I was Rosie the Riveter this year at our Jim Butler Auto Trunk or Treat. And he was like, it's meant to be. And, you know, he painted up Rosie on my helmet.
Cheers. Trusted by all since 1960. Cheers.
That helps big time for later in the evening to try to finish up at a decent hour. We have a time that we have figured out, but we're not going to say it because we're not going to jinx it. We're not going to tell you the numbers so that we try to strive for that number. We're going to try to make it better than that. So we know what time we're going to hopefully finish by, but we're hopefully going to finish even sooner than that. On this Wright Trailers Saturday. Feels like Sunday, but it is most definitely still Saturday. We'll give everyone a day to get back home to their families. We're doing some spraying on the track. That'll be just a minute or two afterwards to let the VHT cure up and then go into no box. So quarterfinals, no box, load up please. Here we go. True form of 2 go down, 1 come back. Round number 2. Starting out with our no box category. And we've got a couple of talented, very talented females on the starting line. Miss Carly Holbrook and Nikki Thomas. Holbrook, left side, dialed in at 698. And Nikki Thomas, right side, dialed in at 619. These are most definitely a couple of girls that I do not want to have in the other lane because they are killer. 10 thousandths of a second separate them up front. Advantage Holbrook. Down to the stripe, win light Holbrook. 018 on the tree, 1 above 9. Going to take the win as Nikki Thomas was 028 on the tree, 2 above 8. Good enough for 19 foul behind. Carly Holbrook, winner in that pair. Bob Highclock and Brian Cerruti. Highclock left side, dialed in at 660. And Brian Cerruti, right side, dialed in at 640. Brian's last name, depending on what part of the country you're in, Jerry Pennington says Chiridu. No matter what his name is, we can call him winner as High Clock turns a 002 red. So Cerruti 036, 1 above 5. Going to take the win as High Clock after the red light goes 663 with a 9 on a 660 dial in. Cerruti moving on. Tim Butler and Tucker Creech. Butler left side dialed in at 609. And Tucker Creech right side dialed in at 597. Butler was last night's no box winner. Tucker Creech going to try to put a stop to that. Creech is foot braking. Tim Butler using the trans brake. Not looking good for Creech as Butler has the advantage off the starting line. Down to the stripe, win light, Butler. 012, 611 with a 1 on the 609 dial in. Creech was 031. Bails out, goes 602 with a 5 on a 597. Definitely didn't like what he saw. And he was correct. As Butler going to move on. So it will be Tim Butler, Brian Cerruti, and Carly Holbrook be down to our semifinals. Got a guest announcer joining us, Mr. Dylan Carr. What's up, bud?
Nothing much.
You've been working this morning out in the lanes, I heard?
Yep.
Right on. Gonna come up here, get some AC, call some numbers with me?
Yeah.
Here we go.
We got Jay White and Tyler McMillan. Tyler down to 590. Jay down to 642.
What do you say, you and I call a lap? You call a lap, then I call a lap. We rotate back and forth. You like that?
Why don't I call left lane, you call right lane?
Works for me. Let's do it. So right lane dialed in at 590.
Left lane dialed in at 642.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are done for the weekend and you have tabs that you need to settle, please go see Austin over at Racer Registration. Get your tabs settled while we can have a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, and Jay is 003 red.
McMillan going to be the winner, 017, 589 with a 6 on that 590 dial in. He's going to move on to round number 3.
Jay 003 red and with a 644 with the 5 on a 642.
John Laster over on the right-hand side.
Bud McCarty over on the left-hand side down to 607 out of Hazelhurst, Georgia.
Yep, McCarty driving Trips S10. And John Laster right side dialed in at 577. 5 thousandths of a second. Separates him up front. Advantage Laster. Wind light going to go to Laster. 11, dead 5, 16 total.
Bug 16 up front and goes dead on 9 on a 607 dial-in. Next up we got Doug Milner, down to 544.
Bill Fordyce over on the right side, dialed in at 581.
And we got Doug's in trouble, and the wing light is going to go to Bill.
582 with a 5 on the 581 dial in was 029 on the reaction time, getting there. 2 thou at the finish line.
Doug 031 up front and went a 554 and a 544.
Dale Thaxton got the Ford Mustang over on the right hand side, 535 going to be the dial in for him.
Oh, Randall dialed in at 589 on the left hand side. Oh, and the advantage going to Randy by a lot. And wing light, Randy. 013 up front goes a 593 with a 5 on a 589 dial in. That will be like 17 total.
Dale Thaxton broke out by a thou and took a lot more than that. Could have tightened it up and got the wind light, but didn't happen.
Next up, we got Sean Sarin, the wheel standing bumper dragging Chevy 2.
Hopefully not as much bumper dragging as it was earlier this weekend. The thing was pretty nasty up on the roof using the using the bumper as a wheelie bar. Oster Cologne over on the right-hand side, he is dialed in at 649.
Sarah dialed in at 558.
Oscar Cologne going to be the winner. 016 reaction time, 647 with a 7 on the 649 dial in.
Sean had the advantage up front by 10 thou, but just ran out the back door. Next up, we got Josh Granite down to 603.
AJ Ash over here on the right-hand side went really deep in eliminations last night, carrying 2. Got down to is correct. They did run each other in the late in the rounds, right before the ladder round as well. So AJ Ash dialed in at 573. Looking pretty good for Gett so far. 7 thou separate them. Wind light, however, going to go to Ash. 011 on the tree, 576 with a 9 on a 573 dial in. What happened over there, Gant?
Josh was 004 up front and went over by about 5 thou.
Not going to work in your favor, especially when your other guy laying down a nice run like that. Stanley Crosby. Matt Camaro on the right-hand side, he is dialed in at 633. Matt Brewer on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 587.
Over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 587. and Matt is not looking good, and the win rate is gonna go to Matt as he's 31 up front and goes 3 over with the 8 to take the W.
Yep, got their 5 thou, so had a tiny little window to work with and got him. Rick Schaefer, our featured video on the 00 show from a couple of nights ago, is he had a gas cap malfunction. 543 to dial in.
Garrett Browning down to 626 and does not have the advantage, but he is not going to get the win also as Rick goes. Go ahead. Rick goes.
Jason McCandless.
And John Boyd down to 581.
McCandless got that 33 Dodge Roadster over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 573.
Oh, an advantage going to Jason by a lot. Win right, Jason.
002 and 4 above. Gonna take the win is Bodie left-hand side. What happened over there, Dylan? 2 above?
19, and I didn't see it before screen change.
Steve Witherell. And that S10 over on the right-hand side. 590 gonna be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck.
Mark Tamagage down to 604 over there on the left-hand side, driving to 75 Vega out of New Jersey, or New York, my bad, New York.
Witherell gonna be the winner as Talmadge turns a 007 red. 589 with a 7, legs it out, making a time run out of it. 3 thou under, 013 green, setting himself up for round number 3 here in a little bit.
I guess the right lane's just a lucky lane today.
Seems like it so far. Dallas Cherry over on the right-hand side. He is dialed in at 586.
Michael Pinder on the left-hand side, down at 495. Oh, advantage going to Michael by 2 thou, and the win rate is going to be Michael as he's 31 up front and goes dead on 5. That is, oh no, 1 above 5, my bad.
Cherry was 033 on the tree behind that stripe. No good. Raphael Mamie. Got that 79 Malibu over here on the right-hand side, dialed in at 612.
Ryan Herm down in at a 553 over there on the left-hand side out of California.
Yep, driving Baby Cold. Chevy 2.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Well, maybe gonna be the winner. It looks like he turned at 17 total. 009, take 008, gonna take the win as Harem breaks out. 550 with a 9 on the 553 dial in.
And was 46 up front.
Did not help, did it?
Nope.
Manny Souza.
And Manuel Solar down to 644.
Souza driving one of Todd Burke's machines over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 637.
.007 to a 004. Manny has the advantage, and the wing light is going to go to Manny.
004, dead 7. Nice little 11th out total. And Solar was 007, 1 above 9. That was good enough for 15th out behind at the stripe, Dylan.
Yeah. Next up, we got Carlos Diaz. Down to 544.
Mike Mills from Jarrettsville, Maryland. You ever heard of Jarrettsville, Maryland, Dylan?
Nope.
67, Barracuda on the right-hand side. He is dialed in at 613.
Oh, and we got 008 to a 22. Carlos has the advantage, and Carlos is going to take the win, as he is 008, 1 above 9, and that is a little 9 total.
8, take 2, nice lap. Next pair, right side takes us to our best appearing car for the weekend, Mr. Tom Orr with that Corvette Roadster from Ontario, Canada. Dialed in at 533.
We got Walter Brown down at 744.
Got the rear window delete kit on the S10 here on the left-hand side. A little more ventilation, Dylan.
Yeah.
Better air conditioning.
Doesn't the air conditioning just blow through the rear window? Oh, Walter has the advantage, and the wing light is going to go to Walter, as he's 005 up front and goes, looks like, what, 8 over? A bunch over.
Goes a bunch over. It looks like Tom Orr stiff-legging it out the back door, gets to the stripe by over 70, and breaks out by 2 thou. Need to take a lot less than 70. Trey Bunner, driving Dad Jr.'s car, 570 to dial in for him.
Martin down at 636. Tim had the advantage, and the wing light is going to go to Tim, as he is 12 up front, 2 above with the 8, a nice little 14 total.
032 on the tree, 571 with a 3 for Bunner, no good. Look who's in the Firebird on this side, Dylan.
Stephen McCory.
I heard Stephen McCrory bought this car.
Oh. Down to 605, and then we got Old on the bicycle.
Yep, Mike Moore on the two-wheeler, dialed in at 561.
Advantage to Steven. Win is gonna be Steven, as he is 605 up, 004 up front, and one's a 609. Is 3 over. That equals a nice little 4 total.
Mike Moore, 019, 4 above, no good. Got another two-wheeler on this right-hand side, Dylan. Dan Corbosiero, right-hand side, dialed in at 586.
Take it on Sean Lingerfeld. Down to 522.
Go ahead and give me red and white.
Red and white run sticker door cars. Red and white run sticker door cars. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Red and white run sticker door cars. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Cabrosiero, 14 total, locks out Lingerfeld, who was 032 on the reaction time. 586 with a 3, 011 reaction time. Nice lap for the two-wheeler.
Next up, we got Jason Wilson, and
got Donald Wiggins over here, right-hand side, dialed in at 546.
Wilson dialed in at 626, 626. Next up, okay, we got Wilson has the advantage, and the win light is going to go to Wiggins.
Double breakout, 0.23 on the reaction time. Wiggins under by 0.08 of a second. Looks like Wilson had the advantage, was under by 0.12 of a second. Got there by 19, had a little bit to work with, huh, Dylan?
Yep.
Should it take 7 or less, that would have gotten him the win light.
Next up, we got Gage Birch, aka Gage Birch, the foot breaker. Dialed in at 573, dialed old red. And then we got Gus Martinez, or Massachusetts, whatever the heck it's called.
Mascarenas is his pronounced name. Deerfield Beach, Florida resident, got his 70 or 67 Chevy 2. Over here on the right-hand side, dialed in at 522.
Gage dialed in at 573. Oh, Gage has the advantage with the 001 reaction time, and the win light is going to go to Gage as he's 001, 1 over with the 2. That is 3 total.
Knocks out Mascarenas, who was 033 on the tree and 2 above. The Gage Birch. Moving on to round number next.
Next up, we got Carlos Arrow Jr. down to 589.
Glenn Skaggs from Palmetto, Florida, right-hand side, dialed in at 544.
They're staged. Trees away. Oh, Glenn has the advantage, but Carlos still has a chance. And the win light is going to go to Carlos as he's 20 up front and goes 2 over with a 2. So that is 21 total.
Going to take the win as Glenn Skaggs was 011 on the tree, had the advantage by 9 thou, but cannot run the number. Looks like he may have cut him loose and didn't need to.
Next up, we got Austin Logan down to 645.
Neon Leon Robertson over on the right-hand side. Nashville, Tennessee resident, dialed in at 633.
Oh, Leon has the advantage, and the win light is going to go to Leon.
Yep, 010 on the tree, get there 9 thou. 10 take 9, going to take the round win.
Next up, we got Caroline McCarty in the Rambler wagon, down to 607.
Got a two-wheeler in the other lane, Dylan. Rick Eaton over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 574.
Yep. Who do you think's going to win?
Hard to say. Miss Caroline is a very, 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 and I'll say very talented racer, but so is Rick Eaton. Eaton holding his own here on the weekly point series in the Super Pro bike category. But Caroline's won that spring fling, so,
Yep.
you know.
Oh, Caroline has the advantage, and the win light is going to go to Caroline, as she is 6 up front, 3 above with the 1.
Yep, 6 take 6, going to get the round win as Eaton was 018 on the tree and 2 above behind that stripe. So Miss Caroline moving on to round number 3.
Okay, all right. That's one good.
Mike White over on the right-hand side, 486. That's pretty quick dial-in for that Corvette over on the right-hand side, Dylan.
Yeah, if you take the scoop off, it'd be faster.
Probably.
You know why?
probably see out of it a little bit better in the left lane too.
Yeah. Oh, Bloomfield's up and away. Mike is perfect. Bloomfield has still got some room to work with, but the wing light's going to go to white.
Perfect 000 reaction time, 1 above 3, 13 total. This Mikey Bloomfield was 10 on the tree, 3 above. May have been on the drop there as he crossed through at only 104 miles an hour. So Mike White, 000 and moving on.
Next up, we got Dave Triplett down to 578, and I better get back to the back of the lanes before KJ fires me.
Get back to it there, Dylan. Appreciate your help up here. Glenn Dilday over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 546. And Dave Triplett, left side, the FTI, K&R, CSR, Goodyear, and used his auto parts machine. Left-hand side, dialed in at 578. Thirteen thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Dilday. Win light, Dilday, 002, 2 above 7. Going to take the win as Triplett was 15 on the tree, 2 above 5. Good enough for 11, foul behind. Dilday going to be the winner in that pair. Todd Burks and JT, Johnny Tolisano. Todd Burks, left side, dialed in at 643. JT, right side, dialed in at 550. Couple of red lights. Todd Burks red first. Tolisano going to take the win. 004 red, dead 9. Burks after the red light breaks out 8 thou. So JT moving on. Cameron Fredrickson and Stevie Dustin next pair. Fredrickson left side dialed in at 608. Dustin right side dialed in at 620. We will take red, white, and blue run sticker door cars at this time. We will take red, white, and blue run sticker door cars at this time, please. Three thousandths of a second separates them up front. Cameron getting a little wiggle as it comes down to after the wheel stand. Wow, pulls that one out. 020 on the tree, 2 above 5. That was about to get a little hairy for Mr. Fredrickson as thing came down after the wheel stand and was out of the groove. Pulled her back in for the win light. Stevie Justin, 023, 6 above. No good. Cameron Fredrickson moving on. Travis Logan and Aaron Milton next pair. Logan left side dialed in at 620. Milton right side dialed in at 588. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Logan. Win light, Logan, 047, 2 above, 26 thou in front. Melton having some issues off the starting line. Goes 589 with a 5 on the 588 dial in. Roy Hagedorn and Matt Gaddis going to be our next pair. An absolute legend and a legend in the making. Hagedorn Over on the left-hand side, 569 to dial in. And Matt Daddis. Daddis over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 621. Seconds separates them up front. Advantage Daddis. Win light Daddis. 13, 2 above 0. 33 total. Gonna take the win as Hagedorn was 021 on the tree. Didn't like what he saw. Looks like he bailed out. Only went 575 on the 569 dial in. It's Matt Daddis moving on. KP, Kevin Pollard, left side, dialed in at 554. And Alfredo Ortiz over on the right hand side, dialed in at 615. So once again, all color door cars, all color run sticker door cars. You have been called to the lanes at this time. All color run sticker door cars. You have been called to the lanes at this time. Ortiz going to be the winner. Pollard turns at 19 red. So Ortiz, 017, 1 above 4, going to take the win. Pollard, after the red light, goes dead on with a 6 and no good. Alfredo Ortiz moving on to round number 3. Renee Meierhofer and Bill Powell, our next pair. Meierhofer from Switzerland. Left-hand side dialed in at 580. And Bill Powell, right side, dialed in at 548. Powell going to be the winner as Meierhofer turns to the Heartbreaker double 01 red. Powell, 546 with an 8 on the 548 dial in. Meierhofer, after the red light, 581 with a 9 on the 580 dial in. Jonathan McCandless and Raymond Keown. McCandless in the Woody Wagon over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 703. And Raymond Keown over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 584. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Keown. One light, however, going to go to McCandless. 021, 1 above 1. Going to take the win. As Keown had the better 012 reaction time, cannot run the number. It was 3 above 6, no good. So McCandless in the wagon moving on. Antonio Santiago. And Scotty Stillings, our next pair. Santiago left side dialed in at 693. Scotty Stillings, right side dialed in at 516. Advantage, Santiago. Win light, Santiago, 017, 1 above 0, 17, take 10. Scotty Richardson and Jerry Norton, our next pair. Richardson left side dialed in at 643. And Jerry Norton right side dialed in at 544. SR1 moving on to round number 3 as Gordon turns at 003 red. So Richardson 020, 644 with a 2. Norton after the red light breaks out 5 thou, no good. Chris Knapp and Ryan Barnes our next pair. Ryan Barnes, right side, dialed in at 516. Dive with 7 seconds, separates them up front. Advantage Barnes. Win light Barnes. 13, dead 6, 19 total. Locks out Chris Knapp, who was 028 on the starting line. Getting there by a thou and breaking out by 10 thou. Had absolutely 0 to work with. Ryan Barnes moving on. Double G, Garrett Griffith and John Hudson. Griffith, left side dialed in at 624. And John Hudson, right side dialed in at 576. Hudson from over in my neck of the woods in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Griffith, left side. Going to take the win as well. 009, 1 above 3. Good enough for the round win as Hudson was 027 on the tree, 1 above 1, and 16 thou behind. Double G moving on. Onyx Gonzalez. Left side dialed in at 689. And left lane Fred. Fred Angers. Right side dialed in at 574. Gonzalez is going to be your winner as Angers turns with a heartbreaker. 001 red. Gonzalez, 688 with a 2. Only 689 dial in. Angers after the red light, 572 with a 3. On the 574 dial in. Nick Ferraro and Jared Nauman. Ferraro left side dialed in at 619. And Jared Nauman went a bunch of rounds yesterday in our 50 grander from Friday. Down in here at 565. No good today is Ferraro going to be your winner. Nauman turning it red. So Nick Ferraro, 012 on the green side, 623 with a 1. On a 619 dial in. Dave Connolly and Ed Nunez, our next pair. Connolly, left side dialed in at 569. And Nunez, right side dialed in at 762. Nine thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Nunez. Win light Connolly, 029. 1 above 0. 39 total. Going to take the win as Nunez was 020 on the tree. 5 above. And 40 behind at the stripe. So DC moving on. Jason Folk and John Laster next pair. Folk left side dialed in at 624. And John Laster right side dialed in at 625. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Fulk left side. Going to take the win as well. 009. 1 above 8. Going to take the win is Laster. With 025 on the tree. 2 above 5. And 23 thou behind at the stripe. So Larry moving on. Lindsey back and Taylor Bouldry next pair. Back left side dialed in at 619. And Taylor Bouldry right side dialed in at 595. Separates them up front, advantage back. Win light back. 20, dead 2, 22 total. Locks out Bouldry, who was 031 on the tree. Dead 3 and 12 thou behind. Lindsey back moving on. Carly Holbrook and Chuck Melnick. Next pair. Holbrook left side dialed in at 7 flat. And Chuck Melnick right side dialed in at 698. Holbrook's going to be the winner as Melnick turns at 005 red. So Holbrook, 037 on the tree, dead on with a 7. He will take the win as Melnick. After the red light goes 7 flat with an 8. No good. Mike Ledford and Rick Schaefer next pair. Ledford left side dialed in at 616. And Rick Schaefer right side dialed in at 543. Schaefer going to be the winner as Ledford turns at 002 red. Schaefer 17, 3 above 7, going to take the round win. Ledford after the red light, 614 with a 4, on a 616 dial in. Dwayne Roberts and Ben Willis next pair. Roberts left side dialed in at 608. And Ben Willis over on the right hand side dialed in at 644. 3 thousandths of a second separates them up front. They are 009 combined, leaving the starting line. At the stripe, win light going to go to Willis. How about 3 dead, 4, 7 total? As Dwayne Roberts was 006 reaction time. Looks like he didn't like what he saw and bailed out. But Ben Willis moving on. Brandon Gerald and Dallas Cherry next pair. Gerald left side dialed in at 607. And Dallas Cherry right side dialed in at 589. .33 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Gerald. Win light going to go to Gerald. 002, 3 above 5. Going to take the win as Cherry was 035 on the tree, 1 above 6. Good enough for 14 thou behind. Brendan Gerald moving on. Matt Brewer and Todd Pritchard our next pair. Brewer left side dialed in at 587. And Todd Pritchard right side dialed in at 571. Brewer going to be the winner as Todd Pritchard turns at 010 red. So Brewer, 033 on the reaction time, goes 588 with a 2 on the 587 dial in. Pritchard after the red light goes 572 with an 8 on the 571 dial in. Matt Brewer moving on to round number 3. Doug Browning and David Burr Jones going to be our next pair. Browning left side dialed in at 651. And David Burr Jones over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 491. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Browning. Win light Jones. 012 on the tree. 492 with a 5 on the 491 dial in. Browning had the better 002 light, but cannot run the number. Goes 653 with an 8 on a 651 dial in. Good enough for 3 thou behind. David Burr Jones moving on. Ryan Hiram and Vince Costa, our next pair. Hiram left side dialed in at 553. And Cousin Vinny. Costa right side dialed in at 563. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Hiram left side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 025. This was a double breakout. Hiram breaking out by 0.03 of a second. Cousin Vinny breaking out by 0.11 of a second. It's Ryan Hiram moving on. Bubba Browning and AJ Ash. Browning left side dialed in at 630. AJ Ash right side dialed in at 576. $0.19 of a second separates them up front. Advantage Ash. Win light going to go to Ash. 10, one above 5. 25 total. Locks out Bubba Browning, who was 029 on the reaction time. It's AJ Ash. Moving on to round number 3. Josh Gant and Marilyn Laster next pair. Laster, our runner-up in the 50 grander last night. To Mark Kelly. Dialed in here on the right side at 575. And Gannett in that aqua green Chevy Nova. Left side dialed in at 606. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Laster right side. Win light, going to go to Laster. 029, 578 with an 8 on the 575 dial in. Gant was 025 on the tree. Gets there 23 thou. Breaks out 1 thou. Needs to take 22 or less. That would have gotten him the win light. Laster moving on. Steve McCrory and James Biddle, next pair. McCrory driving what may or may not be Kenny Underwood's Firebird after today. Dialed in at 606. And James Biddle right side dialed in at 653. Two thousandths of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage, McCrory. Win light, McCrory. 024, 2 above 1. Gonna take the win as Biddle was 026 and 3 above 5. Good enough for 16 thou behind. Champ moving on. Logan Back and Morgan Larkin, our next pair. Back left side dialed in at 618. And Morgan Larkin right side dialed in at 598. Three thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Back. Win light going to go to Back. 22 dead 0. going to take the win, as Larkin was 0.25 on the tree, 1 above 2, and 15 thou behind at the stripe. 22 takes 15 for back and moves on. BJ McClintock and Jeremy Popple our next pair. McClintock left side dialed in at 640, and Jeremy Popple right side dialed in at 513. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage McClintock. Win light McClintock 0.36. 1 above 6 going to take the win. Popple was 0.46 on the reaction time, 2 above 5, and 19 thou behind at the finish line. So BJ McClintock moving on. Howard Westbury and Nicky Thomas. Westbury left side dialed in at 558, and Nicky Thomas right side dialed in at 621. Three thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Westbury. Win light Westbury 006. 560 with a 7 on the 558 dial in. Thomas had a 009 reaction time. Breaks out 7 thousandths. Gets there a lot more than that. Need to take about, looks like about 24 or less. That would have gotten her the win light. So Howard Westbury moving on. Dan Ferraro and David Peterson next pair. A couple of our Saturday night regulars. Ferraro left side dialed in at 646. And Peterson right side dialed in at 552. Eleven thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Peterson. Win light Ferraro 018. Dead 2. 20 total. Going to take the win as Peterson had the better 007 reaction time. Cannot run the number. It goes 563 with a 3 on a 552 dial in. Left side moving on to that pair. Jason Wilson and Bill Groton next pair. Wilson left side dialed in at 624, and Bill Groton right side dialed in at 599. I've said it all weekend, that is a lot of car to go 599 in. 39 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Groton. Win light Groton 002. 2 above 3 going to take the win and locks out Jason Wilson, who was 041 on the reaction time. Goes 625 with a 5 on a 624 dial in and still leaves them 31 thou behind. Final call door cars. Final call door cars. T-Rock Troy Williams Jr. left side. Down in at 557. And Bill Fordyce right side down in at 580. There's 5 thousandths of a second that separates them in reaction times. Williams going to be the winner. 17 dead 7 for 24 pack. Going to take the win as Fordyce had the better 012 reaction time. Goes 27 thou above and behind at the stripe. T-Rock moving on. Dragster red run stickers only. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Dragster red run stickers only. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Mark Kelly, you're on the wait and see buy run for this round. Mark Kelly, you're on the wait and see buy run for this round. Jeremy West and Doug Milner next pair. Milner has the advantage off the starting line. Going to take the win as well. 019, 547 with a 0 on the 546 dial in. West was 023 on the tree, 3 above and 25 thou behind at the stripe. So Doug Milner moving on. Robert Joyner and Tucker Creech next pair. Joyner left side dialed in at 581, and Tucker Creech right side dialed in at 598. Creech going to be the winner. Joyner turns to 013 red. Creech, 008, 595 with a 4 on the 598 dial in. Joyner after the red light. Breaks out by 7 thou. No good. Tucker Creech moving on to round number 3. Austin Logan and Pete DeNovo next pair. Logan left side dialed in at 645. And Pete DeNovo right side dialed in at 502. Austin Logan going to be the winner as DeNovo kicks it 004 red. Logan 643 with a 6 on the 645 dial in. DeNovo after the red light 505 with a 3 on the 502 dial in. Piece of debris on the track that they found in the shutdown area. Going to go retrieve that real quick before we send the next pair down.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
As we are mowing our way through round number 2 of door cars. We have called red run sticker dragsters at this time, so red run sticker dragsters and red only run sticker dragsters. We have called you to the lanes.
I was just hoping
Solar going to be the winner as Huckins turns at 012 on the red side. Manuel Solar 006 breaks out 7 thou. Going to take the winner. Hutchins 591 with a 1 on the 590 dial in. Miss Caroline McCarty and Mike Mills, our next pair. Remember seeing these 2 competitors earlier as they are double entered still. Caroline McCarty left side dialed in at 609. And Mike Mills right side dialed in at 613. Eight thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Mills. Win light Mills 011, 615 with an 8 on a 613 dial in. Going to take the win as McCarty was 019 on the tree, 611 with an 8 on a 609 dial in. No good. Barracuda moving on. Carlos Diaz and Stanley Crosby. We are getting through our double entries as well. Diaz left side dialed in at 545. Just Stanley Crosby right side dialed in at 638. Diaz is going to be your winner as Crosby turns at 702 red. Diaz 038, 547 with a 5 on the 545 dial in. Crosby after the red light, 640 with a 6 on the 638 dial in. Diaz moving on to round number 3. John Body and Donald Wiggins next pair. Body left side dialed in at 583. And Donald Wiggins right side dialed in at 543. So once again, red and red only run sticker dragsters. We're each to the lanes. Red and red only run sticker dragsters. Each to the lanes, please. Wiggins is going to be a winner as Bonnie turns to the Heartbreaker 001 red and is a foul away from a perfect run. 001 red, dead 0. Ouch. Donald Wiggins 012 on the tree, 545 with a 4 on the 543 dial in. They don't care, do they, Joe? Michael Pender and Dan Cabosiero. Pender left side dialed in at 495. And Cabosiero on the two-wheeler. Right side dialed in at 586. Advantage on the start line. We'll go to two-wheeler right side. Going to turn that to a win light as well. 008, 587 with a 3 on the 586 dial in. This Pender was 034 on the tree, 497 with a 5 on the 495 dial in. So Cabosiero on the two-wheeler moving on. 3J, John Joyner Jr. Over on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 540. And Wendell Harrison from the Cavalier on the right-hand side, dialed in at 464. Side. Winlight, however, going to go to Joyner on the left side. 017, 546 with a 3 on the 540 dial in. Harrison had the better 008 reaction time, but runs a tenth above the dial, and that was good enough for a 32 thou behind at the finish line. John Joyner moving on. Gage Birch and Leon Robertson, our next pair. Birch left side dialed in at 588, and Leon Robertson right side dialed in at 614. Down for the second, separation up front, advantage Robertson. Win light, Birch, 007. Breaks out by 10 thousandths. Going to take the win as Robertson was 005 on the tree, breaking out by 13 thousandths. So Gage Birch by 3 thousandths of a second. Moving on to round number 3. James Harris and Tom Orr, next pair. Harris left side dialed in at 505. And our best appearing car for the weekend, Tom Orr. And the Corvette Roadster right side, dialed in at 530. front, advantage or Winlight or 010 on the tree, 537 with a 3 on the 530 dial in. Gonna take the win is Harris with 033 on the tree and a bunch above the dial. No good. Tom Orr moving on. Sean Lingerfeld and Glenn Dilday, next pair. Lingerfeld left side dialed in at 522. And Glenn Dilday, right side, dialed in at 544. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Advantage Lingerfeld. Winlight Lingerfeld 014. One above 4. Going to take the win as Dilday was 015 on the tree. 3 above 5 and 22 thou behind at the stripe. Lingerfeld moving on. Travis Logan and left lane Fred. Fred on J. Right side dialed in at 573. Logan left side dialed in at 620. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Logan left side. Winner, however, going to go to Anjay on the right side. 27, dead 9. Going to take the win. Logan had the better 004 reaction time, breaking out 3 thousandths and getting there at 35 thousandths. Needed to take 32 or less. That would have gotten him the win light. So left lane Fred. Moving on to round number next. Bobby Keown and Kelly Smith. Keown left side dialed in at 677. And Kelly Smith right side dialed in at 598. Identical 017 reaction times off the starting line for both drivers. Down to the stripe, Winlight going to go to Bobby Keown. 17, 1 above 7, going to take the win. Kelly Smith was 017 as well, 6 flat with a 5, 2 above 5. Good enough for 8 thou behind. Mikey Bloomfield and Gus Mascarenas. Going to be our next pair. Mikey dialed in at 621. Mascarenas, right side, dialed in at 524. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Mascarenas. Winlight Bloomfield 021, dead 8, 29 total. Going to take the win as Mascarenas had the better 004 reaction time. Goes 3 above the dial. No good. Bloomfield moving on. Dustin Long and Ben Willis. Next pair. Long over here on the left-hand side, dialed in at 513. And Ben Willis over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 643. Dustin Long taking about 700 feet to go 660 feet all weekend. Eight thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Willis. Winlight Long 014. 1 above 6 going to take the win. As Willis had the better 006 reaction time. Goes 2 above 8 on the dial. And 4 thou behind at the finish line. Dustin Long moving on. Vinny Guido and Hank Uselton going to be our next pair. Vinny Guido going to be dialed in at 623. And Uselton over on the right hand side, dialed in at 6 flat. 2 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Uselton. Win light, Guido, 0-11. One above 4, going to take the win. As Hank Uselton had the better 009 reaction time. Breaks out 3 thou, gets there 19 thou. Need to take 16 or less. Now we've gotten the win light. So Vinny Guido. 2 Utes. Moving on. Junior Bunner. And Antonio Santiago. Bunner left side dialed in at 570. Santiago dialed in at 694. Advantage on the starting line, Santiago. Win light, Bunner. 035. 2 above 0. Going to take the win. Santiago had the better 016 lights. Goes down there and breaks out by 5 thou after getting there by 44 thou. Needs to take 39 or less. To no avail. Bunner moving on. Roy Hagedorn and Jason McCandless moving on. Our next pair. Hagedorn left side dialed in at 576. McCandless right side dialed in at 573. Advantage on the starting line by 16 thousandths. Going to go to McCandless. Going to take the win as well. 012 on the tree. 1 above 5. Going to take the win. Hagedorn was 028 on the tree. Dead on with a 9. And 10 thou behind at the finish line. So McCandless in the Roadster moving on. Cameron Fredrickson and Renee Merhofer. Will be our next pair. Fredrickson left side. Dialed in at 606. Went kind of for a rodeo ride earlier today. I think it was slightly out of the groove. Got it corrected though. Merhofer over on the right hand side dials in at 581. .38 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Fredrickson. Going to take the win as well. 011. 3 above 7. Going to take the win. Merhofer was 049 on the tree. 1 above 0. No good. I believe this is Shane Nauman over on the left-hand side. He is dialed in at 565. And Jonathan McCandless, the Woody Wagon, right side dialed in at 702. This will be our final pair of round number 2 door cars. McCandless moving on as Nauman turns at 005 red. The McCandless 013 green at 703 with a 1 on a 702 dial in. Legal buy run for this round of door cars, Todd Burks. We're on the right hand side, dialed in at 643. Nice 001 reaction time. 642 with a 4 on the 643 dial in. That's going to do it for this round of door cars. For round number 2, we have called dragsters to the lanes. Be coming to you next. I'm going to hand the mic over to somebody else that wants to talk for a little while. It's going to be Hank, he says. Going to turn the mic over here in a couple minutes. Mr. Hank Mulligan. I'm going to enjoy my lunch.
Robbie Gear left side, 442 the dial. Jake Hodge right side, 478 the dial. He's revving it up. Might as well check the throttle cable, right?
I clear it out too.
Yeah, clean it out. That's some of the most fun part of all this. Cleaning them out, doing the burnout. Oh my. So I just went and took me a 15-hour nap. It was touch and go there at the hotel for a while. Yeah. Robbie is in trouble. Jake Hodge, 24 and 4 over for the win. Taking 500ths. Left lane was 53 and 7 above. No good for Robbie Gear. Right side, Jake Hodge, your winner. See, we're using our inside voice, James. You see that? I just don't have any energy. I have no oomph in my lungs anymore to push and talk loud. Oh, yeah. So, Steve Dweck, left side, 486 the dial. Travis Laster Jr., 416 the dial on the right. What do you have at his dial as fast as a 406? 409? I know he was in the 4.0s last night. Yeah, Mama Marilyn was in the final of the door car race. Won the race in the door cars, went on to the final. Junior is in trouble. 007 and 2 over for Steve Dweck in the left lane to get the win. Travis Laster Jr. 39 and 1 over. No good. Junior likes using that button a lot, I think. That button will give you a lot of advantage. I mean, you can dial fast and your opponent thinks you're not getting there because you're so far behind, and he starts lifting, then you just spray it up to spray it dead on. Yeah. If I had buttons more like that in the steering wheel, I'd be a mess. Bump down, bump up, nitrous. I'm good with letting go of the trans brake and the starting line enhancer. That's enough for me. But definitely going to have to put nitrous on it this year. Got to have more weapons, more tools.
I got it for mine. I just haven't put it on yet. If nothing else, you just push it when you go around.
001 red in the left for Anthony D'Agostino. Carson Brown to the right. 008 dead 1. 9 total in the right for Blounteville, Tennessee. Carson Brown, he was ready.
You make me laugh every time you do that.
Corey Galletti in the left lane, 453 the dial. Derek Hubbard in the right lane, 448 the dial. Mikey Campbell, he's listening in Minnesota. And I sound tired, Mike. I shouldn't be tired. I just got out of bed. I went to bed at 11 last night, and I just got here. I had a good... Yesterday, yeah. I got a good, solid 14 hours in at the hotel.
14-hour nap.
Yeah. I forgot to turn my phone off on all your text messages. So yeah, I knew what round it was. 001 in the left, 004 in the right. 004 dead on 7 gets the win for Derek Hubbard in the right lane. 001 and 2 over for Corey Galletti in the left. No good. He's going to lose that entry in the second round. Did we say it yet? Two go down, 1 comes back from here on out. You did it? Yeah. You lose now, and that's it. Your weekend is over because we got no more racing tomorrow. Well, that's the plan. I don't see any rain in the forecast or anything for today, so.
Brad says that is what will definitely happen. We will not be racing tomorrow.
No racing tomorrow. Yeah.
Brad gave us a
You want to give me a ride? I wouldn't take me in your motorhome. I wouldn't take me anywhere.
He was like, not after you called it a meat locker in there yesterday.
Yeah. There's no germs living in your motorhome. 30 degrees. Tyler Bohannon, 26 green, kind of gets away with a little one. Dead on 3 in the right. Trip McCarty, 005 red, and he lets out. Winner right lane, Tyler Bohannon. Madison McCormick, right side, 447 the dial. Lori McGowan Jr. I still don't understand what we're doing wrong there. If it's a female, it can't be a junior. Somebody's leaving the track in a cool car.
Said they were doing 162 on West Palm Beach.
Woodstock, Maryland in the left lane, 507 the dial. Madison McCormick. It says Hazelhurst, Georgia, but we know cane cars from up there in Michigan. Her dad. She's 18 and dead 3 chainsaw. She's taking good care of your car. She gets the win in the right side. McGowan in the left, 16 and 2 over, no good. Winner Madison McCormick in the right lane. I cannot say that I missed this chair with no padding. Law's over there. She's probably got a heater and a massager and a vibrator and stuff in her chair. You do, Law, don't you? Is that what all the cords are for over there?
Think about that. Think about the words in the order.
I'm on cough syrup and Alka-Seltzer. I apologize. I'm not even sure what drag strip we're at right now, but the sun is killing me. 009 in the left, 008 in the right. That is how you start a race out. Oh, 008, 2 above for the win in the right lane. Claude DeMonis. Left lane, 009 and 2 above. Oh, margin of victory, 110 thou. .0001.
Bag of donuts there at the bottom there.
And you don't get to buy back on that. You're just 009 and 2 over and you're done.
No redemption.
Jason Rich, I'm going to buy you some exhaust. That is just obnoxious today. 436 in the left. Michael Rourke, 455 in the right. So I don't think anyone has given us the answer yet. If the zoomies, what is the, why are we using the zoomies? Is it for performance? Okay. All right. All right. Now I do know if a funny car or top fueler puts a cylinder out, they say it shoves the car the opposite direction.
I'm not wrong.
008 red in the left lane. 16 and dead 3 in the right for Michael Rourke for the win in the right lane. Jason Rich, Cookville, Tennessee. 8 red and 2 thou under.
500-inch motor. They got carburetors on it. And he had clutches on it before, but he actually went to zoomies on it. He said it actually helps set the car and keeps it guided a lot better. And something different with the way the exhaust flow was going like this instead of pushing it down.
There's so many ways to build your mousetrap, isn't there? I mean, you would think that you would see a dragster that would kind of be, you know, for bracket racing would be this. Nick Folk and I talked about that, you know, like if you're going to build a car for bracket racing, it would be different than a super comp dragster, you know. It would have nitrous, it would have, you know, maybe high gear only. Georgie Bell, 15 green, 13 thou under on the red line. Okay, you were right, Winnie. Michael Valley, 16 and dead 9 in the left. Aaron McCullough, 007, 1 thou under. So Mike's going dead. It didn't like Hank's, we'll say flavor, scent, breath. I killed the Mike. Katie Sloat, left lane, 487. Slate Cummings, right lane, 452. Is it hot up here, you guys? Could just be the sun, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm in the sun. I'm melting. Oh. I don't blame her. She wants to live forever. My wife, she's quit smoking and everything. She's trying to outlive me to get to the money. She says, what do I get? She says, what do I get if you die? I was like, you get all your money. You get to keep all your money. She says, yeah, but what if I'm like, she keeps trying to get me to get a life insurance policy, a big one. She's like, if you don't want me to date anybody else, you got to make sure I got a lot. I'm like, what do I care? I'm dead. Date who you want. 487. Can't do it. Right side, Slate Cummings, 21 and 1 over for the win in the right. Katie Sloat, 13 and 2 over in the left, and it was not enough. Slate Cummings will move that entry on to round 3. They're Lysoling it up here, honey.
Oh no, we want
Microban wipes. Wow. Oh, Microban is really serious. 24 hour. That is something that it says on the Lysol can that it kills coronavirus. So it's been around a long time. It must have just been. I have my opinions on it. I won't discuss it.
It didn't get to COVID-19 without going through one solution.
Yeah. Steve Farrow, 454 in the left. Brandon Taylor, 460 in the right. He goes by BT. And he does not answer phone calls. You have to text him only. 007, 1 above in the right, taking a thou. Nice lap, Brandon. Left lane, 11 and 1 above, not enough. 00 and Takeo. B folks is you gotta BO and Takeo if you want to win, Hank. I can do that every now and then, but boy God, 10 rounds in a row ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Jonathan DeApril, left lane, 458 the dial. Nick Ferraro, 479 the dial. You okay over there, Law? Did you miss me today? That was the end of that. I'm okay, she said. No. Yeah. No, I missed you. Oh, wow. DeApril, 31, dead 5 for the win in the left. Nick Ferraro, 13, 2 thou under, taking almost 36. Winner, left lane, Jonathan DeApril. It's a 450 running mile an hour, like 448. Is it? Well, then he was. So the left lane was kind of all out there then, huh?
Looked like it.
FTI, Performance Transmissions and Torque Converters, on board with Troy Williams Jr. in the right lane. And if you want to see where Troy came from, his mom's out at the front gate. You can go talk to her. Troy is 466 on a 475 for the win in the right lane. That whole lap was a hot mess. He's 50 on the lamp and he's 900ths under the dial. He is going to round 3. 009 red for Mike Gentile and only 6 thou under the dial. So he was much closer, but that makes you don't get the best red light or closest to the green on either side. Maybe we should start doing that.
I like it.
Closest to the green either way.
I vote yes.
Keith Russell, 470 in the left. Will Boom Boom Holloman, 453 in the right. That would be something, wouldn't it? If you could do the closest, like you could be 2 red instead of 29 green.
Yeah, then if
Yeah.
you're racing somebody that's 50, you're still going to probably
Right.
win that one.
We just give it to you. The closest to perfect, we'll go by the package. All right. Keith Russell leaves no room. 002, dead on 7, 9 total in the left lane. Will Boom Boom Holloman, 20 and dead on 9. Locked out. He's going to lose an entry right here in round 2. We have a long ways to go yet tonight, guys. .002, dead on 9 in the left lane for Keith Russell for the win. Boom Boom was 20 and one above, no good. I got to lay off the cough syrup. I didn't have the mic on again. Yeah. Elizabeth Keene, left lane, 484 the dial. Gene Alvarez, right side, 5 flat. Elizabeth Keene is from Bradenton, Florida. She, not a it. And 2018 Super Pro champion here. Not looking good this lap. Nope. 14 and 3 over, let's say 4 over, 3 with a 9 for the win for Gene Alvarez in the right lane. 40 and 2 over with an 8 in the left. 68 total in the left, that's not a good lap. Winner right side, Gene Alvarez. Downtown McKenna Brown, 459 in the right. Kyle Cotrera, 449 in the left. This is a good matchup. McKenna is improving every time she races, and I mean, she's nasty. She got runner-up in the 15K warm-up race on Wednesday. She got runner-up in a 50 grander, I think, earlier this year. So she's going some rounds. She's got great equipment. Dave the Silver Fox crew chief. Like that. 004 in the left, 003 in the right. Wow. 003, one above with the 3 in the win in the right lane for McKenna. 004, one above 6 in the left. And Kyle Cotrera will lose a bullet in the second round. Like, looks like there's something to be said for having the 2 entries, huh? How old is Joel today? Joel LaPierre, 474 in the left. Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Lou Hawthorne, 443 in the right. Yeah, I missed the Christmas boat parade this year over there with Hansen. That was nice last year. They sent a big barge out in front of all the boats, and it's got fireworks on it, you know. So they launch fireworks off the whole time. And eventually, all you can see is the fireworks because the parade line's so long, but... 46, good guess. Happy birthday, Joel LaPierre. Round 2, dragsters, red and white, run stickers. 005, dead on 9, so the age is not slowing him down at all. Congratulations, Joel LaPierre in the left lane. Lou Hawthorne, 23 and 1 over in the right, no good. Winner left lane, Joel LaPierre. Red and white dragsters to the lanes, please, for second round. What color you think that is in John Sloan's in the left? Not really silver, is it? Because it's got like some, got like a purple tint to it a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. It's different. John Sloan, left lane, 465. Travis Laster, right side, senior, 436. Red in the left, that ends that entry's day. 007 in the right for the win for Travis Laster. Goes 4.345 on a 4.36 dial. McKenna Kitterman in the left lane, 4.45 for the DK construction machine. And Brian Gasper, 4.93 in the right. Now we need to find out which entry was Mark's entry that for the bounty hunter today for the digital delay. $15 red leaving first makes Brian Gasper the loser. 11 red behind, and McKenna Kitterman will get the win. 1 above. But yeah, the digital delay bounty hunter award today, that was on Mark Kelly. Now I saw he lost. What is it, hun? 26M. So which entry lost earlier this round?
He was in there entry round too.
Jeez.
Could have happened a while ago.
Win 50 grand and buy back and lose, and that's how it goes though. Champ won 16 rounds or something, I don't know. Tom Dauber in the right, 461. John Brannon left, 475. Johnny Brannon, 005, 1 above 9 for the win in the left. Dauber's day is done, 15 and 1 over, no good. Dauber just keeps laying down 15 and 1 over, 7 and 1 over. Adam Bitzanis, left lane, 480, the Canadian. John Siegel, 446 in the right. I think my body just rejects all this medicine and not getting any sugar intake. I haven't had McDonald's in a week. 008 to a 006. 006, dead 6. 12 total. Nice lap for John Siegel in the right. Gets the win. 008, 1 thou under in the left. Took 5, had to take 4 less. That is very hard to do. Oral Chambers Jr., left lane, 447. Tim Crone, right side, 501. Zip in the left, 19 in the right. Trip Zip, 1 above, gets the win in the left lane. Crone, 19 and 4 thou under, no good in the right. Winner, left lane, Oral Chambers Jr. Red and white run sticker dragsters, you have been called for second round of eliminations. Frank Ange in the left, Trip Zip, Billy Dunn in the right, 27. That's just ugly. Trip Zip, dead 4. There was nothing for Billy Dunn to do with that. Frank Ange, 4th out, total in the left for the win. I know this guy, Marshall Grooms, Washington, D.C. Lives right next door to the president. They got the tin can, you know, with the string. Right, they talk to each other every night before they go to bed. Yep, that's how they do it. That's how we run the government around here. It's really through Marshall and a tin can with a string, right to the president's bedroom. 471 on the left for Marshall. Jason Bader, right side, 456. Jason Bader, 18 and 6 over for the win in the right. Marshall Grooms, 29 and 6 over. Winner right lane, Jason Bader. Juan Spain, 455 in the left. Kayla Costello, 467 in the right. That is the other half of Stephen the Champ McCrory. Currently. She said she didn't want the wedding. She wanted another Drew dragster. So I'm like, that's a nice girl there.
Bandit's mom.
Bandit's mommy, yep. Bandit was excited when his dad won the other day. 006 in the left, 12 in the right. 006, dead, one above 3 in the left for the win for Quan. Kayla was 12, dead 7. Margin of victory, 410 thou. Johnny Brannon, left lane, 459, the dial driving for Randy Folk. Jono Gerber, 502 in the right. That's a tough one there. You're dating his daughter. So if you break up, you lose your rides too. That's a double-edged sword there. So Brianna's got it going on because Johnny Brannon is going to be very nice to her. I was in panic mode today. I was like, what if I can't even fly home? I'll be living at Jason's Cook's house for Christmas. 005 and 24 under the dial for Johnny Brandon in the left for the win. Jono, 6 red, 2 above, no good in the right. What time is it?
4:56.
5 o'clock. So we got a solid 7.5 hours to go. I can handle that, little 8-hour shift. You guys got 15 hours in today. You guys are men.
Had a few hours in yesterday.
Yeah. I tried yesterday. I came in the morning. I made it till 11. I was like, I'm gone. Gary Carbone, left lane, 443. Timmy Miller, right lane, 486. Court Hand Manor, New York in the left. Neither of them good up front. 55 and 2 over for the win in the left. 67 and 1 over in the right. Finish line, 2 thou. Left lane, Gary Carbone.
That's the back half figured out.
Yeah, you think he's got a pizza joint in New York?
I think it comes with the birth certificate, doesn't it?
Right.
Born?
If your last name's Carbone and you're from New York, yeah. Brandon Bachmeyer, left lane, 467 the dial. Scott Neal, right lane, 454 the dial. Giuseppe's, yeah. We have one in our hometown called Al and Lita's Pizzeria. And Lita is, I think she's in her 90s now. And she still comes in a day or 2 a week and cooks the pizza. Al's since passed on, but
And a guy.
I love those cars.
A Hemi.
I really like, you know, what David Hakim has done, bringing out, you know, that the Hemi Challenge all these years and stuff, and I'm kind of excited to see what's going to go on with these new kind of pro stockers, but they're, yeah.
Cars,
001 in the right. Oh, wow. 6, 7, 8 above the dial for Scott Neal in the right for the win. Brandon Bachmeyer is 16 and 17 thou under, taking almost 9 tenths.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that was a parachute job there. Michael Carpenter in the left, 489. Skinny Kenny Underwood in the right, 482. That's not a 92 Firebird, but he switched from the Firebird to the Dragster because we heard he sold it.
Rattler coming back out.
Double 09 and 1 above for the win in the left for Michael Carpenter. Kenny Underwood, 26 and dead 3, no good in the right. .448 in the left. .458 in the right. .13 in the left for the win for Barry Brown. Scott Gibson turns it 8 thou red, 2 thou under in the right, no good. What would you say the most famous person is you guys have ever met? Yeah. Brianna Costello, 16 and dead 6 for the win in the left lane. Bruce Lieberman in the right, 15 red, dead 2, red and dead. No good in the right. Brianna, moving on. Marie Muller, left side, 462 the dial. William Hamilton, 461 the dial. The fat lady is singing for Willie Hamilton in the right lane with a 005 red, red and dead. Left lane for Marie Muller, she moves on to round 3, 22, dead 1, and she's going on. Chris Rowe left, STW race trailers, Shadow trailers, all aluminum race trailers. Morristown, Florida in the left. Justin Fordyce, 474 in the right. 009 for Chris Rowe, dead on 5. Nice lap. Moving on. Justin Fordyce, 26, dead 2, no good in the right. Winner, left lane, Chris Rowe. Dweck, 17 in the left, and dead on 0, taking 17 for the win in the left. Donovan Tardy, 53 and 19, thou under, no good in the right. Winner, left lane, Steve Dweck. I thank all you guys for covering for me all day. Uh-oh. 000 in the right, 55 in the left. Allison Trip Zip and 2 above for the win in the right. Dave Triplett, 55 and 12 thou under in the left, no good. Winner, right side, Allison. Aaron Williams, left lane, 5 flat. Joe David, 479. David, the French. There's a lot of Canadians here this week. $54, 3 over for the win in the right. 158, 5 thou under in the left. No good in the left. Winner, right lane. Even still 800s behind. Don't dump and save yourself. Just ruin and murder both ends. Right. I'm gonna be within 900 to this guy. He ain't getting a 10th win stripe on me. Brian Stevenson, Kankakee, Illinois, 473 in the left. James Cavanaugh, 470 in the right. And let me just tell you how easy it is up here in front of the screen. I mean, as my wife says, thank God everybody's not perfect like you. I'm like, you know it, honey. Cavanaugh in the right, 26, dead on 2 for the win. Oh, we keep telling you guys when you go red to let out, but you went dead on 0, so now you're going to be talking all week. You got to drive all the way back to Illinois, 7th out red, dead 0. But you know what? We've all done it. We're all raced. We're going, you know what, man? If I would have just had, yeah, maybe he might. Oh God, that's a horrible way to end it. Yeah, man, it was dead on with the 0. Yeah, dude, you red lighted. Doesn't matter. 1 thou. Oh, come on. That only cost me like 15 G's. Give me a break. Gary Sturgeon turns it red. He almost went dead 0. At least he went a thou under. Kevin Abbott, 6 thou red. 5 over the dial for the win in the right for Kevin Abbott. Yeah, how about that? I take my crew out to breakfast, you know, and I gotta pay. And they just completely harassed me the whole time. Hank, you only had to be 28 or better to win the 50. I'm like, I know, I got the ticket. I was there. I saw what happened. That looks like at the finish line. Right. It was fun though. Steve Hayes let me drive his Camaro run like 530s. First time he didn't turn the chip down and pull any timing out. We stood around the back bumper. I'm like, you probably should tell a guy that's going to do that if he's never driven your car before. Yeah. I let it go a bit and whoa. I didn't lift. Identical 004. One above in the left and dead on 5 in the right. Carson Brown, 004, dead on 5, gets the win in the right lane. Kevin Burkett, not a bad lap, 004 and 1 above, and he's done. That entry's done for the Danielle. Jeff Serra, 454 the dial. Derek Hubbard in the right, 447 the dial. Final round last night? Dragsters, nice. I will take under 17 for the reaction time in the left.
Boy, you said you're on a betting man though. In green or red?
Green.
Ooh.
Reds don't count.
I think go 8 or better.
You're going 8 or better? So I got 9 to 15, 9 to 17?
That? Yeah.
How much?
That?
Oh! $23 dead on 8 for Derek Hubbard in the right. Everybody loses, including Jeff in the left lane. 20 and 1 over in the with the 5. No good. Woman, I love it. Clean them out, boys. Clean them out. I know a guy that did that. He hit his nitrous to burn out. Joe, how's that end? How's that end, Joe? How's that turn out for you? Double 03 red in the left for Glenn Gilday. 26, 15 thou under for the winner in Bailey Ferraro in the right lane. I think that's the first time I've seen Glenn race his dragster all week. He's been double entered in the Nova. Red, white, blue run sticker dragsters. That's all of you. Round number 2 to the lanes, please. Just tell him I think I had COVID. Trip McCarty, 3 thou red in the right lane. He at least lets out and quits. 008 and 14 thou under for Patrick Miller in the left for the win. And 7 thou under for Paul Skins here, American Production Inc. in the left out of Middletown, New York for the win. CJ Keene, 2 thou red in the right. And that entry's done. No more buybacks today. You can't make them, you can't refix them, can't heal them. All right. Yeah, Corey Galletti, 458, driving Randy Lynn's Ships dragster. Todd Osting, 482 in the right. Just what he needed. A red light in the right lane gives him a time run. 33 and 24 under the dial. Galletti will move that entry on to round 3. Yeah, Joel LaPierre, happy birthday. 474 in the left, John Brown, 450 in the right. If your day is done, remember that registration is open, so now is the time to go close out your tabs and get your winnings. Winner right side, John Brown. Stanley Albritton Jr., right side, Bradenton, Florida, 454. Mike, jeez, that's scary. If you look away and then you look back and you see that car coming backwards that fast, it's scary. Mike Gentile, 501. 2007 Takash dragster. Is he still in business then making them?
No, he closed down his shop. He's head fabricator at Titan Motorsports now.
9 red in the left, 16 green in the right for the win for Stanley Albatron. Hey, I think they're starting to listen to us. Yeah, 16 dead, 1 in the right for Stanley. Mike Gentile saves the fuel. Batman in the right lane. Ricky Boggs in the left lane. Think he's a Batman fan, James? You gotta think he's got some type of a Batman car or models or... He could be Batman in there driving, you're right. Right. He does have some cool equipment in the back cave. The utility belt, right. There's no way they make a winch that small and strong enough to lift me up anywhere. My Batman, all my equipment would fail. I get stuck halfway up. Winch would be locked up. Batman 008 in the right, 22 in the left. 008 dead 9. Moving on to round 3 in the right lane. Batman 008 dead 9. Moving on to round 3 in the right lane. Ricky Boggs 22 and 1 over, no good in the left. Yeah, Batman. Got it. He's moving around 3. We need a Superman car or something, or a Joker car or something out here now. Now, the Dukes family has Slimer. That could go as like a Riddler car.
Brandon Taylor had Slimer for a long time.
Yeah, Tyler Bohannon, right side, 466. Amy Farrah Fowler, 466 in the left. Brevard Cylinder Head, Merritt Island, Florida. We know one of their customers. Brevard Cylinder Head, you should help Joe out. He's a good guy. You know, we all make mistakes, hit the nitrogen, the burnout. No. That's not what happened, by the way. We're listening
It's a great story, though.
to Motorman. It sounds better, right? Wow, nasty. 008, dead 1, 9 total for the win in the right. Amy in the left, 002 and 2 above 1, no good. Bohannon moving on around 3 with that entry. Adam Betzanis, left lane, Canadian, 480 to dial for the Cosmic Chrome car. Right side, Jake Hodge, 2021 Diamond, 480 in the right. Jake can go 476. I just thought I'd let you know that, Adam. At least 477. Jake has been refining his skills this year. Jake, 009. 1 thou under, taking 5. Oh, wow. They're both a thou under, but 14 in the left, 9 in the right. Jake Hodge, State Farm, moving on in the right lane.
Come back around for right endorsements. Coming by on his golf cart. He's like, how happened to your nose? I told him what happened. He's like,
Katie Sloat in the left, 488. Gary Williams, FTI Performance Racing Transmissions and Converters in the right. Gary's mom, she's at the front gate keeping an eye on her boys. I think she locks them in here, Law. Is that what's going on? Once she comes through, they come through the gate, she knows where her kids are. Yeah, then she sits out there at the front gate and the boys ain't leaving. Yeah. Any trouble they want to cause has got to be in the playground area here. Yeah. He did take the race car down the highway last year. Yes, he did. Right. Well, you can't test it on the track. The race was going on. They don't have that shop over next door. I heard the guy that owns the Circle Track or something bought it. Yep. Cletus has got a lot of money, I heard.
Liz is getting married tonight, thanks to Facebook.
Yeah. Well, Cletus used to have a lot of money. He's got half of what he had before because he got married today.
Getting married tonight.
He just lost half, Cletus. Half, Eddie. What have you done for me lately? .002, dead 4, 6 total. Winner, Gary Williams in the right. Poor Katie Sloat, 14, dead 2. 16 total, and had her doubled up. Everybody says you like dragsters or door cars better. I said it's not really like what you like better. I said, but for me, I think when a dragster has a bad lap, it's a 16 or an 18 pack. And a door car has a bad lap, it can be 35, 400s or something. And there's still, and I'm not saying anything bad, but it still seems like there's a lot more local guys will come out to their track for the big money race that has a door car. I've had this 67 Camaro for 20 years, and they come out and they lay down that 48 light bulb against me and 3 over, and I'm thinking, I'm thankful that you came today. But the dragsters, I'm not, it's just, the dragster margin of error is much less, I think. Yeah. 21 in the right, 21 and 1 over is no good against 13 dead 4 in the left. Corey LeClaire, winner right, left lane. The only thing I don't like with that door car thing is at other promotions groups, when you get on the ladder, it's just a ladder. Yeah. So I think you might do really well for those first 6 rounds in your door car group. 7th round, now you got to race 440 dragster in your 590 door car or whatever. Now,
you haven't had anything that close, that far away.
Now that math goes in their favor.
Yep.
You got to leave first. You get your red light first. You're going to get there first. You're going to break out first. You can't see the finish line and them at the same time, Tony Pontillo, 17 and 1 over for the win in the right lane, all the way from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Left lane, Georgie Bell, 47, dead 5, no good. Winner right side. I haven't spoke about Trey Bunner's hair all week. He has a sexy mullet. I'm telling you. Curly, flowing, golden flowing locks, yeah. I don't know, but she ain't got if there's a Mrs. Trey Bunner, she ain't got hair like he does. He's got the nicest hair in the family, I bet you. It's got to be an issue for their marriage. Michael Valley, 18 in the left. Trey Bunner, 16 in the right. 18 dead 0 for the win in the left. 16 dead 9, no good in the right. Michael Valley, your winner in the left lane. Final call for all run sticker to dragsters per Brad Miles. If you have a dragster and you're in second round, you should be here. Keith Russell, left lane. Zach Cook, right lane. Zach Cook, 17 for the win in the right. Mike Larkin in the right, 489 the dial. Jay Adams in the left, 489 the dial. Law, why do I get the feeling you cleared my screen really fast that time? On purpose. Uh-huh.
I couldn't keep up earlier.
It was just a root beer float request, Law.
I had to have photographic memory.
You didn't have to clear the screen that fast, you know. I can't read that fast. 15 and 2 over for the win in the right for Mike Larkin. 23 and 3 over, no good in the left. Johnny Brandon in the left, 475. Travis Laster, 416 in the right. Travis Laster, Sr. Double 04, 1 above 6 for the win in the right. Johnny Brandon, 10 and 9 thou under. Took 19, had to take 10 or less. Fast car wins. Right trailers, 50K, round 2, all run sticker door cars. You should be in the lane, please. Dragsters, all dragsters, excuse me. NyQuil is my friend. Double 02, 1 above for Larry Hambone Hamby in the right lane for the win. 26 and no good in the left. Michael Carpenter in the left lane, 489 the dial. Eric Mann, 468 the dial on the right. 001 and 2 above for Michael Carpenter in the left. Michael Mann, Eric Mann, excuse me, 470 in the right and under, no good. Bill Cohen, we sure hope you make this race next year. We hope everybody that's watching online tonight and has watched with us all week can make this race. It's a great race. It's great weather. It's a great time of the year to be down here racing. So, hi, Ben Hammering, Mopar Man. Good to see you always. 69 Pro Street Camaro. Glenn Harmon. Brandon Hodge. Brandon, are you related to Jake at all? Cousins. Brad knows everything.
I know Brandon and Jake. Brandon had
Ben Hammering says, why you call him Boom Boom, Hank? Well, let's just say that Will likes fireworks. Michael Rourke, right side, 14 and dead on 2. Nice lap for the win. 13 and dead on 7 for Oral Chambers in the left. He's going to lose that entry. CKY 004, Cordova. I live in Dixon, Illinois. Well, I did. I'm staying in Mount Morris right now until I build new this spring, but we raced at Byron one day, Union Grove one day, and Cordova another day. So I grew up at Cordova, the World Series. 1.3 thousand viewers on Motor Mania tonight. We love all of you. Hi, Knight. Thanks, Pro Street. It was a 14-hour nap today. 009, 1 above 9 in the right for Jeremy Popple. No good. Stephen Farrah Fowler, 28 and 5 thou under in the left. Huh? What's your spot? Oh, yeah, that's my spot. You can feel the difference. Okay. You can feel the draft. Wasn't there a draft or something? And one's too far from the bathroom. And right trailers 50K, round 3, no box to lanes 5 and 6. Potential buy run 2745. Carly Holbrook. You are the wait and see dragracesolutions.com buy. I love that show. My wife and I watched it. You know, I hate them when they get rid of them, you know, like Seinfeld. That was one that we watched a lot. Yeah. 465 in the right, 515 in the left. Now we know who Batman is. Curtis Allen. He says, I am Batman. 10 in the left, dead on 3 for Terrell Sinkler. Winner, left lane. T-Rock, 23 and 5 thou under. He was locked out. Dylan Mudd back around for shot number 2 in Bo Butner's hot rod. No. Bo won't have that when you're driving his car. Matt Ferraro in the left, 490. Dylan Mudd in the right, 453. Thank you. I tried talking Randy Linden to let me live in the big house with her and Bo yesterday. I don't think it went over too well. .21 and 1 above for Dylan Mudd. Wearing the boss's throttle cable out. Matt, 17 and 2 over. So we're coming back here in March and letting you know that the pre-entry is open for March 11th through the 13th. The triple 25s, 25, 25, and 25, only $5.99. And pre-entries open. We already sold a ton of them at the Black Friday sale. So $199 deposit, and there's only 239 spots left. So go to racesfg.com and sign up to be able to race with us here in March. Otherwise, we're going to be sold out like this race was. Steve Muller, 13 and 1 over for the win in the left. 49 and 1 over for Isaac Harris in the right. No good. Kinnerman, 35 and 1 above for the win in the left. Brett Sloat, 12 red, no good in the right. '66 lane, where are you at down in Southern Hill? We go four-wheeling down there, and I mean, there's nothing down there. The little towns we go to. I like Gateway. I'd like to see one of our SFG races be held out at the Gateway. Brian Hansberry, that's his car. He's the Batman dragster, huh? Brandon Hodge, your cousin is the one that knows everybody with what cars to get your car to drive. Talk to Jake. He's got 49 rides. Tim Butler, style red in the left. Will Boom Boom Holland, 17 in the right. Dead on 8 for the win in the right lane for Will Holloman. Frank Angers, left side, 460. Dave Edwards, right side, 484. Right side, 003, and 1 above, 8 for the win in the right lane. 29 dead 2, no good for Frank Angers in the left. Empty Pockets Racing up here with Brian Stevenson, 473 the dial. BT, 459. Roanoke, Alabama. I don't know why he put Woodlawn, Alabama this time. I don't even think BT knows where he lives. That's a guy that goes out to eat an awful lot. He knows all the good restaurants by all the racetracks. Hence the heart attack in Michigan. .004 in the left, 008 in the right. 004, dead 5. In the left for Brian Stevenson in the Empty Pockets Racing. BT 008 and dead 6. 14 total in the right, no good. That's a tough lap. As some of these people say, bracket racing is just stupid. Door car, red run stickers, round number 3 to the lanes, please. 5 and 6. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Right trailers, 50K, round 3. Door car, red run stickers only to 1 and 2. Jonathan DeApril, left lane. McKenna Brown, right lane. Cleveland and Issa are still here with us. I don't know, Sue, if you watch at home or not, but I enjoy Sue's Facebook posts. She's always cooking up something. Trip, zip, and 1 above for McKenna in the right. Jonathan in the left, 4th out, red, 19th out, under. That entry's done for the day. McKenna's got a bullet going to the 3rd round. He's a car hog, huh? He does definitely breaks them. I pitted next to him in Georgia, and I downsized the battery charger. My fuel pump leaked. I had to buy back. It was horrible. Don't park by Jake Hodge. He sent me the picture of the battery charger. Hey, Hank, you forgot your battery? No, I didn't. I parked next to you. Quit working. He took it home. Says he's going to fix it. Chris Rowe, 003, takes too much stripe. Slate Cummings, 17, dead 2, sending him at 141. Slate gets the win in the right. Chris Rowe gets a 35 win stripe. Thank you to Slate Cummings. And Slate's going to move on to round 3 with that entry. It says BT and on the car, but we think it's Bailey Perfaro in the left and Mike Stasky in the right. At this stage of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a lot of broken cars and people trading. .007, dead 8 for the win in the left lane. 20, 2 over, no good in the right. Kyle Cotrera, right side, 10 and 1 above 4, no good. He gets the win in the right, excuse me. 18 and 1 over for Billy Dunn, no good in the left. Winner, right side, Kyle Cotrera. I did not bring the Santa suit this year, George. It's in one of our storage units, you know. We sold our house in June, and we've been staying with my dad in his 24 all seasons room. 2 dogs and 2 cats. I moved home at 53 years old with my wife and children. My dad loves it though, I think. But this week my wife has been staying with her mother in her old childhood bedroom with my dogs. So I do have a little bit of apprehension or concern. I did text her. I'm like, you do plan on coming back home and living with me, right, when I get back home. Because I don't want her getting too comfortable. I've never spent the night at Grandma's house. And now my dogs have got to stay there in Mom's bedroom. I never got to go in there either. .46 in the left, 37 in the right. 37, 2 over gets the win in the right. 46 and 2 over does not win in the left. Kelly Smith running for state rep in Michigan. Give your drag racer a vote if you're from Michigan. W.R. Ketterman in the left, 462. Donovan Williams, 469 in the right. Driving the overkill hot rod for Okie Dokie Motorsports. Okie's the only one I know took a private jet to the races this weekend.
You didn't?
I did not, but I'm thinking he can give me a ride home tonight when the races are over. Maybe Johnny Coffin can send the Uber jet for me. Johnny, I haven't heard from you all week. You must be busy, you and Bella. .008 and 1 over for the win in the right lane for Donovan. Left lane 25, 1 above, no good in the left. .16 and 3 over for Jono Gerber in the left. Anthony D'Agostino on the right. Hogged her up 14 and 3 thou under, taking almost 36. Winner left lane, Jono Gerber. A last pair of dragsters right here. Then we're going to do some track prep. Then we're going to do no box, round 3. Then box, round 3, door cars. But half the field is out after this round. Mark Kelly in the right, 008, dead on 311 total for the win. Scott Gibson in the left, 10, 7 thou under, taking 8, had to take 1. Yeah. So Mark Kelly will hang on to the bye for round number 3. He also has the Digital Delay Bounty Hunter Award still on his back.
James.
Hank Mulligan, SFG Promotions. We're up near the starting line. It's going to be an in-and-out interview, but Gary Okie, Gary Rowe, right? Yeah, okay, so we're with Gary. Gary comes along and he does all our events, all our photography, and he does a lot of free entertainment that we really all seem to gravitate to and have a good time with. Gary, first question, how'd you get into the photography traveling business?
Well, I've been around drag racing all my life. I never knew anything different. My mom worked local nights at a grocery store on Saturday nights, so my dad took me and my brother to the racetrack, and we went racing ever since I was in diapers. So I've never known anything else. I thought all the kids who didn't go drag racing were weird, you know, because that's my whole life. So literally been in it since I was diapers. But the business side of it came years later after high school. The internet came out, and I had a chance to show off some of my graphic talents with my drawings and all, and kind of led from there.
Who's the little guy?
This is my Brady. He's actually from here. I got him about 4 years ago. I was here at Bradenton Motorsports Park for the U.S. Street Nationals, and I found him online and went and picked him up, and I named him Brady for short. So it's Brady for Bradenton, Florida, Brady for short.
Hi, Brady. Hi, buddy. Got anything to say? He says, yeah, I like the drag races.
Yeah, he does.
So how many events a year do you do?
On average, 35 to 40.
I know you recently got married, yeah?
Yeah, sure did. My Jennifer, yeah, about 2 months, a little over 2 months ago now. So I'm in my last event of the year here, so I'm looking forward to getting home and spending the off season with my bride.
I noticed there's a problem with that bride of yours, though, is her football team.
Well, I'm trying to migrate her into being a football fan. You know, I'm a Georgia Bulldogs fan and a Green Bay Packers fan because obviously my name's Gary. So I like the G, the whole thing with the G. That's why I'm a fan of them, and it kind of stuck. So
That's good. That's good. Where's home from?
Byron, Georgia, just in between Macon and Warner Robins, Perry area.
Nice area to live. Nice area. Well, I appreciate all you do when you come out. My mom was here last year, and my wife, and they had a blast listening to you sing and the karaoke. And thanks for all you do.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. SFG couldn't be happy to be involved with them. Kyle Riley, you know, gave me an opportunity years ago to take care of the website for racesfg.com, and soon followed behind with the photos. So what a blessing, the SFG group, all you guys, you know, like my second family. So this is great to be away from home, but still at home.
Thanks very much, Gary.
Rock and roll, baby.
Jags.
Round 3, red and white door cars to the lanes, please. Sun's going down over toward the Gulf of Mexico. And as James up here says, don't listen to us, but whatever you think you're going to run, subtract 1. We're just trying to save you from all the double breakout grief the rest of the evening. Long-time listener, first-time caller, Captain Obvious. So there will be no registration trailer here tomorrow to close your tabs or to collect any winnings. There is no line over there. If you have a tab for this week of racing or if you have winnings coming, now's your time to go see Jackie or Jess. Tim Butler in the left, Brian Cerruti. Brian smokes the whole way down every time. Nothing to be alarmed of. 30 dead 6 for the win for Butler in the left, taking 3 thou. Brian 24 and 1 above in the right, no good. Our dragracesolutions.com. Byron in the right lane, Carly. Holbrook. Isn't there a Holbrook, Arizona? It's right over by Winslow. Standing on the corner of Winslow, Arizona. You see all the people that take those pictures there now? Yep. They stand there against that sign. So Carly will go to the final and race Tim Butler. 699.9 on a 699 dial-in. 39 lamp. She's ready for the final. So third round, delay box door cars coming out next. Yep. Looking forward to coming back here March 11th and racing 325 Granders. Jonathan McCandless, left lane, 702 the dial. Dan Corbaciar, 586. Corbaciero. You can do it, Hank. You can do it. 586 for the motorcycle. Wow, he's flying. Zip for the Plymouth wagon. 705 on a 702. Trip Zip gets the win in the left. Dan 108 red. Dead on with the 4. Don't listen to Hank. Don't let out. Red, white, and blue run stickers. That's all of you. Round number 3 door cars to the lanes, please. Carlos Diaz in the left. Rick Schaefer in the right. Rick, double breakout victory in the right lane. 23 and 14 thou under for the win. Rick, I have my gas cap. Schaefer. So there's our first double breakout. The motorcycle broke out. The only one that didn't break out was the wagon. Your vegetables smell good, Lo. The vegetables. Yeah. Smells like broccoli with pepper. Stephen McCrory, the champ, 606. Driving his new hot rod that he just bought today. Bill Fordyce, 580 in the right. Champ, 004 and 2 above for the win. He can drive anything. He's got a steering wheel. He'll make it happen. Bill Fordyce, 26, dead on 3. No good in the right. Matt Brewer, left lane, 587 the dial. Tyler McMillan, right lane, 588 the dial.
All the way out left hard track.
foot.
So the winner was 002, one above, two above in the right lane. We had some fuel spill out in the left lane there, so. Check your gas caps, boys and girls.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
Identical up front, 14 to 14, win right side, one above. 3 above in the left, no good. 1 above in the right is good to go. Steve Withrow, 14, 1 above, the winner in the right lane. Randy Folk is so cool, isn't he? Keeping the door open, open face helmet. He's a bad man. 70 years old, I bet he's still kicking most people's butts. I'm never going to find that out. Randy Folk, Bradenton, Florida, left side, 588 the dial. Bill Powell, right side, 546 the dial. $19 and 2 above for the win in the right, 25 and 2 above, no good for Randy in the left. Bill Powell gets 5 thou win stripe in the right lane to win. This is a matchup. Troy Williams Jr. left side, his mama out at the front gate keeping an eye on him. AJ Ash right side, 575 in the right, 571 in the left. I'm thinking AJ's holding more than he normally does because he was 572 all night last night. So that might be a little strategy against Troy. What do you think, Brad? Yeah. Boy, that truck won a lot of money, didn't it? Manny turns a red, Howard turns a red behind him, but Howard's going to get the win in the left lane. That's no joke. David Rampy can win in anything. He was doing some bracket racing, him and his son Chase, but I don't know. I think he's got a farm and he's got cows and he's got his lovely wife Kelly, so why would you ever want to leave the house? That had to take a toll on y'all of them. We did it for 20 years, chasing points and driving up and down the road. 40 weeks a year racing. 16 in the left, 44 in the right. Left lane 16, 3 over for the win. Right lane 44 and 25 under, taking 29, no good. Dave Conley in the left, Vinny Guido in the right. Dave Conley, daddy to Bryson. Cute little boy. Him and Jennifer. Jenny, I was getting touch and go today when I was so sick. I was like, oh boy, I'm going to be living at Dave and Jenny's house, quarantined for 2 weeks. I'm sure Dave would love that. But at least Bryson and I could have played together with all the toys and stuff all day. Same intellectual level. Bryson's probably a little more mature than me. 2 fouls separate them up front. $25, 1 over in the left, no good. 23, 1 over 4 in the right. Wins by 4, thou in the right lane. Todd Burke, 642 in the left. Jason McCandless, 573 in the right. Todd won a lot of rounds last night. I have not yet got to talk to the McCandless boys. I really wanted to speak with them a little bit. I drove around quite a bit yesterday, trying to catch up with them, maybe do some interviews and ask some questions about their grandfather, or even their dad.
What's up, Hank? Jason goes 34 to Todd's 008. And in the end, it's going to be Todd. Todd Burke's 008 up front and runs it 1.15 over. I'm a little tired.
Stairs will do that to you.
Yeah, I know. It's not just stairs. I've been working the lanes.
You didn't bring me no chocolate shake today.
No, but I'll go down and get you one.
They're closed.
Oh.
Take the rental car.
I can't drive.
Yeah, you can. You race your junior dragster.
Here, how about I give you money and go take the rental car?
What? How much? You've been up? You've been up in the bleachers again?
Yep. No, Kyle Riley just paid me this morning.
Oh boy. Garrett Griffith, 624 in the left. John Laster, 577 in the right. 009 in the left. 22 in the right. 3 above 6, 009 for Garrett. Alexandria, Kentucky in the left gets the win. Laster 22 and 3 over in the right, and no good.
Next up, we got Lil Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Out of 620, taking on Glendale Day. Glendale Day?
That's him.
Out of 543.
Bloomfield Jr., we're going to tell you that door does not match the rest of the truck. So whoever your painter is needs to go back to painting 101.
You mean the bed doesn't match the rest of the truck?
The front fender don't match the door, and the door don't match the back bed.
Front fender matches the door?
Don't match the roof. No. It's all kinds of different colors of red. Well.
Oh, Mikey must have forgot to put her in the box, or he just anticipated it. Glendale Day 001 up front and runs it 1 over with a 3 to be 13 total.
Bloomfield, let's go on nothing. 219 red. Jason Smoke Folk, left side 621. Ryan Harem, right side 550. Ryan from Huntington Beach, California. Jason from Bradenton, Florida. That's as far apart as you can get on the United States.
That's about a fact.
2,500 miles, that ain't good. That's a long drive.
Unless he was in the Keys, Florida, and they were in, and
right.
he was in Washington.
Could have been Hawaii or Alaska, right?
You gonna let me announce any?
No.
Why?
This is my job.
I'm about to steal it. Oh, advantage to Ryan. Win light. Gonna be Jason Smoke, as he's 30 up front, 1 above 3 to be 42 total. Ryan is 22, and did you see that?
I didn't.
Okay, me neither.
See, if you're going to be the announcer, you got to be quick, like a cat.
You ain't that quick.
Oh, I'm quick. I got cat-like reflexes.
And why ain't you got cat-like reflexes right now?
Nick Ferraro, left side, 623. John Talazano, right side, 549.
004 to 88, 4,000 separate, and ring light is going to be Nick Ferraro. 004 up front, and runs it 1 above with a 3 to be, how much total is that, Hank?
We're going to go 13 plus 4 is 17.
Yeah, 17.
I think you need to go homeschooling with Hank. You're coming home with me.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah. We're
You're
going
sick.
back
You
to the
can't
frozen.
fly home.
Well, that's all right. I'll stay at your house for a couple weeks. We'll live out in the shed together. We'll make that our bedroom.
It ain't insulated.
So, it's Florida.
You got school this week?
No, he's off school for the rest of the year. Christmas break.
Yep.
Yeah. Lindsay back, left
Christmas
side,
is only 7
618 the
days.
dial. Matt Daddis, right side, 620 the dial. Vermilion, Ohio, in the right. I'm not sure where Lindsay's from. Doesn't tell me. Where's Lindsay from?
I don't know.
You think? You want some French fries?
No. I have pizza.
What about a root beer float? Man, we need some root beer float.
Next up, we got Matt Davis. He went a 004 to Lindsay 12, and the winner is going to be Matt Davis, the 004 up front, and runs it 27 total.
No.
17.
There you go. Lindsay back was 12 and 1 above, no good. Caroline McCarty, 607 in the left. Ben Willis, 644 in the right.
Caroline. Sweet Caroline. The song.
I agree.
Caroline down to 607. Ben Wells down to
100%. Make it happen.
644. Hey, Brad, can you please get me a water out of
Caroline 007 on the tree. She runs 2 over 6 to take the win. Gets there 19 thou. Ben Willis 19. 3 over 3. Not good enough. Caroline McCarty moving on. Finding her groove. Been a tough week so far for her. Austin Logan 648 left. Neon Leon Robertson 632 in the S10 right. Leon Robertson, 19 on the tree, on down the track they go. He gets the job done. 2 over 1 gets there 22, as Austin Logan was 47 on the tree. 1 over 5. I was joking about that. Thanks.
Walter Brown, left side, 745 the dial. Rafael Mamie, Puerto Rico, 610 the dial in the right. Right trailers, 50K, round 3, all door car colors to the lanes, please. Potential buy 9316, Mike White, DragRaceSolutions.com buy. Rafael 31, dead 1 for the win in the right. Walter Brown 004, red in the left. Antonio Santiago, it says Kissimmee, Florida now, but he is definitely from Puerto Rico. 692 in the left. Mike Mills, 614 in the right. 67 Barracuda. I like the Barracudas. Could be. Maybe he has moved here full time. Maybe they leave all their cars here at his house now, yeah. By the hair, I was chin chin chin. 1,000 red in the right lane, no good for Mike. Antonio Santiago, 14 and 1 above 4 are going to move on.
Carlos Arroyo Jr., left side, 590 the dial. Tucker Creech, 596 in the Nova, right lane.
Dave Little watching online. Hi, Dave. DRC, to give you a backdrop on that, Mikey and I have known each other a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't give him a hard time about the miscolored door to the box. That guy's won a lot of money, so it ain't the color of his door to the rest of the truck that makes a difference on what he wins.
Well,
Some of you
no
people
doubt about that.
some people in the chat room just take everything way
Oh,
too
no,
serious.
you're kidding me.
Yeah. Hi, sir. How's all the pictures been going today? How's all the pictures been going today?
I only took like 2,000.
2,000. You wear a battery out in that?
2,600 pictures.
That's a lot of pictures, Liz.
Carlos Arroyo, 19 off the tree. Turns it into a win, running dead on with an 8, 27 total. Locking out Tucker Creech. Tucker Creech ending his day in that entry.
Nicholas, I have been down for the count for a day or two, 2 days now. So, yeah, Amy and I think you need a little pep in your step. No doubt. I wish I could get it. It was touch and go. I thought I was going to be living at Jason's for Christmas. Las Piedras, Puerto Rico. You like that, don't you? Manuel Soleil in the left, Bill Groton in the right, 23 in the left, 38 in the right. 646 with a 3 on a 645 will get it done for Manuel in the left lane. Bill was 38 and 1 above with a 0, no good in the right, winner left lane.
What is a Piedras?
I do not know.
Los Angeles is the city of angels. Los Piedras is the city of...
If we had Joni with us, she'd give us the fun fact.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. Ride with her down the highway. You will be smarter by the time you get to your destination.
Travis Logan getting ready to do a big Papa Wheelie in the left lane. 619 the dial. Tom Orr rolling up in the best appearing car here this weekend.
I just got that text right there, Joe, and it appears since you're going to be dating Aunt Dee Dee that you get to like join the folk family right in, just like that. I mean, I've hauled race cars across the country for them in the middle of the night. I've driven their rigs from Rockingham to Florida, nothing. And you date the aunt like 2 times, and all of a sudden you're in?
It's news to me.
Yeah, Nick, he's got a Mopar in his dragster, okay? Your dad ain't gonna allow that in the family. Corvette Roadster looking good. 006, 1 above 8. Gonna knock it down for the win in the right lane. 21 for Logan and 1 above 6, no good in the left.
That's all I know.
But what year?
I don't know.
Ryan Barnes, 512 in the right. Tim Martin, 637 in the left. Now she flying in near you or?
Orlando.
Orlando? How far is that from you?
45 minutes.
Not bad. Red and white run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please.
I got nothing to do. I'll probably just drive out there every day until I meet her.
One foul too soon in the left lane for Tim Martin. That entry is done. Ryan Barnes, 14 and 1 over, will get the win. You know, I'm going to say maybe it's the light, Joe. Maybe it's like a starting line light on that red paint because there's another red truck up. It could be me and the cough syrup.
No, it isn't, because my
Okay.
key store doesn't
Okay.
line up with the other colors even
All
in
right.
the daytime.
Well, I got chastised in the chat room because I.
Sorry,
Yeah.
they can chastise all they want. It don't match.
Right. Paint the door. You want 150 grand a year? Paint the door, right? Alfredo Ortiz, San Juan, Puerto Rico, is in trouble. Oh my. Scotty, 27, had 200s in the bank up front. Goes 25 above to give it back a thou. Alfredo, 45 and dead 6. 51 total, going to get the win in the right. James Bunner Jr., 569 in the left. Oscar Cologne, 646 in the right. There's no line at the registration. Make sure you go close out your tabs and or collect your winnings, because there will be no registration here tomorrow. If you don't get your money tonight or pay your tab tonight, that's bad news, because that trailer is down the road tonight. Winner left lane 19, dead 3. Gonna get James Bunner Jr. a win. Oscar Cologne 40 and 1 over, no good. Yeah. Red and white run sticker dragsters, round number 3. Right trailers 50K. You should be up here.
Chad Duke getting the win, 12 on the tree. 1 over 3, 25 total. Logan Back was 16 on the tree, had a chance, but breaks it out. 9 thou. Chad Duke moving on.
Yeah, I think it's just a piece of paper, but probably about 120 feet out. Right, left lane, right.
Thank you, Fred Ford. Lindsay Back is from the Ohio area.
Michael Pinder, GTO 496 to dial left side. Fred Anger.
Yeah, Scotty.
Chevy 2.
51 total. That wasn't good.
573.
.496 the dial in the left. Oh. 26 and 2 over for the win in the right for Fred Anger. From Canada, it's going to move on to round 4. Left lane 16, 9 thou under, took 42. The Mighty Mons in the left side. 647 for Dan Ferraro from Palmetto, Florida. David Bird Jones, 490, as seen on TV in the Street Outlaws. He didn't do that very long, did he? He went to a couple of those races and was on TV.
Right.
Which car was he driving? I think it was a Camaro or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Night Moves?
Highest at Memphis on its lid on wide open throttle.
Ooh. He's got an advantage, not much. Oh, man. 22 and 1 over for the win in the left, 17 in the right, and a thou under. Took 18, but he can't be seen out of that car. Well, it's 138, so he was trying. Dan Ferraro gets the win in the left. Onyx Gonzalez left lane 687, 156 the lamp. Doug Milner 27 the dial. .27 and 2/10 over.
Just sneaks it in.
Yeah, with a 2/10 wind stripe. Barely made it. Dustin, I ain't scared or lifting long. 513 in the left. Rick Schaefer, 540 in the right. He's got his gas cap now. He didn't do that again. We asked everybody.
Where are my gloves?
Yeah. Pants, jacket, and that collar. Dustin Long, 001 and 2 over for the win in the left. 22 and 4 over in the right for Rick Schaefer. No good this run. Winner left lane. Now that is a clean Beretta.
Still not as good looking as Stage.
Well, I'm biased. That's not mine. That's definitely all him and Caden. I'm just lucky they let me drive it a couple times. But I don't see that happening a whole lot next year. Next year we'll have 3 race cars and 4 drivers. That doesn't add up. Yeah. Sean Lingerfelt, left side, 522 in the left in the Beretta out of Anderson, South Carolina. Dan Corbasier. Corbasiero. Dan, help me out. 586. Dan C. on the 06 Kawasaki. Yeah. From Corbone, New York. He is in trouble a lot. 001 and 1 above for the win in the left lane. 80. Dead 9 in the right. No good for the motorcycle driver. Sean Lingerfelt moves on to round 4. Well, that's a good comment. Stephen the Champ McCrory, left lane. AJ Ash, the right lane. .606 in the left, 576 in the right. Okie is alive and moving. What they were saying about me today.
I threw you a shout out in case you were listening. I get well,
oh,
but apparently you were not even.
No. 18 in the left, 14 in the right. Wow. 14 dead 2. Getting 2 thou stripe for the win in the right. 18 dead 0. Locked out in the left.
First loss in the Firebird for Steve McCrory.
.588 in the left, 541 in the right. .16 in the left and 2 over, gets the win. 28 and 2 over in the right, no good. Winner, 6 thou, Matt Brewer in the left lane. The S10 trucks, they just really blew out in popularity, didn't they? 678 in the left, 572 in the right.
I don't know if you were here. I did confirm in the McCandless Roadster, it is a small block Mopar. I do not know what size. I could not get that interview done.
Watch how easy this is. Chat, Bleachers, Maniacs, what size of small block Mopar is in Jason McCandless 33 Dodge Roadster?
Wow, I didn't even think of that. Bobby Keown with the win, 67. And 3 thou under as Jason McCandless, 28. 7 thou under. Ouch. Taking a bunch.
Gary Federico, I hope you can make the race next year. We hope everybody can make it. Come to the one in March. 325 granders right back here March 11th.
Still entries available.
Not many. We had them, we did Black Friday and sold a lot of them, so. No, Dave, it wasn't too much partying. I have done nothing. I caught a bug somewhere early in the week. Little cough turned into the nasal drip, turned into the... Take a 15-hour power nap, Hank. Sweat it out. I tried to take a nap in Brad's motorhome, meat locker, freezer, whatever you want to call it. Holy... He gets the world record for the coldest motorhome on the planet.
I would give that to Mike Fuqua.
Oh, yeah?
I think his is in the 50s.
Marilyn Laster, 20 in the right. 11 thou under, taking 50, no good. John Joyner, 25 and 2 over for the win in the left. You see that? It's a 348. Thank you, Michael Hyatt.
It's a 40 over 340.
Gary, get a job. I don't want to hear that you're tired and you're still hungry. Come race. Pay your bills later. They'll keep sending those notices. Troy Williams Jr. in the right in trouble. Jonathan McCandless, 11 in the left. 11, dead 2. Locks out Troy's 27 and dead 6. Burlington, North Carolina, 78 Plymouth Valari Wood Grain Wagon moving on. To right trailers, 50K, round number 4. We're in round 3. We're going to give $50,000 to somebody. I'm not giving it to him.
No, I'm not giving it.
Joni would see that on the debit card for sure, and she'd get that text message warning order. $49.99 transaction.
All those loaves of bread, right?
Yeah, I'm gallon of milk, buddy. Cash back? Why, yes, please. She finally gave up on that and just shut it off because she's like, you do know you're embezzling from your own self. I'm like, well, it's the only way I can get a hold of it. Right. 27 in the left, 20 in the right for Gage Birch. Harley Holbrook left, Gage Birch right, double breakout win. Goes to Gage Birch in the right, 20 and 12 thou under, gets the win in the right.
Copy that. Last 2 door cars coming to the water.
BJ McClintock in the left, 640. Cameron Fredrickson, the coolest tail lights on the property, 608 in the right. My buddy Patrick Fitzpatrick. Division 3 starter Brad Cyrus Bushell. Very sorry to hear of your mother's passing Thursday. We hate to hear that. Yeah. Anytime, Fitzpatrick. Since you can't leave the house no more. 10 red and the left, 5 green in the right will get you a win light. 005 3 under for Cameron in the right. He's holding a little something in his pocket. Carlos Diaz, 544 Aguas Buenas, Puerto Rico. 412 small block Chevrolet in the left. 484 dial in the right. He goes. 27 red, you lose. 38 green in the right, you win. Mike White moving on to round 4. So no line over at registration. Go over, take care of your tab, collect your winnings, make it all work out. Because the trailer leaves tonight when the races are over.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
Gearhead Garage, SFG Performance. Separates them up front, 005 and 2 over for the win, and the left for Michael Valley. Michael Rourke, right side, 15 and 5 over, no good in the right. Gary Carbone, or Carbone. He's a pizza maker. He makes calzones. 443 in the left. Oh, that's not good. 469 in the right.
Let's just think of my friends at home, watching the racing, enjoying it, hopefully. I checked the temperature. They're not enjoying anything. 13 degrees in Minnesota, where I used to live. Ouch, right now. And it's probably getting colder tonight as it gets later. Then it'll probably snow on top of that.
.33 in the left, green will beat a 03 red light in the right. 33 and 2 over for the win in the left lane for the win. In the right, 11 red. Steve Dweck, left lane, 26 green, 1 thou under. Going to move on to round 4. Steve Muller. But is it Steve? I think it's Marie in this car.
It was Marie earlier.
Yeah, let's go with Marie. Marie lost her mom this year. That was sad. I saw her here last year, you know, when we were having the golf cart races and stuff. And BT 004 in the right. 2 thou under for the win in the right lane. Marie Muller, left lane, 7 thou red and dead on. Nobody's figured out how to live forever, Lee. All these chairs are so comfortable.
You want to sit in this one?
No. Let's just keep all my COVID cooties over here. Let's try and confine the area that I'm infecting to one little small spot. I will be curious to talk to all of you next week to see who gets sick next.
Well, let's hope I can talk to you.
Right. Law, you don't need anything but vegetables. Will Wawa bring us some chocolate shakes, though? Hope my wife's not watching that one.
Well, McKenna's folks here yesterday.
Yeah. They're down there now. And Nisa's by the four-wheeler. No, they're over there. They're on the wall. Yep. Michael Carpenter in the left. He won the first 2 Riley trophies ever. McKenna Brown, 460 in the right. Michael, 489 in the left. McKenna in trouble. 002 and 1 above for the win in the left, taking 12. McKenna, 35 and 8 down under, no good. Patrick Miller. I ain't scared to back up fast. Ooh, that didn't go well. Joni says, I am watching. So, that was chocolate shakes for everybody else, honey.
Sugar-free.
Sugar-free chocolate shake, yeah, that's the one I was going to get. I was going to get the diet chocolate shake.
You're wondering. That's all we do. It's sugar-free, everything. Right side. Patrick Miller, 5 green, dead 1. Jake Hodge needed 3 green and he had to do some driving. Patrick Miller, 6 total. Moving on left side.
Larry Hambone, 18 in the right, 2 above for the win in the right. Brianna a little tardy and 1 above, no good in the left. Red, white, and blue dragsters, round number 3. You should all be up in the lanes now. Derek Hubbard getting it done that round, 29, dead 7. Paul Skinzer was in control with a 4 light, breaks it out 4th, though, getting there 46 ahead. Oh my goodness.
No, quiet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Joe, I don't care what you say, we got a great racing family. Slade Cummings, 001 in the right, and 3 above for the win. Wearing the hood scoop, rocking it back and forth. 17 in the left for Amy Farrah-Fowler, no good in the left. So the DiApro family just brought us up coffee and your fat-free, sugar-free donuts, Joni. Dunkin' Donuts. That's right. That's right.
That's an understatement.
That's why I got sick, is because of no sugar and all this health. That's why people die.
There's no doubt.
Because they take the sugar and my body is rejecting the rest of this stuff. I hadn't had McDonald's for a month.
Not disagreeing with you.
John Brown, 300s ahead, 13 and dead 5 for the win in the right. Georgie Bell, 43, 4th out under, and no chance. Winner right side, John Brown.
I can talk big with Joni being 1,500 miles away, but was she just put on this earth to deny you pleasure?
I don't know what her game is. You know, like if she wants me to like work forever or something and produce an income forever, or
and no sugar. I mean,
yeah,
no
sugar.
It adds up. Everything just starts to add up to.
You know, the sooner I die, honey,
police.
the sooner you're single. You know.
Right.
Right.
It'd be Hank, have sugar, Hank,
right.
have a cigar.
Right. I told her that at the cemetery. One night's poker night, one night's cigar night, strippers. One, you know. I got a plot already next to her.
Yeah.
So we got Joel LaPierre, 474 in the left. Madison McCormick in the right, 446. It says Hazelhurst, Georgia, so I'm going to have to get the backstory on that. I'm wondering if Madison has left the nest in Michigan.
She's wintering south of Michigan.
Oh, no, that's a smart thing.
Yes. Madison is smart.
Chainsaw lives up there in Michigan, I guess. Snowmobiles and four-wheelers and deer hunting. That's a good thing. She got a chance, and she does. 18 dead 0, taking a thou for the win in the right. Joel, 17 dead 2, no good. His birthday dreams are over.
Much warmer in Stanton, Michigan, where Mid-Michigan Motorplex is. 30 degrees up there. Not 13 like in Minneapolis. .30 in Dixon, Illinois. It's like a heat wave.
In the left, 14 in the right. Oh, man. You got dumped, Tyler. 20 and 1 above for Corey Galletti in the left. Tyler Bohannon is 62.7 on a 64. 13 thou under, taking 34 stripe. Hello, brake pad check.
Corey Galletti broke one car, hops in another, keeps going.
He's trying to break the brake caliper on that one.
Exactly.
Juan Spain, 455 in the left. Zach Cook, 465 in the right. And if I had to guess, I thought Quan was from like the Michigan area.
What?
Is he? No?
I don't think so.
Chat room, I'm coming for you. Juan Spain, where does he live?
Clinton, Maryland. 2 and 2, I think.
Maryland, not even close. Yeah, thanks, Jake. I'm telling you, Hodge is Wikipedia. Quan's 005 and goes under on the red light victory. Zach Cook, 26 red. Thanks again, Jake. Jake's been helping me all weekend.
What'd Jake say?
He said he's from Baltimore.
Baltimore, okay. Thank you, Jake. Nice job. You wanted to use open, so I went with the no box. Nice. See you, Lou. Good night, Hank. Until next time, Lou.
Right trailers 50K, round 3, final call for all color of dragsters. Potential buy, number 126M, Mark Kelly. Double 05 for McKenna, 1 over for the win. Tony, I'm going to say missed something in the delay box to miss her by .499 red light. Missed her by a bulb.
McKenna was super late until I saw what happened with the red light.
Chris Rowe in the left, 469 the dial. Gene Alvarez, 5 flat in the right.
Is this been over here at all this week?
Yeah.
Because it's like an air conditioning vent is right on you.
It just blows down your back.
Oh my lord, is it cold over here?
I got right here.
Tommy DeApro. Making life great for all of us. Wow. I wish I could drink that. I wish I liked coffee.
You just got to put...
Yeah,
Well, I like the
smell.
smell
I
of
love
when
the smell.
somebody first lights a cigarette up.
I love the smell of cigarettes and coffee.
When they first light it up, I do. But I can't... After that, it kills me. Five foul separate. .009, dead 3 for the win in the right. Carrying on like his dad and his uncle. That's some tough shoes to follow in. Kelly Smith, right side, running for state rep out of Michigan. Driving Tim Crone's car. 5 flat to dial on the right. Carl Susse, 470 in the left.
I'm going to throw a quick shout out to Cole Castile. I don't know if he's got my number. I hope he does. How cold is it in North Dakota right now, Cole?
Left lane 003, dead 4-7 total, beats 11 leaving. Man, that was just nasty. Oops. The coldest place in the United States right now is Umiat, Alaska. 10.1 degrees is the average temperature there. That's 10. 10.
Yearly
Average temperatures.
Winter, summer.
Yeah, it's 10.1. Summers must be a balmy, what, 15 or something? What? Wow.
Oh, no, summers are probably 60, 70 because they probably get 60, 70 below.
Below, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm moving there, Joni. Corey LeClaire in the left, Will Boom Boom Holloman in the right. We think this is the first week out for the new Miller car.
What town was that again?
UMIAT.
What do you think the crime rate is there?
0. 34 and one above for the win in the left. Will, I'm human, 39 and one above, 7 no good in the right. Corey LeClaire moving on. There can't be any crime. It'd be too freaking cold to go outside.
You're too busy chopping firewood.
You're not going to be a car thief. Your hands would be too numb to run
None of the cars start when it gets that cold.
Yeah, you got to take your own battery to steal it.
Yeah. Busy building igloos.
7 SFG races on the schedule for next year. I'm excited. That's a lot. And again, we're still up in the air if PBIR gets sold. There's rumors that we're going to try and have a 5-day race over here. And PBIR has not been sold as of yet. Bailey Ferraro 16 in the right. Brian Stevenson 22 in the left. 22 and 6 over gets the win. And the left for Brian Stevenson. Bailey Ferraro 16 and 4 and 5, 9 over. What's going on there?
Something happened. I saw a puff of smoke out of that dragster.
Frank
Two-thirds of the way down.
Angers, left side, 460 the dial. John Siegel, 446 the dial on the right. Frank the tank, Hank the tank. Ooh, that's good going over the lips. That's good going over the gums. Okay, one more. And then I gotta go. We got Bed Bath & Beyond tomorrow, wallpaper. I don't know if we're gonna have time to get it all in or not. Hey, hon, you think KFC's still open tonight? Someone's doubled up, and it ain't Frank. Frank, 21, dead 5, gets the win. Siegel, 42, dead 3. Had him doubled up, no good. Winner left side, Frank Angers. I think, this is my personal humble opinion, if you cannot do a burnout in the dragster without the 3-step, you should be disqualified.
Thank you, Hank.
Come on, guys.
I couldn't agree more. Uh-oh.
That broke.
Oh.
Uh-oh. He was out of there quick. I could see why some people do it because they believe they're consistent. You know what I mean? Like maybe it makes them more consistent on the burnout or something.
He's got to get off the wall.
Got to get over to the wall there, Lassiter family. Please get over to the wall, and we're going to send this as a single. Please and thank you to the Lassiter family. Yep, get over the wall, and we're going to send it as a single. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. It's bad luck. Jonathan DiApro just brought us up coffee and sugar-free, fat-free donuts.
Some don't hold there or not.
I don't know.
Jonathan takes the free pass, 45 on the tree, dead 8 coming back for round 4 as we have to figure out what we need to do to get the Laster dragster off the track. It looks like it might be a driveline issue where it may not push.
Tommy DiApro.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
And his wife, Tommy DiApro, bringing us the donuts. Is he? He drives a Puma? Oh my goodness.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jags!
A mocha frappe. I don't even like saying it. Yeah, I can't order that in public. Oh. You know, if you're gonna put down 3-steps, a 3-step on a blower dragster should be illegal for sure. Wow, are they bad sounding?
Honey, I took the only fat-free, non-sugar donut. You believe me, right?
She's probably gonna hop a plane right now. You're just eating a kale sandwich.
Yeah, yeah. Kale donuts.
Donuts. There you go.
That's what we got. Special kale issue donuts. Not. I'm starting to feel better.
My parents drank coffee by the pot.
My mom does. My daddy.
That went on in the morning when I was a kid. That's all that was going on.
Coffee and cigarettes.
Johnny Brannon, 007 off the left side, 1/3 for the win. Finishes 2 thou behind because Barry Brown was 36 on the tree, had to break it out to get ahead. No good. Tim Butler, we need you to lane 1 and 2 for the no box final. Tim Butler, he's probably in Sarasota again. Keith Russell, 27 on the tree, 1/5. Locks out Jono Gerber, 54 on the tree. Jason Bader on the right side goes 15, 13 under. Your winner by virtue of Mike Valley and the red light. Valley goes 11 red and 200 under, just for good measure.
Right trailer's 50K, round 4. Door car, red run stickers only. Lanes 1 and 2. Mike White, number 9316. You are the potential Drag Race Solutions wait and see by. Dead 5, no good in the right for Claude. 009 dead 110 total. Michael Carpenter gets the win in the left lane.
Sure does.
We're going to say it's Brianna Costello, 462 in the left. Mike Larkin, 488 in the right. 17 and 1 above for Mike Larkin for the win in the right. 35 dead, 3 no good in the left.
Did he come up? Did Butler make it up? Okay.
Johnny Brandon left side, 457 the dial. James Kavanaugh, 469 the dial.
Yeah. You're not supposed
112 in the left, 50 in the right, 50 dead 2. That makes 52 total to get the win in the right lane. Brandon, 112. I said that, 112 for thou under, no good. So it's not all double O's, boys and girls. There are some, let's call them juicy bulbs. Get your money's worth. Steve DeWeck, an undercover chassis in the left, 486. Dave Edwards, a 485 dial 05 Race Tech in the right. Red in the left, that's going to give you a loose slip. 001, one above in the right for the win. Scott Neal in the left, 453 the dial. Kevin Abbott in the right, 464 the dial. .46 in the right and one above for the win. Scott Neal in the left, 21, fourth thou under, taking 40. Same mile an hour, so he took all 40.
He went 46 and he won.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the third round.
Before that, they went 50 and won. Wow.
Allison is in the right lane, 479. Kyle Coltrera in the left lane, 448. That's a tough draw. But Allison has gone many rounds. She went to 3 cars or something for the 100 grander in Darlington and Slimer. Fourth out red for Allison, that ends her day. Fourth out green and 19th out under for Kyle Cotrera and the left. Troy Williams Jr., 469 in the left. Curtis Batman Allen in the right.
I thought it was Adam West for a while, but Curtis Allen is who it is.
Red, white, and blue door cars to the lanes, please. Red, white, and blue door cars. That's all colors to the lanes, please. '29 beats the 007. 29 and 1 over for the win, and the left. 007 and 3 over. Let's say 4 over in the right. No good. You dumped too soon, Curtis.
I feel Curtis's pain. That looks like one of my time slips. When I finally do get a good light, the win arrow points to the other side. So something, I do something.
Stanley Albritton Jr. left side. Joe David right side.
Joe David, 005 red, hands the win over to Stanley Albritton Jr., who was 6th green, 29 thou under. Joe David, of course, after going 5 red, goes dead 4. Oh, he's got to get in here. Yep. We need some info. Gary Williams left, Carson Brown right. Gary Williams 14 9 thou under for the win. Carson Brown 21 14 thou under for the loss. Gary Williams moving on. I gotta go. Terrell Sinkler left side getting the job done. 21, 1 over 1. 32 total. John Brown 37 in the right side. 2 over 1. 29 behind. McKenna Brown up next, left lane. I believe this is her last bullet. 459 the dial. Jake Hodge 478 in the right side. McKenna Brown was in trouble from the start. She's 28 on the tree. Hodge goes 12. Hodge goes dead 4, 16 total, gets there 20 thou. As McKenna Brown dead on 8. But the reaction time was her undoing that round. Derek Hubbard up next, left side, 445. Dylan Mudd showing his driving prowess, not his crew chief prowess for Gene Milton earlier in the day. Dylan Mudd dialed 452. Dylan Mudd had the starting line advantage. He's 10 to Derek Hubbard's 19. Hubbard goes dead 4. Dylan Mudd, 6 thou under, taken 19. Could have taken 13 or less for the win, but did not. Michael Ruark, 460 left side. Bailey Ferraro, 449 right side. Ruark in control, but breaks it out. Ruark 5 on the tree, breaks it out 7 thou. Bailey Ferraro gets a break, goes 47, 4 over at 129. Moving on. Travis Laster getting the job done. 11 on the tree, dead 5, 162 miles an hour. McKenna Kitterman, 446 left, Slate Cummings, 445 right. Slate in control for the win. Slate 004, 3 over. Mark Kelly taking the Drag Race Solutions by run. 001, one over with a 0-11 total. Great run for Mark Kelly, keeping it rolling into round 4.
Jags. Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
I think it was YouTube that I saw it on. It might have been Netflix even, but we can look it up quick.
Me being a Mopar head, I gotta check that out.
It is on YouTube. Called Mr. 4Speed, and it's on YouTube. So anybody out there listening, if you get a chance, go to YouTube and look up Mr. 4Speed. It's a couple-part docu-series on Herb McCandless, and you got his grandchildren out here racing bracket racing with you in Florida, so they probably got some very neat stories of traveling with Grandpa in the day.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. That's great. When I started bracket racing, I had a 4-speed. I became very proficient at it.
Didn't win much though, did you?
I won enough to find out that a 4-speed is not a good combination.
There you go. You still
started to tear up drivetrain stuff, and I was going 13s and 1290s. It was like it was tearing stuff up like a pro stock car.
You still got the Mopar motor, but it sounds like that's going to get turned around.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because you're going to get that fresh and get it back, and then you're going to try and you're going to date a folk, and they're not going to allow that. They won't even let you pit over by them, I bet.
No, there's no
Well,
way
you know,
of that.
I'm telling you, Brian will love it because it'll break, and he'll sell you stuff all the time. See, so Brian. Registration, no line, no waiting. Let's please close out our tabs, collect our winnings, because the trailer will leave and the girls are going to leave tonight, and there will be no registration trailer over there for you to try and get up in the morning and collect your winnings or pay your tab. So, no. I think I might ride home with you, though, because I'll be there tomorrow then. So, yeah, the Jags, yellow tent, registration trailer, white trailer, the girls are inside. Not one person in line to go over and close your tabs and get some winnings.
If you're going to ride home with them, you're going to need to buy electric underwear to stay warm. Just think when they get farther north and the air temperature is colder than the temperature inside that thing is now. I'll be riding with the windows down when it's 30 degrees. It would be warmer there. No, if in just simple financial dollars and cents, when I bought that car from Brian many years ago, I asked him how much the 632 would be to go with it. He told me, and I decided to not do that. I thought for that money I can build what I want and keep it a Mopar and be true to my Mopar allegiance. In hindsight, I should have bought that motor. Even though it was way faster than I should be driving back then, I would have acclimated in a hurry.
There was a dragster at Union Grove back in the day that it was a straight up 426 Hemi, but it was a front engine dragster. Big hood scoop on. I don't know how the guy could see out of it, but my dad definitely chased him to the staging lanes every day first round. It broke. It broke all the time.
You know who Russ Ailsey is?
Mm-mm.
He does our invocation every day here.
Oh, Russ. Okay.
He's out there saying prayers with all the drivers. His son was here today. I don't know if he still is. Steve Ailsey. Steve Ailsey up in Minnesota drives a front engine dragster with a big block Chev, runs 5 O's in this thing.
That's nuts.
And has a ball. And is very competitive.
Right trailers 50K round 4 final call. All door cars, all color, run stickers to the lanes. 9316 Mike White. You are the potential wait and see. DragRaceSolutions.com buy. Our no box final. Tim Butler, Carly Holbrook, not Nick Hastings.
This is exciting.
Nick, it's Saturday night. You're probably in full-on swing and groove at the wedding you went to. Have fun. Be safe. Graham and Joanne. No box final. No delay box, no electronics in these cars. Swapping feet is the plan. I think somebody's got a long throw button. Carly's in a little trouble. Butler, 32, 1 over for the win in the left. He'll move on to the 5th round of the big race. Carly, 60, dead 3, no good in the right.
I was going to say, didn't Tim Butler win no box yesterday?
Now, do you count that as one of your race wins?
That I was just thinking the same thing.
I mean, because you won the 4th round of the no box category, and now you got to go to the 5th round and join in with the box racers. And now do you put your delay box back in the car once you join them? Nick Hastings doesn't.
I don't
He
think
just
he
keeps,
can hook one up. Can
yeah, I don't know if he has any wires in there or not.
I don't think he's even got a tranny brake in that thing. He is amazing. That's a good question, because Tim Butler was talking about that earlier when he was up here today. I think trying to clarify on the ruling on that.
For everyone leaving, safe travels home. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for supporting the SFG race this week here in Bradenton Motorsports Park in Florida. Speak of the devil. Jonathan McCandless, left lane, 703 the dial. AJ Ash, right lane, 574 the dial.
I've been rambling around the country finding cold temperatures, and I forgot to mention, right now it's dropped from 84 down to a chilly 73 here in Bradenton, Florida.
We've had a good week here with weather, because last year when we were here for this race, it was in the 50s. It was cold.
Yeah, it was cold and rainy.
Next week, the weather don't look as good. It's cooling off. Seven and 1 over for the win in the right. 13 and 1 over, no good in the left. AJ Ash, your winner in the right lane. I think McCandless is doubled though, right?
I'm good. I was just thinking, I think both competitors that just went
AJ
down the
and him
track
are doubled? They might race each other again at the end of the round then.
It's possible.
Well, that's just ugly. 002 to Trip Zip. Double breakout, margin of victory 610 thou. 13 thou under in the right, 15 thou under in the left. Winner right side, Chad Duke. Cameron Frederickson, left side, 608 to dial. Steve Withrow, Summer Duck, Virginia. 590 in the right. I wonder there's not two M's in there. I'm wondering if it's truly Summer Duck or if they pronounce it some other way.
I would say it that way because Sumer Duck sounds stupid, doesn't it?
Well, I am stupid, so.
I know there's only one M.
I am not the sharp.
There you go.
And they announce it that way then? Yeah.
Law has spoken. I'm not arguing with her.
I'm not ever arguing with her. Next thing you know, she'll have the Bible over here in front of me, pointing it out where she was right and I was wrong. And $22 in the left, 16 and the right. 16 and 1 over for Steve in the right lane to get the win. 22 and 1 over in the left to lose by 9 thou. Winner right side, Steve Withrow.
I would have that same thing happen to me, my home track in Wisconsin, from the track manager. Every time I had a question, I'd get a flyer shoved in my face and show me that my question or thought was wrong.
I wouldn't say she's shoved it in my face, but...
Well, Jennifer Anderson, but she was...
Jennifer Aniston works at your track?
Anderson.
I was like, I'm going to start racing there. I'll just have a question every couple minutes. I'll be up in the tower. Hello, Jennifer. I don't know how this thing works here exactly, but I like to pay my bill in pennies. Tyler McMillan got a little change in his pocket. No good. The champ, 25, dead 9 for Stephen McCrory in the left to get the win. Tyler McMillan, 16 and 1 over, no good in the right.
Champ taking 1 thou.
And he took that.
Yeah.
He did that intentionally, yeah.
He's tricky that way.
It's just rude.
Yeah.
Only way I take 1,000 if somebody messes up and gets 1,000 behind me. And then I say, man, I'm good.
I agree.
I am good. Dragster red run stickers for 3 and 4, please. Alfredo Ortiz from San Juan, Puerto Rico is on fire. 006, 1 above to get the win. Burks, 23 and under, no good in the left. He beat Burks this round. Scotty Richardson last round. Well, Scotty got behind a couple thou. 1 thou, yeah.
When you tell
Scotty,
the story...
Yeah, Scotty, you're fired.
Yeah, when you tell the... Oh, boy.
He should go to Disney World this week. Think it over. Think about what you have done wrong, Scotty, this weekend. Schooled by Scotty.
Maybe you should kick back some, huh?
There's nothing to kick back. Okay. I owe. $11 in the right for Fred Angers. 11 1 over 0 for the win. 25 and 1 over for Garrett Griffith in the left. No good.
Well, I'm just saying maybe if he feels shame, he could kick something to you.
From his week of 140,000 that he won in Georgia? Yeah. Why don't you do that, Scotty?
Yeah.
How about cutting Hank a little slice of that off, right?
That's all I'm saying.
I think he's gonna let me do some more raffles this week so I can pay my tab.
Okay.
He's a good guy. But that hurt, that week in Georgia. I said, well, Scotty, I had you win, but I'm taking you out. I'm going to put myself in a race.
Oh, boy.
I had the worst week ever, and he won 140 grand. Yeah.
Now I understand.
Raphael, 19 and 2 over for the win. Caroline, 17 and 2 over. Winner right side, Raphael. You know what? I had a great week. I got to go with my brother KJ and my wife Joni, and we had the dogs, and life was good. We had fun. We went out and ate dinner.
In Georgia?
Yeah. Sean Lingerfelt, left side 522 the dial. Glenn Dilday, right side 543 the dial. Most of those cars leave and run straight.
Absolutely. Fun to watch every round.
32, 1 above, 0. 34, 1 above, 4. MOV, 6 dial left lane, Sean Lingerfelt.
I'm going to call that a foot at the finish line, give or take.
We are in the 4th round, and Jason Folk is still here? What is going on?
I don't know. We might want to recheck the run sheets.
Folk, you know this is the 4th round, right?
He took a couple rounds off and then...
Hello, Jason. Somebody hit him on the window there. Jason Folk, 623 the dial on the left. Rick Schaefer, 543 in the right. I love him to death. I used to babysit Jason. Got a little work cut out. Schaefer. Oh, and he does it. 19 dead, 5 Nicholas for the win for Jason Smoke Folk by 5 thou. Rick Schaefer 002. I got my fuel cap 2 above, no good. Nah, that's the truth. I tell everybody I give them fair warning before the week starts. Right. I am going to have the microphone in my possession. Don't screw up in front of me if you don't want the rest of the track to know about it. That's all I tell you.
He set the track on fire.
He did, and his car.
Set the track on fire.
True story. I used to babysit Jennifer and Jason Folk. I know. Who would leave their kids with me? Jennifer and Jason. I babysat them both. Randy says, "Here you go, Hank." Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
He paid me. Randy paid me to watch his kids.
I can see that.
Dustin Long in the left. Vinny Guido. Guido, 44. I just can't. Guido, that just cracks me up. 18 with a 3.
27.
Thanks. Dustin Long does have the car going more straight now, though.
Oh,
is that a word?
That thing
more
that
straight?
First day it was terrible, but it's going down
straighter.
The track.
More straight, I don't think is correct. It's straighter, right? I don't know. So he said he took the 4-link and stuff apart. Dave Conley's been helping him. Every Heim joint in it was frozen. Every bar was locked up. I'm like, well, that would make sense why you were just looked like you were driving a funny car out there. The thing was.
It's probably only been that way for 3 or 4 years.
And he's it was like that earlier this year at Iowa. I couldn't believe he was going to make it down the track. Matt Brewer in the left, 588 to dial. Matt Daddis in the right, 620 in the dial. Must be starting to feel better. Daddis is having a used appliance sale for Christmas this week. Boots, the kitty cat, is not for sale. He loves boots. .006 and 005, and somebody's gonna lose. 005, 1 above 5 for the win in the right for Matt Daddis. 006, 2 above, no good in the left. You're 006, you don't win. I mean, that's a rough night.
For me, it would be Travis.
Right, that's a long drive.
It's not like I have a lot of 006 lights to say, well, I win some, I lose some.
Uh-oh. Wah, wah. 567, James Bunner Jr. in the left. Leon Robertson, 632 in the right. Nashville, Tennessee. You ever been to that place downtown, Nashville?
I love Nashville. I was going to relocate to Nashville.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Before this whole deal started.
Neon's got a chance. 27 and 2 over for the win in the right. 31 and 5 over in the left. No good. Neon Leon moving on to round 5.
Yeah, Nashville is awesome.
So we went to Roberts, and they're famous for their fried bologna sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's late at night, 10, 11 or whatever. I ordered one. I'm just going to... We got little sprinkles at the top end, boys and girls. So hold tight. That's the update. The weatherman Hank. So I ordered the fried bologna sandwich. Joni says, give me a bite. She shoved that whole sandwich in her mouth. She ate the whole thing. So I went outside to the hot dog vendor and said, give me a hot dog. She said, give me a bite. She ate the whole hot dog.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm like, I never got nothing to eat that next night. Valentine's, Mr. Romantic.
Ooh.
Everything was full. I didn't pay attention and no reservation. Like a 3-hour wait at Applebee's or something. So I see the hot dog vendor again. I said, give me a hot dog. Oh, I caught myself this time. I said, give me 2 hot dogs.
Perfect.
So I can have one this time.
You are thinking.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, it's just a long running joke. Every time she asks for a bite, gone. Yeah. She has a big mouth, bigger than me, I think.
I have a great time going to that place. The one thing I like about it is because I'm too afraid to gamble. To me, it's like being in Vegas, but it's closer between casinos, but there's no casinos. There's no gambling. There's just drinking and music. And I didn't know if I would like the music, but the people that play music there,
they're fun.
Everywhere.
Yeah, they're fun.
Are so good.
Yeah, that's true. Any one of them could be a country music artist. You wouldn't know.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. The music level there is so good.
So there's only 2 people over at the registration trailer. So close out your tabs, please. Collect your winnings, and because the trailer will be gone tonight, and you will not get paid tomorrow.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
Tommy DeApril, could you come up to the tower, please? Or somebody from the DeApril family, come up to the tower, please? Because we got to give you guys something for bringing us the sugar-free donuts.
I don't know what's going on here.
The Hansen Global Christmas Bash, Don and Elaine Hansen, thank you so much for all you do for the sport of bracket racing. But we're going to give you a $300 digital delay certificate to whomever, if it can be done, if they beat Mark Kelly tonight. He might just repeat. He might. And if you repeat, Mark, I'll give you the certificate. How's that? You earned it. If you can win 2 days in a row, you earned it. So we'll do that.
Racing. You must have raced with Ike Hema at some point.
Oh, yeah. I didn't really race with Ike. I've raced with Charlie, obviously.
Yeah.
I think he's like 29-0 against me or something, but whatever. Everybody is. Who couldn't be? But Charlie's great. He's a hoot, you know. He's got his... I did learn something from Charlie. He's like, let's go down to the sand trap and have a beach party. I did not know that, but those are... The sand traps at the top end of the drag strip can be utilized in many ways.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, so... BJ was here today, so he did send me a text message July 5th and thanked me for making his crew pick up all the trash. We blew up a bunch of fireworks up there one night at the top, but I knocked my glasses out of my face, and it was ugly. So we have one of our DeApril representatives up here, and they brought us up Dunkin' sugar-free donuts and some coffee. So we're going to give you an Autometer gift certificate worth $500. So if you got an Autometer Dash or anything like that, or want Autometer gauges or something, or...
All right, awesome.
All right, thank you guys so much. You guys did that unannounced, and we really appreciate it. So, so don't forget your announcers all the time. We're always begging for food, so thank you so much.
We didn't even put out a shout-out
We
for
really
coffee
haven't
donuts.
said anything for food this week. We've been on the lowdown, so.
We didn't have to.
No.
Milton's brought some stuff up here.
Yeah, our Puerto Rican team family.
Puerto Rican family.
They buried a pig in a pit or something over there and cooked it up.
They showed pictures of that. They had a half a pig and did that.
If I had a wound, I would trust those guys to stitch me up because I saw all that was going on over there, right? Yeah.
No doubt.
They had the big needle and everything. They're just running the thread through there and sewing her up. I was nervous Hansen wasn't here this weekend because he has those paddles in his truck, his motorhome.
Okay.
He has the jump start kit.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Well, you never know what you're going to get into with yeah. Probably good to have those on board. What else do we got? We could have like a little scavenger hunt yet tonight, right? I've got sunshine on a cloudy day.
Sure, Danny. I wish I could sing. I'd like
Well,
to
I
sing.
can't sing.
I'm terrible.
I can't dance either, but I'll do that once I get a couple cocktails.
There
in
is
me,
some, yeah. Well, and there is a point where I do
Dance?
Dancing, I can, well,
You're
I'm
pretty
not
good?
good at it, but I'll do that sooner than
you-
I will karaoke.
Right.
There is
tried.
a line to be crossed with a few Captain Diets in me
Right.
that karaoke becomes a good idea.
In your head, you sound great, right?
You're exactly right there.
My wife thinks she can sing. Oh, God.
And get my song, my go-to song.
He can't sing and carry a note to save her life.
Oh.
We were at a Halloween parade thing in Galena, Illinois. Pretty cool town. They have this great big Halloween
been to
festival.
Galena.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we were in, I think we were in the Elks Club, and they had a karaoke thing. Joni got a hold of the mic, and then she don't let go of it. Like she sings, but when she's not singing, she talks to you through the mic. You know, like carrying it wherever she's at in the bar. So the next night, she got the mic. Somebody gave her $20 right away to put the mic down. So, Mike, I'm happy. Mikey Campbell up in Minnesota. You know Mike? You have raced with Mike, yeah.
Hi, Mike.
And Jeff and Kim Cheney and
Uh-huh.
who's the other guy? Was it Jim? Tall, skinny kid that he went out west with us racing Super Comp in the day. I think he hauled his car out with Jeff. He might have had his own truck and trailer. He had a Dodge Ram truck. He's your boy.
Oh, boy.
Always had Dodge Ram tow trucks. Jim. What was Jim's name, Mike? Curly hair, kind of crazy, skinny, tall kid. I think he ended up riding a motorcycle after that or something goofy. He was a service advisor as a job, as a professional, so. All right, come on, Mike, help us out.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time.
So you're going to race the race here in March. You're going to have your car fixed, and you're going to race here in March.
I'm in on that.
And then when you go back to Minnesota?
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, maybe
I don't have that planned out. I didn't have it planned out at
You
this
see
point
that?
last year.
You see that? Not any one individual is that smart, and I fully admit it. And I use my tools. Jim Paulson.
There, yes.
Jimmy
yes,
Paulson.
Jim Paulson.
Yeah. That was.
I know of him. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a cool cat. We went out west in, I don't know, 96, 97, because Dad won the Winter Nationals in 97, but we would go to
In what
Phoenix
class?
Super Comp.
There we go.
Pomona. That got out of control. Gary Selzy, Linda Vaughn, a lot of us had iced teas. Yeah.
Pomona used to be the best deal. Went out there a few times for the ET Finals, the Winter Nationals.
Yeah.
At the end of the year. And when that race ends, there is a big pressure release by all the teams, and it becomes one of the funnest places to be that night.
I like the first race of the year because I like all the new sponsors and paint jobs.
Okay.
I like the mountains with the snow on them. I like the fact that it's the first week of February and you're in California and smelling the nitro and the race cars. And in Illinois, it's freaking 10 degrees and buried in snow. You know, it's not comfortable. Yeah. And I got away with it one year. My dad and brother drove our rig out, and I got to fly it like I was somebody.
Ooh.
004 9 flat, first round for the lose. Charlie Wagner said, "What's wrong, Hank? You broke?" I'm like, "Nope, I just suck." That's all my car would run. I had a 426 big block Chevrolet, and it only ran about 9 flat. I didn't think about the California altitude.
Oh, yeah.
I went all the way out there. I was like, that's all I could. Take some oil out. I was doing everything I could to pick her up, but I was excited when I ran 898, the index or whatever, in Phoenix the next week and won a couple rounds.
Sure.
But my aunt lives in Arizona, so we would go out and stay. And cool thing, we thought we'd just drive out there and be able to test at the local track. Well, they said we don't race out here like once a month. We're closed this week or whatever. But Ed the Ace McCullough and Jack Clark had their Taco Bell top fueler.
They were testing.
They were testing.
Oh.
So they
awesome.
said, we'll let them give them your number or something to see if they don't mind if you come out. So they paid like 10 grand to rent the track. They had a little printer at the starting line, because there's no ticket booth or whatever. So we made like 10 hits in our Super Comp car, and they made one 300-foot blast. They paid 10 grand, we paid $100. But they brought all the Taco Bell out for lunch, so it was cool.
Awesome.
It was cool.
I love that place. I've been to that race when it was Firebird in the spring after the Winter Nationals.
So that's why we're here. Hansen says it's best. It's the camaraderie of all these people and the racers, and I don't know that I've ever really seen people be like fight or be mean to each other about a race or anything. I really don't have anything outstanding. Like obviously you're competitors, but once you're at the starting line. But man, if anybody needs a part here or they can fix your car with you or for you, they help you. So it's one big family. I love all you guys. Love the Motor Maniacs in the chat room. Sometimes you guys take everything a little too serious in the chat room because you maybe don't know the backstory, or whatever. But I bet Mike Bloomfield Jr. gets that door painted before the next race.
I'm going to go with no.
Yeah. He probably won't do it just because I gave him grief about it.
It's been that way won 10 grand in Alabama a month ago, and that was the first time I noticed it. But
yeah.
I don't. How long has it been that way?
He used the car seat to drive in there. I said it, Junior. I said it, Bloomy. You knew I was going to have the mic this week, little buddy.
No, absolutely. You talk about the racing family, and I've said this to many, many people. Leaving Minnesota, I wasn't sure how things would go coming down here. I knew I wanted to race. I was leaving my racing family, my comfortable, close racing family in Minnesota and Wisconsin, Iowa. And I came down here, and I have met friend after friend after friend, and I realized the racing family extends throughout racing everywhere.
You know what I see?
It doesn't just
a
exist
lot
because I raced and started racing in Minnesota.
I see a lot like racer in need broke down on the highway, exit so-and-so, and then somebody else will fire out, hey, don't you live near there? And hey, can't this person, can you help me? And it's not 30 minutes and everybody's, Mike and Blake just had their fire not too long ago in their trailer in the back of their rig. Somebody came and, brought another trailer and hauled their stuff. And so, yeah, it's all good. Love all you guys.
Absolutely.
Especially my SFG family.
There you go.
Duck down Daryl Watkins running the lanes, and Josh and Lee and KJ. Of course, Kyle Riley. That guy's got the biggest heart of anybody. I don't think he's ever told nobody no.
Right.
I don't think he knows how.
No.
He must just get crushed at home by Lisa.
I don't know.
Because, I've met his wife, Lisa, and she's going to win all ties, yeah. Yeah, their relationship works because Kyle's like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to meet Kyle's mom. She recently passed. We miss her. Kyle's dad, he's at home. And his brother, Bob, he's a hoot. I love Bob. You know Bob's not his real name, right?
No.
It's not his name.
Okay.
He went to the races as a young kid, and he saw Big Bob on the side of the race car.
Right.
And he says, I want to be Big Bob. That's what he told his mom. They called him Big Bob ever since he was a little kid. His name's Anthony. It's not even, I didn't even know that for like 2 years his name wasn't Bob. So, I tell it every race, don't I, Bob? He's like, hey, you tell the whole world my name. I'm like, yep, that's what I do. Yeah, I'd never make it on the real news because they don't tell the truth on the real news.
I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Life doesn't have to be so difficult. Just
inside the gates at the racetrack.
Yeah.
Life is pretty simple.
bits from the pits. That's what Danny Northrup calls it. Hank, what's the gossip? What's the bits from the pits? That guy ain't right. But we all partner off. He got married to Jeannie. So we're coming back here in March 11th for 325 granders. Go to racesfg.com and $199 deposit. And I know we're under the 260 mark for entries left in that because we sold quite a few on the Black Friday sale. We're going to have our $500,000 to win race in Michigan again this year. That's a lot of money.
That is a ton of money.
I'm going to win it. I'm just going to call my shot right now.
Wow.
Me and the Red Beretta will be split level in that race.
That's a good one to make the split in.
I'll be there. We're going to have her all lined out. AJ's built an awesome piece of equipment. We just need a little seat time, to...
Right.
We'll race it twice.
Yeah.
Of course, the second one I went to was $1 million. That was a good investment.
That's not usually the way people do things.
No, we had 2 runs under our belt in the car, and the last run we made, we crashed it, right lane to left lane, 2 wheels. I'm like, hey, we did so good, we should go to Georgia, KJ. Yes, Sean.
You sound like me. My friends over the years, my close friends, have heard me on Sunday night, almost to the point, and some Sunday nights, very few, were like this. I remember telling Brian, I'm selling the car, can you help me sell the car? Because I broke it and this is done. By Tuesday, things change dramatically for me all the time. I'm either not going to race, whatever it can be negative Sunday night, that's how I am. Monday goes by, I would go to work, think about it. Tuesday, I'd call my friends, where are we racing this week?
I talked you into
Or where can I get this?
I talked you into blowing a couple grand down here last time.
Yeah, I let you talk me.
Yeah.
I really wanted to.
But it's the true thing you're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it was, like I said, I had never lost a round in a $500,000 or larger race with that car.
Yeah.
Because the last round I won, it broke the crankshaft at the 525.
Nice.
And I thought, well, maybe this is a omen. And it was. Yeah, racing down here in the spring, racing Jeff Serra round 1 and then Johnny Ezel round 2 was probably not the route I really wanted to go. But if you're gonna compete in these races, it's gonna happen. You're gonna run into that.
You
stuff.
gotta race somebody at some point.
Well, yeah.
You're not gonna get there. Other than the one guy at Byron Dragway back in the day, Gary Gorman. He won that Cash Nationals, which was the first $10,000 race. He had 8 red lights in a junk funny car, had shag carpeting in it. Gary Gorman, 8 red lights. That's why I go race, because you could get 8 red lights, possibly a buy run, and I could be in a 10-round final race somewhere.
There you go.
Right.
I don't remember the year, but the Topeka ET Finals for us, Division 5, went to that race a lot of years. One year, a Super Pro, I was running pro back then, a Super Pro driver talked about, they interview him after the race, and they say, well, what were the keys to your race? And he said, well, the first round I had to win, and the next 7, I think he either, it was red light or buy. And I thought, well, why wouldn't I keep going to this race?
I always say, if you enter enough, you're bound to win.
If you ever get the chance.
So I got Autometer gift certificates. I got the digital delay bounty is still alive on Mark Kelly. You do have to wait until the round is completed to collect your payout for that round. Like if you lose this round, you have to wait for the round to finish before we can turn the sheet in and pay you out on that. So
if you ever get the chance to talk to Jeff Verdi and you get to talk to him for a little while, he will convince you just through sheer logic that you can win any race you want to win if you put your mind to it. He should be one of those speakers, motivational speaker. After talking with him one time at a race, I thought, Well, I'm not wasting my time. He's got such a pure outlook on these big dollar races and what he can do and what he's capable of. It just is awesome. And then he says, I go home to my home racetrack, and I'm known as 30 Verdi. Amazing.
SFG. Well, we gotta go to the Facebook page to get the schedule, don't we?
So we got the report. The sprinkles have stopped. Wade's going up and down, just making sure the track is dry, dragging it off. What little was there. Wasn't enough to soak anything down by any means, but I'm just going to fluff up the surface again. In case you need any fuel of any kind, the fuel station's going to close at 8:30. That's in 25 minutes. So if you were thinking on getting something before you're headed out, head on over to the fuel station, because they're going to be closing in 25 minutes.
So we come back March 11th through the 13th. Thursday, we got some parking and registration from 1 o'clock, 11 p.m. No, to 12 a.m. 1 p.m. to midnight. And then Friday, gates open at 8 a.m. Registration opens at 8 a.m. Time trial at 9. First round to follow. So it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday deal, boys and girls. $600, $599 for 325 granders. March 11th through the 15th. 350 entries we're capping it at. So that's 50 less than this week. And then we go to the World Series of Bracket Racing, March 26th through the 29th. That's going to be in South Carolina. And I think that's 100K.
Carolina Dragway?
Darlington's Jackson.
Okay.
Then we got the SFG.
No, Jackson is Carolina Dragway.
Yeah, okay. And then we got the SFG 350, June 3rd through the 5th at Cedar Falls, Iowa. And then the SFG No Split Nationals in Muncie. The SFG $500,000, our big Super Bowl of our racing, on June 28th through July 3rd. And then we go to Hartsville, South Carolina, the 15th through the 18th.
That's Darlington.
And that's Darlington. And then we'll be back here next Christmas week, 14th through the 17th of December. So that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of SFG racing next year. Darlington is going to be a 50 and 100 and 100. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Kyle gives away a lot of money.
No doubt.
So I think this is the completion of year number 5 for SFG. And I don't remember last year. I think we were saying they had given away almost $8 million.
I was curious what the total is.
Yeah.
What he has given away in prize money.
Well, just my pay alone, $6-7 million. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Kyle. By that. Check is fine. Kyle, check is fine for that this one. I say 30. No stairs in my house. You can drive right in and fall out of your car into the living room.
I have one step up from the sidewalk into my house.
Actually, the kitchen. You can drive right in. You can park next to the kitchen door.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's the only way to go. You don't need stairs.
Well, we filled it. We got 4 snowmobiles, snowmobile trailer, side-by-side, skid steer, my motorhome, the Brothers and I's trailer, 4 race cars. I told Dad he needs to get another building so he's got room for his stuff.
And?
He just laughs and looks at us like we're crazy or kidding, but I'm like, we're not kidding, Dad. If you haven't looked around, your building's full. And you got like a little Featherlight cargo trailer in here, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I got a 60 by 120 going in next year, so I'll get some of my stuff out of his way. That's the plan. Can't get anybody to call you back to build though, so I think I'm gonna do it myself.
I don't have that kind of skill. I can turn wrenches, but when it comes to doing stuff around the house, I'm not very good.
Duckdown says we are racing for 50,000 SFG dollars tonight. 50 grand still on the line. S&W has been a worldwide leader in drag race chassis design and development for 62 years. Their race cars and components are made in the USA and have been the choice of champions since 1959. Professional and sportsman racers know horsepower means nothing without a consistent and properly working chassis. That's why over 4,000 S&W made components have been designed to exceed industry quality, performance, and safety standards. At S&W, you'll find everything you need to perform your weekly maintenance to building your next new race car. Randy Cruz and his family, they were here all week with us, racing with us, so that's nice that they get out here and race with us and support the sport. So thank you, S&W Race Cars. FTI, obviously, Troy, Gary, third every big money bracket race. So if you need that transmission converter, that's going to be the guy to go to. FTI is quickly becoming the standard in the performance industry with our innovative state-of-the-art torque converter and transmission design. The FTI Performance Research and Development Team produce new products on a daily basis, from stock to top sportsman. To the products winning millions on the big money bracket racing circus, their attention to detail and forward thinking sets them apart from all other manufacturers. With the latest technology and design available nowhere else, it is clear to see why people are winning races everywhere in all categories of racing with FTI. And Fuel Tech Andre Nunez, hope you're feeling better, buddy. Congratulations, just got married, got a baby coming. And I think he had some COVID this week and couldn't make it. So I'm kind of feeling that pain.
Howard Westbury in the Kick Booty Chevy 2. They were sponsoring our warm-up race, which was 3 days ago, day 1, 15K. Ryan Barnes right side, 513 the dial.
That's a fast door car.
That is. It's a pretty door car.
Guys
are ready, that's for sure.
006 and 3 above for the win in the left lane for Howard Westbury. Ryan Barnes, 008, 100th under, took 38, had to take 28 or less. I hear that Cash Richardson is on the property. Hi Cash, how are you, little buddy? Cash runs the show in the Richardson camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how old is Cash?
He's got to be 5 or 6 now.
There we go. That makes sense that he
Yeah.
would be the boss.
Not a big fan of clothes. When he gets home from school, Scotty said he just stripped down the other day. You don't really like him. Scotty said he never liked him either when he was younger, so.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Like father, like son.
Yep.
That's what they say.
I agree with you, Cash. They just get in the way. Dan Ferraro left, Tom Orr right. One foul separates them up front. Fast car wins. 13 dead 2 for the win in the right. 12 and a lot under in the left. No good. Winner right side, Tom Orr. If you guys get the chance to sleep 14 hours and get to work at 3 o'clock instead of 7 or 8, I'd highly recommend it. Because I really feel good now getting to 1 in the morning tonight.
Well, this is the time of night where you start to
I'm
start
still
to come
not
around anyways.
Well, then these fat-free, non-sugar donuts are helping.
Good.
Mm. Manuel Soleil in the left, Bill Powell in the right. 14 dead, 7 for the win in the right. Manuel Soleil, 32 and 1 over, no good in the left. You think he sprays it the whole way?
No, I think it's just wore out.
22 and 2 over for the win in the left, smoking the whole way down. For John Joyner, Bobby Keown, 36 and 6 over, no good in the right.
It's the end of the year, Hank. A lot of stuff needs to be freshened. And some of it needed new rod bolts before the owner could get them taken care of.
And see, the mulligans, we just didn't make the beginning of the year. We just, we're ready now, though. We're ready for
Well, there
some
is that. I mean,
yeah.
if you don't start the beginning of the year, your stuff's usually fresh in the fall.
We started in October.
There you go. See? Perfect. Yeah, I got some friends like that at home. They would always talk about that. Work and work and work all summer long, and then they would start their fall tour about a month before the season ended.
Well, that was originally the reason we went out west to Pomona, and that was because my dad was in construction as a teamster, and he would get laid off in the winter.
Okay.
So he could knock 3 national events and 2 divisionals out of his schedule, in February and March before they got busy working again.
Now that makes sense.
Carlos Orojo Jr., 591 in the left. Jonathan McCandless, 703 in the right. Double breakout victory goes to the left lane. Carlos is 11 thou under for the win with a 20 light. Jonathan is 21 thou under in the right lane. No good. Winner left side.
Fast car wins.
A lot of Puerto Rican guys still hanging in this round. But there was 20 of them.
Well, I was going to say, there are a lot of them to start.
I was like, where was that crowd coming from? What are you watching, WWE
Apparently
or something?
they like the Puerto Rican reference, yeah.
Antonio Santiago, 692 in the left. Cameron Fredrickson, 608 in the right. If you like wheelies, watch the right lane.
Who doesn't like wheelies?
Me, if you're driving Scotty's truck.
I was going to say, other than that one run exception, yeah. I've never done a wheelie.
That was a
like that.
That was a hit the bumper wheelie. That was cool.
That was.
Scotty even bought the picture and gave it to me. Sixth out separates them up front. Win goes to the right lane. 20 and dead on 4.
I still blame that wheelie on the crew chief. That truck was not set up properly for you.
AJ Ash in the right, Nick Ferraro in the left, 623 in the left, 578 in the right. What's going on with AJ? He was 572 last night. All day, all week he was 572. Now he's 578.
Yeah, and in the final Adore car, he went 570 on his 572.
Well, we'll find out now.
Huh.
He didn't show much of his hand. He's 008, 576 on a 78. Nick Ferraro, 004, red in the left. Need all the golf carts out of the staging lanes, please. Even lanes 5 and 6. We're using all 6 lanes. No golf carts in the staging lanes, please, and thank you. I do not have the energy to yell grumpily tonight.
No, there's no need to.
We are having a smooth evening, and we're going to crown a Wright Trailers $50,000 bucks. Man, that's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. We've had a 15, 1-5,
yeah.
a 50,
yeah.
another 50,
yeah.
and we're gonna give another 50 away tonight.
Yep. Gage Birch left side, 006, 1 above for the win, and the left by 4, Little Thou. Mike White in the right lane, 28 and 2 thou under, couldn't make it work.
And it comes at the right time of the year, right before Christmas.
Boy, you could have a good Christmas with 50 grand.
You think so?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
We don't really buy Christmas gifts or nothing. We kind of just shop all year. We need something, we get it. We want to do something, we go do it.
Yeah, but you could dress stuff up if you had an extra 50 right before Christmas.
Well, I could get a new 4-wheeler or...
Yeah. Put a bow on it.
Something.
Just something.
Another long block, put another motor in the corner of the garage or something.
That would, yeah, I could get a spare. How would that be, huh? I got Chevy engine plates. Brought them with me.
Steve Dweck, 485 in the left. John Brown, 456 in the right. Inside voice, James. You can do it. I got faith.
Inside voice?
There you go. Now you got it. Inside voice. Just talk right by the mic. Let the PA do all the work.
Is this good?
Perfect.
This good
Gorgeous.
Right yep. This is good right here.
That's a good level. Uh-oh. We're checking something here.
Hank says this is good. Steve Dweck and John Brown.
John Brown's crew guy says, make sure you got them dial-ins right, Dad.
Make sure you put the fuel cap on tight.
That is, it can help.
Both right in. 2 thousandths of a second. Separation up front. Advantage Brown. Win like Dweck. 14, dead 0. Gonna take the win. Brown was 12, dead 8, 20 total. And good enough for 6 thou behind. Steve Dweck moving on. Madison McCormick. Oh, wait.
Nah.
That's not Madison.
It's Corey Galletti.
It's Madison and Madison. We know it's Corey Galletti.
Yeah, she can't be racing both car numbers.
And Madison McCormick on the right-hand side. It was about to get really entertaining. It said Madison McCormick and Bailey Ferraro there for a second, but we know now that it is Corey Galletti and Madison McCormick. Galletti left side, down at 455. McCormick right side, down in at 445. 7,000 seconds, separates them up front. Advantage McCormick. Going to take the win as well. 23, dead 9. 34 total. Going to take the win. It's Galletti. 454 with a 9. Breaks out by 1 thou. Gets there 3 thou. Need to tighten it up. Another thou. That would have gotten him the win light. So Miss McCormick moving on. Patrick Miller and Donovan Williams next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 475. Donovan Williams right side dialed in at 465. As we are in dragster round number 4 on Wright Trailers Saturday here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Patrick Miller moving on. Donovan Williams turns at 007 red. So Miller, 023. 11th thou under. Good enough for the round win. Williams showing his hand there. Goes 458 with an 8. On a 465 dial in. So Patrick Miller moving on. Corey LeClaire and Jake Hodge going to be our next pair. LeClaire left side dialed in at 491. Jake Hodge over on the right side dialed in at 478. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the Murder Maniacs. Checking out the live feed all over the world. Joe Kerner, Hank Mulligan, and myself been on the mic all weekend. Bringing you lap by lap. Five thousandths of a second, separation on front. Advantage Hodge, win light Hodge, 21, dead 0, gonna take the win. As LeClaire was 26 on the tree, dead 1, 27 total, and 6 thou behind. This is Jake Hodge moving on. Keith Russell and Slate Cummings is going to be our next pair. Keith Russell dialed in at 473 in Claude DeBonis' dragster. And Baby Gap, right side, dialed in at 448. Second, someplace on front. Advantage Russell. Win light coming. Pulls that one out. 037 reaction time, and there's a double breakout. Breaks out by 0.08 of a second. Keith Russell breaks out by a whole lot more than that. Goes 500ths under. The Baby Gap moving on. Michael Carpenter in our impromptu burnout champion so far. Gene Oliveira is down to about 200 feet. Going to got a potential holdup here is Oliveira looks like his car stalled out, so don't know if he's going to be able to get it started back up. Nope, got the helmet up, so go across the wall, get off the track, please. We gotta send the car down. Get off the track, get off the track, get off the track.
Gene Alvarez, hop out of that hot rod and get over the wall for us, please. Thank you. You guys get over the wall. Thank you very much, and we'll send this single.
Over the wall, please, guys. Get over the wall. Appreciate it, guys. So we'll send Michael Carpenter on his bye run. The 007 reaction time, 488 with a 5 for Michael Carpenter. He gets the opponent broke single. There is a trail of fluid from Gene Oliveira's dragster, so going to be on hold for just a moment.
The burnout area to where the car is sitting is oil.
All right, well.
JT, our breakfast is getting later now, huh? Good news is they don't close, buddy.
Hi, Hank Mulligan with SFG Promotions, and we're here with Randy Kraus from S&W Race Cars out of Pennsylvania. So I'm going to ask Randy, how old or how long ago did you start at S&W?
I'm there about 15 years.
Okay.
Started out as selling parts, answering the phone. And then we started getting real busy in the shop, and they needed somebody to quote all the shop work, all the new car estimates. So I also do that position today yet, and I also still sell parts.
What would you say the biggest mover is at S&W Race Cars? Or even just tell me kind of what you encompass all. I know there's a lot of kit cars, like you can buy Roadsters and Camaros and things or whatever and assemble them and weld them yourself at home. I have had friends do that. So
yeah, we sell a lot of roll cages and roll bars. We're big into the S10 back half kits. We sell universal back half kits, torque arms, connector kits for the newer style Camaros. Pretty much anything you need, we got.
I like that. Would you say complete cars? Do you build cars as a complete?
Yeah, we just had one that we built for Dave Hebig back in PA. He just took possession of that. We have a new one on a jig right now for Dan Supa. So yeah, we got back half. There's a Nova in the shop that's getting a back half kit. We do it all.
What is the most popular item? Is it a 4-link kit? Is it a, like a Roadster 23 altered key kit that people build? What's the most popular, you think?
It's pretty much what the person wants. We sell a lot of S10 back halves.
That's popular.
Yeah, that's a popular kit. Universal kits are popular. Mainly dragster kits. You get a door car kit once in a while.
I'm going to ask a technical question. So how do you measure a person that wants to order a dragster roll cage kit? What do you tell them to do at home before they call in to get a kit?
You can sit up flat against a wall and have somebody measure your shoulder width.
Okay.
And then we'll determine if your basic car today is a 23-inch car. It's pretty much standard. This car here is a 25-inch car. Actually, I'm a little bit bigger guy, if you didn't notice. My old car was a 24-inch, but we'll build you whatever you want.
Okay. So, but they can call in and say, I need a 23-inch cage. I'm 5'6", yeah, and you'll make it happen.
Yep. We can change the kit whatever you want.
I like it. Thanks for coming out to the SFG races. Thanks for being a supporter of SFG Promotions. We love it. And I see the food, so yeah, I'm out.
The word from the racing surface was an oil filter failed. With the filter open, and a little bit of oil came out. So, not much you can do about that. Those things happen sometimes. Unfortunately, it happened tonight when we didn't want it to happen.